Chapter 401. Meet again. Jong-hung said nothing and turned on the television. A commercial for a shampoo was playing. We can't contact her directly and tell her when she should go to the ski resort, but we can make her come up with the idea herself. Waldo snapped his fingers. We can send an advertisement to her mailbox, pretending to be the ski resort. But she probably receives a lot of those. Strictly speaking, the advertisement will only raise the probability of her visiting a ski resort by a little. No. We only need one person to get it done, said Jong-hung. Who? Her girlfriend, the blonde from the band. What's her name again? Adele, Waldo answered. Yes. Black Nest is only monitoring Leah. So, we can plant the idea of going to a ski resort in Adele. I can send the advertisement to Adele's email and include a discount for couples, Waldo chimed in. Don't use the ski resort's name. It's too easy to see through. Use the name of some travel agency, Ponytail added. I remember she has a part-time job, so we can place some billboards along the route she takes to work, Philip explained. We can also ride on the same elevator and discuss skiing-related things in front of her. I can even get into her social accounts to see who she follows and use them to post pictures of the scenery of a ski resort. By employing these methods, the idea of going to the ski resort will transpire in her mind. Very good. Remember, when she talks Leah into going to the ski resort, Black Nest will also be watching. Whatever we do, we mustn't blow our cover. We have to make Black Nest believe that it was truly her own idea to go skiing, Jong-hung added. It's a bad time for me to be out in the city, so. Leave it to me, Waldo thumped his chest. I can stay and help too. You will need someone to act with, little boy said. Last time at the casino, all of you said that my chest is too flat, and I can't possibly distract the staff. I'll be able to do it this time. Then, I'll leave the car for the both of you, Semi-Prime said. Philip and I will go with Luke to the ski resort to get ready, said Ponytail. All of us will split up and do our parts, then meet up again at the ski resort after that. None of the members of the 01 Gorillas had any objections, so after being assigned to their respective parts, they retreated to their rooms to rest. Jong-hung, however, did not climb into bed. He looked at his Tissot. It had been almost 30 hours since he entered the quest, which meant that the Parellel quest would start soon. Back in the Apollo training camp, he had gone back 14 years in time. It was the same with the Master Builder Parellel quest, where he was sent back for years. He did not know what year he would be sent to this time, only hoping that it wouldn't be too far back since computer technology constantly and rapidly evolved. It would be unfortunate if the technology he spent so much time learning about were useless in the time period he was sent to. Generating Parellel quest. This is a parallel quest for Whistleblower. Number of players, 1. Mission objective, none. Duration, 360 days. Attention, player. This time, the sound of Edith Piaf's Life of Roses played in his ears. She was a singer, revered as a national treasure who lived a tragic but legendary life. At only 48, she died of liver cancer, and France held a state funeral for her. When the music faded away, Jong-hung opened his eyes again and found himself standing in a dark and dingy alley. Someone had somehow managed to break the bulb of the street lamp. Fortunately, it was a full moon that night, and under the moonlight, Jong-hung could make out the graffiti on the wall. It was a mask made up of 01 codes. On its right was the corporate logo of Black Nest with a big red text sprayed over it. Underneath it, the words "We want you to" were written, with the rest of it scratched off. Jong-hung thought that it was a little odd. He looked around at his surroundings, made sure that there was nothing else worth paying attention to before walking out of the alley. Fortunately, everything else on the street appeared normal, the neon signs of restaurants, the passing vehicles, and walking pedestrians. Jong-hung even spotted a large and bright electronic billboard at the intersection not far away from playing advertisements. The illuminated sign was a novelty, its avant-garde design bound to attract all who saw it. On Jong-hung's right was a coffee shop that offered takeaway. When he searched his pockets, though, he was horrified to find that other than his game items, there was nothing else in them. Even the wallet and passport he had with him all the time were nowhere to be found. This would undoubtedly make moving around the city a hassle for him. Zhongheng frowned as he shook his head. Just then, he heard exclamations and gasps behind him. He turned around and saw a fully masked individual carrying a backpack. He had apparently just thrown a rock at a street camera and broke the rest, one after another. The onlookers looked flabbergasted, constantly stepping backward and avoiding the individual like the plague. Maybe it was because of how he was dressed like a terrorist and the bag full of pebbles that nobody came forward to stop him. They simply ignored him as he senselessly continued attacking the cameras. Luckily, his despicable behavior did not go on for very long. The sound of sirens was approaching fast. However, it seemed like the masked individual was not too keen on confrontation. He abandoned the remaining pebbles and sprinted toward the alley where Zhongheng had just walked out from. Just as he was about to enter the alley, something changed. A pair of lovers who had joined the onlookers suddenly seized the masked individual. The man held the vandal and pinned him to the ground. He then twisted his arms before the woman pulled out a pair of handcuffs, locking them on his wrists. "Police? You are under arrest for destroying public property. We've been searching for you for a very long time," the male officer grunted as he pulled the mask off the vandal. To his surprise, the one beneath the mask turned out to be a girl. The other officer's walkie-talkie was already out and she was about to say something when something hit her at the back of the head. She blacked out and collapsed on the ground. The male officer did not expect another incident to occur in the situation they thought was under control. He reached for his gun, but he was one step too late. He was struck on the temple too, and like his partner, fell to the ground as well. Zhongheng searched the male officer for the key to the handcuffs, but the masked girl urged, "We don't have time for that. We need to get to the safe house first." Zhongheng picked her up from the ground and said, "Lead the way." He was certain that the parallel quest this time was different from the previous one since the little boy in his arms looked much more mature than when they had first met. Even the areas that were previously undeveloped had now blossomed. Chapter 402. Future. Zhongheng carried little boy and ran to the end of the alley. The trash can, there is a folding ladder in it. You can use it to go up the wall. It would be best if you go up first. You can help me get up after that, little boy said. Maybe there's an easier way. Zhongheng took off his coat and tied little boy tightly around his chest. He then stepped on the trash can, jumped onto the wall, and managed to land on the other side right before the police arrived. "I destroyed the CCTV on your right 2 days ago," little boy paused as she continued to point the direction. Zhongheng did not waste any time, running to the right side without saying a word. "Turn left, pay attention to the camera. Stick to the wall to avoid it." Little boy seemed to be very familiar with the surrounding area, and she even planned out an escape route that would avoid the detection of the countless surveillance cameras. 10 minutes later, the two were already clear from where the incident occurred, and they could no longer hear sirens behind them. "Hey, you can put me down now," little boy frowned. They were in a somewhat awkward position now with their upper bodies were stuck together. To have a better grip, little boy had to clamp Zhongheng's waist with her legs, and having had to tilt her head all the way to observe the route, her neck and thighs started to feel a little sore. When she was back on the ground, she moved her neck and looked at Zhongheng. "I didn't have time to ask you questions just now. Who are you, and why are you saving me? After so many years, you are still the same. In this case, you should first say thank you," Zhongheng said. "It's not too late to thank you after I figure out your true identity. Perhaps you are from Black Nest, just like the pair of police officers. They pretended to be a couple and arrested me. You pretended to be a good-hearted person who helped me. You are trying to win my trust. Who knows if you have any other ill intentions? And don't talk to me in that tone. I don't know you at all." Little boy tried to tidy up her hair, but her hands were still handcuffed behind her. Although she was as stubborn as before, Zhongheng still managed to extract a good amount of information from her words. This parallel quest was different from the one he'd completed earlier in the sense that it was no longer about the past but the future. Little boy made it seem as if it was the first time she met Zhongheng. Hence, there was a high probability that this so-called future was based on a past that had no player activity. You are part of the 01 guerrillas, right? It's obvious, isn't it? We are the only ones in the city who are still fighting against Ktoss. By smashing the CCTV with stones. Are you guys laughing at us? No, I admire you very much. Philip and Waldo, are they with you? How about the magician and Semiprime? Little Boy's expression changed when she heard those names. Are you here to look for trouble? She muttered with an audibly different tone. What do you mean? Don't you watch the news? Black Nest would be bleeding money if they were hired as an undercover agent. It seems you guys got yourself on the news. I urgently need to cram everything that happened in the past few years in the shortest time possible, Jong-hung said. How about we make a deal? What deal? I help you unlock the handcuffs, but I'll need you to answer a few questions. If you feel uncomfortable answering any of them, you can choose not to answer. Oh, I can unlock the handcuffs without your help, Little Boy snorted. Before Jong-hung spoke, a passerby saw Little Boy and the handcuffs on her. Instantly, a suspicious look grew on his face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen kinky stuff like this? Jong-hung lifted Little Boy against the wall with one hand and opened the zipper of her sweatshirt with the other. Shameless, the passerby cursed softly and left in a hurry. Look, the CCTV isn't your only problem now. You can't even walk a few steps without people looking at you, Jong-hung smirked and zipped up Little Boy's sweatshirt again. Little Boy's expression changed. And after a while, she asked, Can you really undo my handcuffs? Jong-hung glanced at the cuffs, taking note of its model. Of course. Do you have a wallet? He asked. In my right pocket. What surprised Jong-hung was that there was no credit card in Little Boy's wallet but only cash instead. Based on your credit card spending records, they can know when and where you went, what you bought, and even compare the credit card records of others to find out who you met. Cash is the safest method for me to purchase things right now. You are right. Jong-hung folded a brand new euro banknote into a long thin straw, inserted it into the keyhole, and twisted the note in an anti-clockwise direction. The handcuffs clicked open as they became undone. Who are you, murderer, thief, gang member? It's just a small trick that I learned from watching videos on the internet. Aren't you afraid of being monitored when you search for such videos? I don't live here. You are lucky. Little Boy took off her handcuffs and wriggled her wrists. She then looked at Jong-hung and stared at him for a long time, trying to figure out something from his face. Half a minute later, she said, Come with me. Where to? My place, it's safer there. Jong-hung followed Little Boy to her apartment. It was an old house with moldy walls, and even the ceiling was covered in grey blotches. There was no elevator. Little Boy's door was secured with the most common mechanical lock. She then took a key out of her pocket and unlocked the door. The unit was a small one-bedroom apartment with the living room taking up the rest of the space. Little Boy's place was in great contrast to the old and dilapidated staircase he saw earlier. Her apartment was clean and tidy, and although the area was small, her choice of decorations gave it a snug feeling. There was also an English shorthair sitting on the sofa. When the door opened, it did not raise its head. First things first, Little Boy opened the door of the microwave oven. Put in all your smart devices that can be connected to the internet. I don't have any smart device, Jong-hung said. You are lying. You can search me if you don't believe me. Little Boy frowned. Instead of believing in what he said, she decided to frisk him to ensure that he was not lying. After that, she said, Just sit down. There was only one sofa in the living room, and the English shorthair had claimed it. Jong-hung was wise enough not to invade the territory of the very ferocious beast. So, he sat down on the stool at the next table. What do you want to drink? Coffee. No. I don't have coffee here. How about tea? No tea as well. Water then. Great. 3 minutes later, Little Boy warmed up some milk and poured a glass for herself and Jong-hung. She then picked up the lazy English shorthair on the sofa and sat opposite of Jong-hung. What do you want to know? Where is Edward? You actually know that name. Little boy was getting a little cautious, and you dare tell me you are not from the Black Nest? Chapter 403. Have you heard of the parallel universe theory? This is a bit complicated to explain. You won't know if you don't try. Little boy scratched her short chin. Have you heard of the parallel universe theory in quantum physics? Jong-hung asked. Sorry, what? Say it again. The theory of parallel universes. The multiverse is a collection of finite or infinite possible universes. I know what a parallel universe is, little boy interrupted Jong-hung. I mean, are you going to fool me with this science fiction skullduggery? Do I look like a junior high dropout or a diehard Marvel fan? Look, I told you that it's complicated to explain everything. While the quest was still in progress, players were prohibited from revealing to NPC that they were players from the real world. Hence, Jong-hung could only try to use the parallel universe theory to explain how he knew the 01 members and Edward. Just treat it as science fiction for now. Jong-hung spent a good 20 minutes relating his encounter with the 01 guerrillas to the point they prepared to rescue Leah. Little boy raised her eyebrows after listening to Jong-hung's story. So you really got 600,000 points in Tetris? She asked, gasping under her breath. It's a good story, and it's enough to pick up immature girls who haven't stepped into the world, but please tell me you're not expecting me to believe this kind of nonsense. However, I have to say that you seem to know 01 very well. Did you collect our information on purpose? Little boy frowned, then paused as if caught in some deep thought. This story is so ridiculous, and I kind of believe you're not Black Nest. I know they are all a bunch of bastards, but if they wanted to send an agent to infiltrate 01, you should have made up a better story. Thank you for trusting me. Jong-hung said. Well, what do you want to know? I can't trust you fully yet. Although you saved my life, I still can't tell you some of the old secrets. No, just tell me the things that you are allowed to tell me, Jong-hung said. Let's go back to the first question, where is Edward? Now. Dead. He died. Yes, not only is he dead, but it has been 12 years since Black Nest killed him. How? Some reporters who contacted him betrayed him. They pretended to enter his room for an interview, but that was when they killed him. They took away all his important documents. We failed. Black Nest has also erased every trace of his existence in this world. Little boy took a sip of milk and continued. In the second year after Edward's death, Black Nest completed the first phase of TOS development, first in Nice, then in Marseille, Paris, France, and it's all over Europe now. They have eyes everywhere. I'm talking about traffic lights, surveillance cameras, subways, POS machines, car navigation systems, satellite phones, mobile phones, computers. As long as they have built-in microprocessors and are connected to the internet, they are all under CTOS control. Isn't anybody against them? Of course, there are. In fact, when it all started, many people expressed their concerns about privacy and security. News reporters, network activists, a small number of senates, and hackers were not happy with it, but Black Nest promised the public that TOS would never be above the law. The British shorthair was getting a little impatient after Little Boy rubbed it for a long time. The feline stretched its legs, prompting her to quickly put it on the ground. As their tagline goes, technology makes life better. Black Nest is not just a company. It's a complicated web that runs all the way to the top, supported by megacorporations, politicians, and entrepreneurs. Combined, they are like a huge machine that always runs at full capacity to pave the way for TOS to be employed in all aspects of life. Man, I have to admit, they sure covered up TOS well. To the public, TOS is safe, efficient, and convenient, just like a gift from God. Black Nest promised that with TOS, traffic would dramatically improve, crime rates would drop exponentially, and public resources would no longer be wasted. They did it, in fact, but at the expense of personal data privacy. However, no one noticed how the number of politicians supporting TOS had steadily increased among voters. At the same time, the politicians who are against it are getting less and less support. Thanks to this, they are gradually bidding their political career goodbye. Some diehards have accumulated a lot of fame among the voters, so Black Nest uses CTOS to completely violate their privacy, collecting every little bit of information they could find to create scandals. They analyze every sentence word. Even a casual chat during dinner cannot escape the ears of CTOS. Nobody could withstand the power of such offensive attacks on one's privacy. During those days, new scandals were being published almost every day. The people screamed and cursed the corrupt politicians on the internet. At the same time, Black Nest completed their purge little by little. After that, they take over the press and education, they silently control the right to speak. Everyone began to praise CTOS. Even those who didn't get to enjoy what CTOS had to offer are also eagerly looking forward to Black Nest's arrival in their cities. Only hackers are aware of the severity of the situation. In the name of defending freedom and privacy, they declared war on Black Nest. We have experienced fierce battles on the internet. Some have been caught and knocked down, even killed. New people continually join the battle, but with the crazy expansion of CTOS, we are getting less and less space to move around. Moreover, public opinion is always on their side. We are labeled as criminals. We don't just need to take on Black Nest, we are about to take on the entire world. On the other hand, Black Nest's behavior gets more outrageous by the day. They created a list of 10,000 people, slapping the tile "The Dangerous" on them. They monitor them 24 hours a day, and if necessary, they will use the same methods they used on Edward to deal with the people on the list. We have suffered significant losses. No, maybe it is more accurate to use the term "end of the road." During that time, I lost a lot of friends. You want to know the situation of other people in 01, right? Well, this is no secret. When Edward was killed, the magician was with him. So, he was not spared by Black Nest. Philip was tired of the war, emigrating to Hong Kong with his family. Waldo, he betrayed us 6 years later and joined Black Nest. A large number of top hackers were also being recruited at the time he joined. Zed was arrested 2 years ago. Now, only me and Semiprime are left. Nonetheless, we have assembled a few who still want to fight against Black Nest. 01 is the only remaining resistance in Europe. We can only operate underground. Are you now the leader of ON? Don't you read the news? Snapped Little Boy. The current leader of 01 is Leah, Edward's sister, who also happens to be at the top of Black Nest's hit list. They are roaming all over the world, trying to bring her in. Chapter 404. What if I agree to give you a job? Leah's your leader? That's probably the most shocking thing I've heard all day since I found out that Black Nest has taken over all of Europe. Jonghang exclaimed. You only say that because you don't know her. She's a born fighter like her brother. After Edward's death, she became the most resolute anti-CTOS mutineer, employing her charismatic personality to influence and unite many. Where are they now? Little Boy sighed again. We're fighting a war we cannot win. It's tough to believe that even you would say something so dismal, said Jonghang. The little boy I knew would have never given up so easily. I'm just stating the facts. This war has been going on for 12 years, and I'm starting to get real tired. Little Boy chugged down the entire glass of milk in one large gulp. Then why bother to sabotage the cameras on the street and risk getting caught? It's only to send a message to those skeptical of CTOS that there are still people in the city resisting them. On top of that, ZS second phase is about to begin. The people in Black Nest have appointed the 3 judges, and the jury also belongs to them. We may not have a chance to win, but we can always do something. Jonghang also finished his glass of milk. One last question: how do I find Leah? I don't know. Black Nest is always sending people out to capture her, so her location is a secret that only the 01 knows. If you want to get to her through me, you best give up now. I don't know where she is, and even if I do, I would never tell you, said Little Boy as she picked up the 2 empty glasses from the table. I've answered all your questions, and I even gave you a glass of milk. Yes, you're welcome. We're even now. If there's nothing else, please leave. Little Boy turned to walk to the sink, ignoring Jonghang. But after she finished washing the 2 cups, Jong-hung was still sitting in the same spot. "What's the matter? Do you need me to open the door for you? I don't have any documents or identification on me." "Oh, I would like to express my sympathy for your tragic experience, but you can go to the police and bring the proof of loss, a photocopy or an electronic copy to your country's embassy to have it reissued." "I don't have a photocopy or an electronic copy. In fact, I have my doubts about whether my country still retains my personal information," said Jong-hung. "As I said, this world is different from the one I'm used to. There is no evidence of my presence here." Your parallel universe theory again? I must admit, you're pretty good at making up stories. Do you have any suggestions? If, and I'm saying if what you say is true, then you're in deep trouble. Without any identification, and since they can't determine your country of origin, they might detain you until you die of old age. No one will care if you live or die anyway. So that means I should avoid the police at all costs so I won't get locked up, huh? Jong-hung got up from the seat. "Thank you for your consultation. I'm delighted to have met you." Jong-hung walked to the door, but just as his fingers met the doorknob, Little Boy said, "Wait." She had a look of uncertainty on her face. After a long while, she sighed. "Do you have any money?" "No, but I can borrow some off those kind people on the street," said Jong-hung. "Based on how I usually do things, survival is always my #1 priority, I suppose." "Are you even aware of how TOS works? Do you know where all the cameras in the city are located? Do you know who you can trust and who the enemy is?" Little Boy's frown deepened. "Even if it's just committing a crime, you are just a rookie in the criminal world. The police will surely catch you." "I don't think so. Trust me, it's not going to be easy to catch me." Jong-hung pushed the door open. "What if I'm willing to offer you a job?" "Who?" Jong-hung stopped in his tracks. "And a place to stay," Little Boy added. "You don't have any identification, so you can't stay in any of the hotels. I can take you in, but you're sleeping on the couch, and you must listen to everything I say. You only do what I tell you to do. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything absurd. On the other hand, I will teach you how to survive under TOS, how to avoid cameras, lose a tail, and you are responsible for feeding Baby Krark." "Did you really name your cat Baby Krark?" "You just have to tell me if you agree or not," Little Boy answered with a poker face. "I want to learn your communication skills too," Jong-hung said. "If you meet my requirements, I will consider it." "If that's the case, I don't see why I should refuse the offer." Jong-hung closed the door. "Can I ask why the sudden change of mind?" "Here's a piece of advice: mind your own business. Don't ask too much." Little Boy turned and walked into her bedroom, then came back out with a quilt. She then spread it on the couch. "I only have 2 quilts," she said. "This one is a little thin, but you seem to be in good shape, so you probably won't freeze to death. I'll get some necessities tomorrow. You'll have to make do tonight. Where's the pillow? You are pushing your luck here. I prefer to call it a basic human need. I don't have any extra pillows. Do you want Baby Krark's cat bed?" Jong-hung looked at the British Shorthair. As if noticing something, the cat stared back at him as well, daring him to try if you will. "I don't think it'll agree to that suggestion. You're such a pain, you know? I have some old clothes you can use as a pillow," Little Boy said. "Thank you." After she was done dressing the couch, she found Jong-hung a pair of slippers, a towel, and a toothbrush. "You are not allowed to use my cup, and before I buy you a new cup, rinse your mouth directly at the tap. When you pee, you must put the seat up," Little Boy went on. "The water heater is ancient, so before you shower, let it warm up first. During winter, showers have to be done within 20 minutes, or the water will turn cold. Too much hair clogs up the drain, so it must be cleaned regularly. You can eat the food in the fridge, but it will be deducted from your salary, and we'll split utility bills 50-50. Do you have any more questions? If your boyfriend finds out that I live here, will there be a problem? I don't date. But if it's been 12 years, you're probably around 29 already." As if she didn't hear anything, Little Boy turned off the lights of the living room. "You should get some sleep. There's a whole list of things to do tomorrow," she said. Chapter 405. Job. Jong-hang opened his eyes and realized that Baby Krark was sitting on his chest, staring straight at him. Rays of sunlight broke through the gaps of the curtains and fell on his face. Jong-hang glanced at his watch. The time now was 7:29. He picked up the British Shorthair and placed it on the coffee table beside him. After that, he got up and sat on the sofa. Simultaneously, the bedroom door was opened, and Little Boy, still in pajamas, stumbled sleepily out of the bedroom. She squinted. "Up so early?" she asked. "You said there are lots of things to do today." "We've got lots of things to do, but you'll have to wait work ends," Little Boy said. "If you can brew the coffee and toast the bread before I finish cleaning up myself, I won't ask you to pay for this breakfast." "Fair enough." Jong-hang walked into the kitchen and waited for Little Boy to come out of the bathroom. There was a pot of coffee, slices of bread, bacon, and fried eggs being served on the table. "You sure work fast," Little Boy said. "It's a surprise you're not asking me to pay for breakfast. Hence, I made sure I went the extra mile." Little Boy gobbled up the omelette and bread at a speed that was incompatible to her body shape. She also drank the entire cup of coffee in one breath. "I'm going to work, you stay at home. Try not to make a mess. I'll be home at about 4 in the afternoon, and then we will go shopping for your daily necessities." "So, you hired me just to make breakfast for you?" "Of course not, your work can't start until the evening." "Oh, and don't make dinner. I will come home with pizza. So while waiting, I'll just sit here and stare at Baby Krark." Little Boy paused. "You can watch TV or read something. I have a book in my bedroom. If you want to learn my communication skills, start with the most basic theory." "Okay, I can't keep going on, or I will be late. Have a great day. I'll watch over Baby Krark." After breakfast, Little Boy flew downstairs and ran to the subway station a mile away from where she lived. After the transit, she had to take 2 different buses to get to the pizzeria she worked at. Despite the energy-consuming rush, she managed to get there only a minute before she was considered late. Wasting no time, she shuffled over to the employees' changing room and got into her uniform. She took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked to the ordering counter. Today was not much different from the past. However, the staff who worked with Little Boy could not help but notice how she wasn't paying attention to her work today. She had keyed in the wrong order several times. And it seemed as if she had this frustration that she had nowhere to vent. Little Boy realized she might have made a grave mistake. She should have never left the guy calling himself Liu Yang at home. The two had known each other for less than a day. She didn't even know if it was his real name, let alone his background, or why he had approached her. As the day progressed, thoughts of what Jong-hang might be doing in her house couldn't help but cross her mind. She was a little too careless this time. She should have at least brought Baby Krark along, but pets weren't allowed in the pizzeria. Also, if she did bring her cat with her, she would not know where to place it. Little Boy impatiently counted down for someone to take over her shift. She looked extremely serious as she had her lunch, and even employees who were close to her didn't dare approach the grim-looking girl. After what seemed like forever, it was finally time to get off work. This time, Little Boy did not take the bus or subway. Instead, she hailed a taxi and headed straight home. Once she arrived at her apartment, she quickly ran upstairs, took out the key as fast as possible, and opened the door. A soccer match was on the TV, and a copy of RU Design Principles was placed upside down on the coffee table. The living room was empty. Even Baby Krark, usually basking on the couch at this time, was gone. Little Boy's heart sank at the scene. At the same time, she heard a suspicious rustling in the bathroom. She hastily looked around, quickly finding a baseball bat in front of the TV and took it with her. With bated breath, she gingerly approached the bathroom. Just as the bathroom door came into sight, it suddenly opened slightly, and Baby Krark squeezed out from the crack. Jong-Hung's voice could be heard from inside the bathroom. "Ah, you're back, earlier than expected. What are you doing in there?" Little boy anxiously asked with a frown. "Changing the light bulb in your bathroom is not working. Didn't you know? Aren't you afraid of bumping into something at night?" When she heard that, little boy breathed a sigh of relief and put the baseball bat away. "Nosy," she sneered. "What do you mean by nosy? I'll be living here too, from now on." When the bulb had been replaced, Jong-Hung turned on the faucet and washed his hands. Then, another thought crossed little boy's mind. There are no spare bulbs at home. "Where did you find one?" she asked curiously. "I removed the bulb from your bedside lamp. You have 2 lamps in your bedroom. It won't matter if one gets removed. Oh, and you better change your table lamp's bulb, just buy a new one and replace it." "Well, a second piece of advice: don't mess with the things in my house when I'm away," little boy said in a stern tone. "If you insist." Jong-Hung wiped his hands clean and walked out of the bathroom. "Where is my pizza?" "I forgot. I was in a hurry. While I was working, I kept thinking about what sort of damage you would cause. Tomorrow, I will bring you the best pizza in the shop." "So, you work in a pizza restaurant now?" "Yes. With your skill set, no communication company will reject your application. I am also on Black Nest's wanted list. If I work for those big companies, I will have to use my mobile phone and computer. Black Nest will monitor my every move then. This is why I've been working petty and insignificant jobs these few years. It hasn't been easy, huh? Ooh. Enough with that nonsense. I did promise you to buy your daily necessities today. And I have to buy you another set of working clothes as well. Can I buy 4 sets of Lego bricks?" "What?" Little boy thought there was something wrong with her ears. "You can deduct the cost of the Lego bricks from my salary. How shall I put it? It is quite important to me." Little boy looked at Jong-Hung again, and when she saw that he was not joking, she agreed. "Okay, you need to list everything down, and we'll buy them all together later," she replied. "If I can vote for the best employer of the year, I will vote for you. Let's get it straight. I am not your employer. I happen to know where you can work, that's all." Little boy shook her head as she sighed. "Let's go, we need to finish with the purchase before sunset. Then you can start working." "Can I ask in advance about the nature of my job?" "I don't know. You have to meet the middleman to know what jobs he offers. Don't worry. You won't be allowed to do anything dangerous, it's not like you can do them anyway." Chapter 406. Middleman. Jong-Hung tagged along with little boy to the nearby Carrefour, where they bought blankets, pillows, a rinse cup, underwear, socks, and razors. Little boy also picked out a bottle of cologne for him, but Jong-Hung waved it off, indicating to her that he had no need for that sort of thing. When he passed by the knife rack, however, he stopped and picked up a pocket knife. Its handle was made of rosewood with a brass end. Sporting a stainless steel blade, it felt sturdy and durable. More importantly, it was only 11 centimeters long, compact enough for traveling. With Jong-Hung's level 3 knife fighting skills, it would make a perfect melee weapon. "Do you want it?" Little boy asked. "Can I?" Jong-Hung looked at the price tag that read €35. "It's a little pricey," he hesitated. "I can choose another one." "Never mind, just take this one. It'll just be deducted from your salary." "Thank you." After their trip to the mall, little boy brought Jong-Hung to a used clothes store and spent €10 on a black suit, a collared shirt, and leather shoes, the whole set. Jong-Hung changed into the suit and walked out of the fitting room. Little boy took 2 steps back and gave him a once-over. "How is it?" asked Jong-Hung. "It's half a size too big, but it seems pretty good overall," little boy commented as she picked out a pair of shades off the rack and handed them to Jong-Hung. "You don't have to wear it, just put it in your front pocket." Jong-Hung did as instructed, and little boy finally nodded in approval. "Now, that's more like it." Little boy did not explain why it was more like it, and Jong-hung didn't ask. They dropped their shopping bags at home before getting 2 hot dogs from a roadside stall for dinner. It was already night by then. "Let's go. Time to get to work." Little Boy finished off the last of her sausage, wiped her mouth, and led Jong-hung to the subway. It was the hour where everyone was just getting off work, so the station was packed to the brim. The two had to squeeze their way into the train. "In a while, we'll be meeting a guy called Fox. He's a famous middleman in the neighborhood," Little Boy explained to Jong-hung as the doors of the coach slid shut. "Middleman?" "Yes, he sets up the connections matchmaking businesses. He then draws commissions from them. Simply put, he's the go-to person when you're in trouble. As long as you have money, he'll do anything for you. Of course, he won't be doing them himself. What he does is recruit the right talents for you. Like an intermediary. They have the same method of making a profit, but the biggest difference is that an intermediary only does legal things. Fox, on the other hand, has no taboos, lawful, unlawful, or even grey area endeavors. As long as it brings him money, he's willing to make a deal." "Ah. And I thought criminals would disappear like magic once the city connected to Kloss. The crime rate has dropped significantly, but the perpetrators have not entirely disappeared. The people working for Black Nest are brilliant. If criminals were to vanish all of a sudden, then people would definitely question the feasibility of Kloss. The public is willing to sacrifice some of their privacy for safety, but if they realize that they are already safe, their focus will shift back to the security of their privacy. So, Black Nest has to maintain a balance. They need to prove that Kloss is effective, and they can't do that if they eliminate every criminal in the city. If criminals no longer exist, then there would be no need for the police." "Yep, that's the logic around it," Little Boy said, "but after Kloss was set up, it massively impacted Dark World. The old rules of survival no longer apply. Old and stubborn ones who are not up to the times retired, but newcomers like Fox emerge as quickly as the older ones disappear." "What about 01? "We're not criminals," Little Boy went on, looking dead serious. "Even though Black Nest has always discredited us, 01 has been a non-profit organization since its establishment. Even illegally obtained funds were used to fight Kloss, and never have they gone into the pockets of the members." "It's really inspiring," Jong-hung nodded. "Are you mocking us?" "I have never ridiculed you. You, on the other hand, no matter what year I meet you, you question my motives. Is this that historical inertia everyone had always talked about?" An hour later, the pair arrived at the other side of the city. Here, near the outskirts, there were evidently fewer cameras and even fewer people on the streets. "Do not speak when we meet with Fox. Let me do the talking," Little Boy reminded Jong-hung when they arrived. "Whatever you say." Hence, they walked into an underground garage. The cars grew lesser as they descended 2 floors below, and the sound of booming stereos grew louder and louder. When they finally reached the lowest floor, 2 men with crew cuts were smoking at the entrance. When they saw the pair approaching, they got up and made a no-entry gesture with a finger. "We're here to see Fox," Little Boy said. The men looked at each other, then sat back down again. "So much for security, those people. One name and you're allowed to come in," Jong-hung observed. They then walked into the garage for levels underground. Unlike the empty upper floor, the place was packed with people, luxury cars, and sultry, attractive women. It's just a small gathering organized by a group of rich second-generation kids who try to be as badass as possible to satisfy the curiosity of gangsters. Some of them even brought soft censorship to avoid being targeted by the police. Little Boy searched the place and finally stopped. "I found Fox." He was also one of 2 people in the party in formal wear, the other person being Jong-hung, dressed in a full suit. Unlike Jong-hung, though, Fox was semi-formal, where under his trench coat lay a pair of beach shorts and hairy thighs. Even though the room was chilly, he did not seem cold and even appeared to be in a good mood. In each of his arms was a French girl, both of them smiling and looking up at him. "I'm sorry, darlings, work is here. Why don't you go get me some champagne?" The 2 girls reluctantly left his arms, and one even raised her eyebrows at Little Boy as she walked past. Don't take it to heart. Sophie gets jealous easily, and Aneth keeps a cute cobra in her garage. Fox said, "It's been a long time. I haven't heard from you for a very long time. When Semiprime sent me an encrypted email telling me that you're coming to see me, I thought I heard wrong. Is this your boyfriend?" "No, he's just a guest, and right now, he needs money for rent, which is why I brought him to see you." "Nice to meet you." Fox extended a hand and shook hands with Jong-hung. Then he turned his attention to Little Boy. "So, you still haven't found a boyfriend yet?" "People who talk crap often die prematurely in movies," Little Boy growled in a chilly tone. Chapter 407. Addtional condition. You're to look for a job? Okay. First, tell me what you are good at. Fox asked, and for the sake of 01, I'll help to make you some good recommendations. Before Jong-hung could say anything, Little Boy chipped in, just give him the most common job. We don't want him to get into trouble. What do you mean by a common job? A job that doesn't violate the law. Wow, it's a magical feeling hearing this from the people of 01. Fox touched his chin. No wonder you dressed this man up as a Credit Bank of Leon director. I remember you offered bodyguard jobs here, didn't you? That was in the past. When security companies were understaffed, they would borrow some people from me. But now, their bosses don't like me very much. Why? Well, it's probably because I took the lead and killed one of their important customers. Fox spread his hands. What can I do? An excellent middleman should treat all employers equally. If I tell them who's going to kill their customer, my reputation will be gone forever. By then, how am I supposed to continue in this line? Do you have any other similar jobs? Well, I'll look for it. Fox nodded as he took out his laptop from the car's trunk. He clicked on the mailbox and scrolled a few times. There's a bar that needs people to watch the place for them, but they are specifying for someone muscular and has a fierce gaze. How's your body shape? No way, Little Boy vetoed after his suggestion. Sometimes a bar commotion will alarm the police, and he mustn't come into contact with the police at all costs. Why? There is no why. Also, he's not allowed to do jobs that require him to verify his identity. That's going to be troublesome. Enforcers are making sure that no one breaks the law at a time like this. It isn't easy to find a legal job without verifying your identity. After all, I am a middleman, not a headhunter. It's not like I have that many legal jobs for you to pick. Little Boy was silent for a moment. What about black jobs? She asked. Fox snapped his fingers. There will be one black job tonight. He turned and looked at Jong-hung. Can you drive? No problem. Then, it should be an easy job for you. A client entrusted me to find a driver and personal bodyguard to accompany him to complete a transaction. After everything is done, he will pay you €300. Transaction? What kind of transaction? Sorry, you know the rules of our business. I don't inquire about the nature of our customers' personal business. I don't recommend that you find out about it as well. The less you know, the safer you would be. But based on my previous experience, this should be a low-risk job. Most probably, your friend will simply be required to drive the car over there. After that, he'll just need to stand there and wait for a while. Oh, yes, if everything goes well and the customer is satisfied, they will increase the pay. It's a simple job. Just drive the car there to earn €300, and there are zero risks to it. Little Boy looked at Fox with a cocked head and sneered, Do I look like a fool to you? Fox sighed, Well, I'm just saying, you know. If it is so easy, I would have done the job myself, but I can swear that this is indeed a solid job. In fact, several people have been looking for this job before you came. I've made the inquiries, and the employer told me that he's in a rush. I'll have to decide in half an hour, but I can give you 20 minutes to discuss it first. After that, please tell me your decision. If you decide to do it, I will find other jobs for the others. Fox then beckoned at the two girls who had gone to get more champagne while Little Boy had pulled Jong-hung to the corner. I suggest you give up on this job. The more ambiguous the job, the easier for you to encounter an accident, Little Boy said. you don't have to start working tonight, right? But you heard what he said. I don't have any way to verify my identity. Even if I manage to find odd jobs like you, I still have to avoid the police. I have to find a way to support myself. After all, I owe you a lot of money, Jong-hang said. I'm not in a hurry. What are you worried about? Little boy frowned. We can think of a better way. I think Semiprime should know other middlemen. In your heart, you know very well that even if you change the middleman, we'll probably get the same results, right? Jong-hang put his hand on little boy's shoulder and looked into her eyes. Hey, I have experienced crazy things that the ordinary person would never imagine. I am good at many things, but handling a crisis is my forte. I have always done a good job protecting myself, so trust me, I can handle this, he said. Little boy's eyes darted back and forth at his face as if looking for an answer. She silently let out a sigh. Jong-hang waited for her answer. It was then when a wealthy inheritor, probably tired of the models and female students around him, saw something special in little boy. Wanting to have a change of taste, he approached her, attempting to strike a conversation. As expected, little boy simply told him off, leaving a shocked and defeated look on the rich boy's face. Well, you win this time, little boy sighed. Remember to leave as soon as the situation turns bad. I will find you another job if that happens. It took the two less than 5 minutes to give Fox a reply. So, what is your conclusion? I'll take the job, said Jong-hang. Very well, let me find it. Where's the car key? But we have an additional condition, little boy blurted all of a sudden. Who? I want to go with him. Sorry, what did you just say? Fox raised his head with a dazed expression, only to discover that Jong-hang's face was also awash with surprise. Either take me, or we won't do this job, little boy insisted, her tone suggesting no room for negotiation. It's against the rules. Fox scratched his head. The client only asked for one person. Then tell him my request and let him decide, little boy said. You can pull it off. Fox became extremely frustrated. Do we really need to make a simple thing like this so complicated? It depends on how good you are. Convince him if he wants to get it done ASAP. He should consider my suggestion. Fox opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he eventually swallowed it back. In the end, he just sighed. I will try to tell him that nobody is willing to take the job except for you. This is the best I can do for you. Thank you. 15 minutes later, Fox turned off his computer and said, It's done. You both can do this together, but the reward remains the same. I really don't understand why there are idiots in this world who are willing to provide two-person service for a single-person pay. Are you the two in love or something? As a friendly reminder from a woman, the woman called Sophie is not jealous of you. She knows that you like the feeling of someone getting jealous over you. All men who treat women as dumbass are the real idiots. Chapter 408. The Chemistry Teacher and the Box. Jong-hang grabbed the car key from Fox, and together with little boy, went up to the second basement of the parking lot. Can you really tell if a woman is really jealous or just pretending? He asked her as they approached a black Volkswagen transporter that had seen better days. Opening the creaky door, Jong-hang slid into the driver's seat, moved it to his position, and adjusted the rearview mirror. No, why would I bother myself with such trivial matters? I only said it to make him feel bad. Anyway, there's no actual way to verify such things, little boy said. Hey, do you really know how to drive? It feels bizarre to have to answer the same question twice, Jong-hang replied. It's not too late to give up now. It's better to admit defeat than to put on an act and then get caught later. Yes. I'll try not to let the cat out of the bag. Jong-hang started the car, and 45 minutes later, the Volkswagen pulled up below a bridge. Under the glare of its headlights, a figure could be seen pacing anxiously by the pier. Jong-hang stopped the car, a little taken aback. Since it was a black job, he expected his employer to be someone from the underworld, but the man before him looked like a regular person in his 40s or 50s. He was slightly bloated, had a slick of oily hair but was clean-shaven. With the frumpy windbreaker he had put on, he looked somewhat petrified. Instead of climbing in right away, the man asked apprehensively, "Is this the car to the laundromat?" "I'm sorry, the laundromat is closed," Jong-hung replied. It matched the agreed-upon code, and the man heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard those words. He opened the car door and climbed into the front passenger seat. "Thank God, you're finally here. I was so worried I nearly died," he stammered nervously. He carried a cardboard box close to his chest, and it was evident that it was very important to him. He had his arms wrapped tightly around the package as it was the most precious thing in the world, not loosening his grip even as he settled down in his seat. "Where are we headed to?" The man gave Jong-hang an address of a remote location, a place quite a drive away from where they were. Unfamiliar with the city, Jong-hang did not react when he saw the address, but Little Boy's brows furrowed when she heard where they were headed. "Why are you going into the Albanians' territory?" The man wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand, not knowing what to say. "Is there a problem?" Jong-hang asked. "Those guys are big-time criminals. They are inextricably linked to the red light district business in the city, smuggling and tricking girls from their own country into coming here in the name of working abroad. They would then turn on them, keep them captive, before forcing them to provide services to men. Sometimes, they would even prey on female tourists who are traveling alone, planting good-looking members of their community at airports or train stations to strike up conversations with the girls. After they've gathered the target's information, they decide whether or not to make a move. On top of that, they are also involved in other criminal activities. You'll basically find them when there is money to be made." I have some business with them," the man stammered. "It's unwise to make the Albanians your business partner," Little Boy said to the man. She then turned to Jong-hang. "This is too dangerous. I suggest that we abort this job," she said. No. "I must go there tonight," the man immediately panicked, saying, "I've already contacted their leader. He's a very kind person, and there shouldn't be any danger." "Then, we should just hand the car over to you, and you can go there yourself," said Little Boy. The man was speechless. He began sweating even more profusely. Desperate, he begged, I can't. I've heard a lot about them. If I had options, I would never have chosen to associate with them. Please, I beg both of you, don't abandon me. I can pay you more." "This has nothing to do with money," Little Boy replied sharply. "I can give you 300, no, 500, 1,000, the man promised. If the transaction goes smoothly, I can even give you 2,000. "You're that loaded?" I couldn't tell. Little Boy raised her eyebrows at the man. "If I'm really rich, why would I get myself involved with those people?" The man smiled sadly. "What do you do for a living?" Jong-hang suddenly asked. The man hesitated for a while. He did not want to divulge too much information about himself, but at the same time, he was even more afraid that his driver and companion would desert him and let him deal with those demons on his own. So, eventually, he decided to tell the truth. "I'm a chemistry teacher," he sheepishly muttered. "Chemistry teacher." Little Boy studied the man again and realized that his temperament was truly that of a teacher. So, what is a chemistry teacher, instead of being in school educating people, messing himself up with the underworld? "Same as you money," sighed the man again. "I had a happy family, but 7 years ago, my daughter was diagnosed with a rare disease. At the stage she was in, no medicine could cure her. She could only rely on drugs and machines to keep her alive. We have to fork out a large sum of money every month for such kind of extensive treatment, and we've used up all our savings. We even sold the house and the car. Then last year, my wife was so overwhelmed by it all that she filed for divorce. The school that I work for has set up 2 fundraisers for me, but the donations were just a drop in the bucket compared to the medical costs. I've borrowed from family, friends, the bank, even loan sharks refuse to lend me any more money. There's nothing I can do. If I can't pay this month's bills, the hospital will stop my daughter's treatment. I don't have a choice. I have to take the risk. Please help me." I really need this money to save my daughter's life. Once it's done, we can split the money 30:70. Hang on, did you? Little boy's gaze fell on the cardboard box in the chemistry teacher's arms. Then, she paused, finally understanding it all. The balls you have on you, you know the consequences of getting caught with those. A person like me has nothing else to lose. If I can help my daughter live, even for one more day, why must I worry about what's going to happen tomorrow? The chemistry teacher hugged the box to his chest, his teeth chattering. But don't worry. I know the rules. Just pretend this conversation never happened. No. You've never even seen what's inside the box. Even if something did happen, it would have nothing to do with you. No, little boy shook her head. Even if you are willing to risk dealing with criminals like these, they have 10,000 ways to swallow an ordinary person like you alive. Let go when you should. You've already done your best. That's just how life is. Your daughter will not blame you even if she gets to know. No. No. It's not the end. It hasn't ended. The teacher's eyes widened, his breathing grew heavy, and the green veins on his neck bulged. The fear on his face vanished, replaced with a demeanor of a stubborn bull. Please, Fox said that you are both capable people. There must be a way you can help me complete this transaction, right? He resolutely insisted. Chapter 409. Think carefully. Unfortunately, we can't help you either. I don't know what the Fox guy told you, but we are not who you think we are, little boy said. We are different from those Albanians. I can help you, added Jonghang. Really? The chemistry teacher was surprised, and although he felt desperately hopeless after hearing little boy's discouraging remarks, he saw the light of hope again after Jonghang promised to help him. Don't try to play tough here. The men who traded with him are the real criminals. They have guns in their hands. There's no way we can go against them, little boy reminded. You are not helping but harming him. The situation is not as bad as you put it, Jonghang said while holding the steering wheel. The teacher next to me has what they want. Of course, it would be better to just grab it without having to pay for it. If we can take this opportunity to grab the hen that lays eggs forever, this will be a huge victory for us. The chemistry teacher's face changed drastically. No. No way. I have an agreement with their person in charge. Trust me, no one in this world understands how a robber thinks better than me, said Jonghang. This proves what I've said is right. We are heading directly into a trap set up specifically for us, little boy frowned. Theoretically speaking, you are right. But it doesn't mean that this is an impossible task. A robber behaves according to how a robber is supposed to behave. They work hard for a reason. The point of a negotiation is to convince them that the cost of violence is higher than whatever they stand to yield. Please teach me how to do it, the chemistry teacher pleaded. I will share half of the money with you this time. It's too late. It's hard to change a person's behavior in just 1 or 2 hours. If you trust me, then don't say anything when you see the boss later. Let me do the talking, Jonghang said. No problem, the chemistry teacher nodded. Jonghang turned to little boy. This time, it's a lot more dangerous than expected. I will drop you near the subway station so you can go back first. No, I said I would go with you. Although the 01 has no business with the Albanians, they should have heard of our name before. If the negotiation goes south and they want to deal with you using radical measures, they'd have to think about the consequences of messing with the 01, said little boy confidently. Okay, but we have to set some ground rules. When I negotiate with the Albanians, stay in the car. Little boy nodded in agreement, knowing that she wasn't good at dealing with this sort of situation. Then, can I stay in the car, too? The chemistry teacher eagerly asked. Unfortunately, you can't. You are the key to this transaction. You must come with me, and you must try to control your fear too. Don't shiver, and don't be afraid if someone looks at you. Don't look away, and play as tough as you can. By being brave, you will help us take the lead in this. Tough? How can I be tough? the nervous teacher asked. Well, imagine you are standing on a podium, and treat them like they are your students, Jong-hung said. The teacher wiped his sweat away. I'm not sure if I can do it. At least give it a try, Jong-hung said. Don't be too nervous. I'll be there with you. Jong-hung drove half a kilometer away from the rendezvous point. The area he was at now felt different from other places, where there were more women on the street, and each of them had their own fashion sense. Though it was a chilly day, many of them were dressed in skimpy clothing. A few just put on a coat to cover their bare bodies. France had a contradictory view toward red light districts. It was different from the Netherlands and Germany, which had wholly legalized it as an industry. It also differed from the semi-legalized UK. Although it was deemed illegal in France, the government still slapped taxes on it, calling it a freelance job. As society continued to develop, the ancient industry had started promoting its business on the internet. Customers could now choose the girls they wanted online. That said, certain Eastern European countries still preferred to conduct business traditionally. What's the matter? Seeing that Jong-hung had stopped the car, the chemistry teacher couldn't help feeling nervous again. Give me 5 minutes, replied Jong-hung, and to the surprise of little boy and the teacher, he took out his newly bought Lego blocks. Who? Little boy looked at Jong-hung as if he was pulling some kind of prank. The chemistry teacher became even more anxious. He hesitated for a moment. It's not the time for this, he reminded Jong-hung. Don't worry. It's still too early. As he spoke, Jong-hung assembled an Italian Beretta 92F pistol. He then threw a couple of Lego bricks to the teacher next to him. Try it too. It helps ease the tension. I think I'll be fine, replied the teacher and immediately returned the bricks. Oh. Are you going to use these toys to negotiate with those Albanians? Little boy asked. Just in case, Jong-hung murmured, inserting the infinite building block into the gun he just built. Since he had so swiftly placed the 92F on his waist, little boy and the teacher missed the moment when the Lego gun turned into a real weapon. We are not playing games here. Do you think those Albanians are stupid? Little boy suddenly looked dead serious. You will get yourself killed. Jong-hung had made the final preparations. I'm sorry I kept something from you. Not only did I come from a parallel universe, but I'm also actually a magician, he said. He then waved to the girl that had already headed toward the car, telling her that he did not need any special service. I feel a little bit out of breath. The teacher was feeling nervous, trembling before they even met their target. This was not a good sign. Sure, he had made up his mind, but the moment he thought about what he was about to face, the honest man who had never received a speeding ticket failed to control the tremors that had overcome his body. You should take her advice. Not everyone is suitable for the thug life. In fact, I have seen many powerful people in the criminal world, and they did not end well. Besides, Ktos is all over the city now. Think carefully. There's no turning back after you take this step. Even if you want to stop, someone will dig up your past and coerce you into doing things you would never do. To put it simply, you've now reached a dead end, Jong-hung said. Thank you. I may not be ready yet, but I have figured it out, the teacher said. This is the only way to save my daughter. Let's get started. Chapter 410. Fight me together. The location that had been agreed upon was outside a slaughterhouse. An unpleasant stench wafted around the surrounding air. Jong-hung stopped the car. Not far from them, 4 men were playing a knife game around a small table. The rules of the game were simple. The player was basically required to place a hand on the table, and with a knife in the other hand, poke the gaps between the fingers quickly. Whoever moved the fastest would be the final winner. The whole process was fascinating, often regarded as a symbol of courage for those with the nerve to participate. Hence, the 4 men were having so much fun that they failed to notice somebody coming. There are still 20 minutes left. What should we do? Wait in the car, or should I go down and talk to them? No need for so much trouble, Jong-hung said while turning on the high beam of the car. The headlights hit the men so brightly that they could no longer continue playing. Irritated and annoyed, they got up from their chairs, grabbing their weapons and cursing loudly. The chemistry teacher was shocked. Wow! Now is that impolite or what? Have you ever seen robbers and villains speak politely? Zhongheng asked. These four were there to make sure that they could give you a good scare. They know you are just an ordinary person, and I can bet that they would never come to you if you don't get out of the car. If you go to them, they will not listen to you either. This is how they do things. Tactics like these will make you feel more nervous and fearful. The more you fear, the more they will benefit in the negotiation. Is this the location that they requested? The nearest security camera is a kilometer away, and with the current visibility, there's no way it can capture clear footage. In other words, they hold the power to strike first. The chemistry teacher was embarrassed. I initially thought we were supposed to meet at the bridge where you picked me up, but their person in charge told me on the phone that their boss wanted to trade on their turf instead. They said they would call off the deal if I didn't comply. I know it's a bad idea, but the person in charge of the transaction assured me that it would be safe. They are just playing good cop bad cop with you, Zhongheng said. Not having a surveillance camera is actually not a bad thing. Wait for my signal to get out of the car. Who? Before the teacher could figure out what was going on, Zhongheng was already heading to the four men. Kid, are you the driver? Do you have a death wish? Why the hell did you shine your lights on us? The man with tattoos on his body and face growled viciously. Don't you know whose turf is this? 200 years have passed, and you guys still haven't made much progress. You can only pretend to be tough by relying on a gang behind you and shitty makeup. How disappointing, Zhongheng said calmly. Since that's the case, I will let you witness what real evil is. Yo, asshole! What kind of crazy are you? You must be longing for death, the tattooed man smirked as he stretched out his hand to grab Zhongheng's collar. What should I do? Cried the panicked teacher in the car with a tone as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Why did they suddenly start fighting? There must be some misunderstanding. They might not know why we are here. I'll go down and talk to them. Little boy reached out and held the teacher's shoulder. You heard what he said before getting off the car. Let him handle this matter. Just wait for the signal here. Despite her confident words, there was a hint of worry in little boy's eyes. The next moment, she saw the tattooed man suddenly falling to his knees while clutching his neck with his hand. His face was beet red, and like a fish on land, he opened his mouth wide and gasped for breath, but no air would reach his lungs. The remaining three men looked at each other, shocked by what they saw. Zhongheng shook his fists. Are the three of you going to attack me at the same time? This time, things were different from the quick fight against the casino thugs. Not only did Zhongheng have to defeat the four men in front of him, but he had to also injure them as much as possible to instill fear in them. Earlier, Zhongheng's fist landed on the tattooed man's trachea, allowing him to experience the not-so-subtle pleasure of suffocation. Although the man's tragic situation had affected his three companions, the bunch of Albanians was taught to live fearlessly. Cowards would never survive in this cruel and dark environment. The three men froze for a while. Looking at each other, they then charged at Zhongheng. One swung an iron meat hook in his hands, attempting to hit Zhongheng with it. Before he could do so, though, a knife that came out of nowhere penetrated the flesh of his arm. Zhongheng drew out his newly acquired knife, and blood started splattering all over the floor. Find a hospital within 20 minutes and deal with your wound. You can choose to be not disabled for the rest of your life, he told the unlucky man. However, the young man with a deep cut on his wrist did not take a step back. The wounds he suffered only angered him further. He let go of his bleeding wrist, roared in a fury, and charged at Zhongheng again. Your courage is commendable, but unfortunately, you are an idiot. After becoming a cripple, do you really think you can continue staying here? Zhongheng said, elbowing the young man who attacked him from behind. There is no such thing as respecting the old, loving the young, and helping the disabled in this line of job. For the last opponent, Zhongheng elected to break his leg and leave him on the ground wailing. At the same time, the valiant youth had also started attacking. However, Jong-hung simply stood there and didn't move until his opponent got very close. Moving aside, he managed to dodge the attack easily. To reply in kind, Jong-hung's knee landed hard on the guy's abdomen. This time, peace had finally returned. Jong-hung put away the folding knife in his hand, walked to the tattooed man, grabbed his hair, and dragged him on the ground for 3 meters to the table that they played the knife game on. He slammed the man's head onto the table and grabbed the knife lying nearby. "Which eye do you prefer, the left or the right?" The tattooed man could no longer play the tough guy like before. Tears and snot flowed out uncontrollably, and all that was left in the formidable gangster was man's most primitive and instinctive fear. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying, "Enough." An older man with a leather apron came out of the slaughterhouse. He was dressed like a butcher, his beard and hair trimmed carefully. He then took a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped away the blood on his hands. "I'm sorry. Forgive me. My memory has not served me well. Have we met before, my friend?" Chapter 11. Compensation. "No. I came to this city not long ago, and we probably haven't met each other before," Jong-hung said. Even though the person in charge had appeared in front of him, Jong-hung was still grabbing the tattooed man's head. "That's interesting. We haven't met each other before, and I'm pretty sure that we don't have any disagreements as well. My friend, why are you doing such a terrible thing to me?" The old man looked around. He saw his men on the ground, immobile and severely wounded. He then wiped his hands with his handkerchief and handed it to the person behind him before taking off his leather apron. "I don't think I know your name. I'm just an insignificant nameless man. My name is not important. I do my job, and I get paid. But I think you should know about my employer. He is supposed to do business with someone here tonight. My job is to make sure that the transaction proceeds without any hiccups," Jong-hung said. "Oh, Mr. Jonathan, I like him. Is he in the car behind you? If only he got down earlier, I don't think such a regrettable tragedy would have happened. My employer hopes to see your sincerity when he gets off the car. Do not take advantage of my good nature, my child. This is not how business is supposed to be done." The old man was shaking his head. "We haven't even laid our eyes on the goods, and you want us to show you the money first. That doesn't make sense at all. Am I right?" Jong-hung tapped on the tattooed man's cheek with the back of a knife. "Mr. Jonathan has done business with others, and they usually don't use people like him as a welcome." The people behind the old man were ready to draw their weapons. However, they were stopped by their boss. "Interesting, it's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. But I often encounter people like him," Jong-hung snapped, planting the tattooed man's head on the table harder. The tip of the knife had been dangling in front of the tattooed man's face for a while. He was so afraid that he peed himself. A slight frown appeared on the old man's forehead when he saw the cowardice of his man. Immediately, he stopped talking and turned to the man behind him. "Get the money out." Jong-hung finally let go of his palm when he heard the words. He then put the knife back on the table. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He wasn't surprised when Jong-hung defeated all 4 of his men in one go, but when Jong-hung took a step back, he felt like he could never truly figure him out. He then coughed, "Well, when are you guys going to stop embarrassing me?" After what the old man said, the few men lying on the ground mustered their final straw of strength to stand up. They limped to the slaughterhouse with their heads hung low. "Wait," Jong-hung said, pointing to the guy who was stabbed in the wrist before. "He has to be sent to the hospital quickly. This little injury is nothing to me. I won't make a fuss like a woman. I will just wrap it with something later," the man replied with the pride of a fighter burning in his heart. His tough guy statement had also won the approval of his companions. "I hope you will not regret what you said tonight the day you realize you can no longer hold a folk," Jong-hung said indifferently. Never one to be nosy, he would not repeat the same thing 3 times. Everyone was responsible for the choices that they made, whether it was the chemistry teacher or an Albanian kid who was trying to prove that he was a real man. Defeated, the old man's goons finally brought out a leather bag. Jongheng then signaled the chemistry teacher in the car to come out, who then took 2 deep breaths before opening the car door. Just as he got out of the car, he tripped on the scuff plate. He managed to stabilize himself quickly and walked over with the carton in his arms. "Jonathan, I thought that there is a good level of trust between us. It would be best if you weren't so wary of me. I can't believe that you hired someone to protect you. Don't you trust me?" The teacher grabbed onto the leather bag with an embarrassed expression on his face. He opened his mouth and tried to explain to the old man, but no words left it when he remembered what Jongheng told him. "Count it," Jongheng said. The teacher nodded and quickly counted the cash in the leather bag. "All good," he nodded vigorously. Just as agreed, the old man raised his eyebrows. "Can we inspect the goods then?" The teacher finally handed the cardboard box to the old man. The old man wasn't idle when he inspected the goods. He constantly glanced at Jongheng, but he did not speak again. Not until his men came back and said something to him. The teacher became very nervous suddenly. "I've checked the things that I made, and the quality is excellent. I'm pretty sure it exceeds your standards." Relax, there is nothing wrong with the goods. "I am very satisfied with them," the old man reassured. His words allowed the edgy teacher to let out a sigh of relief, but in a split second, the old man suddenly changed his words. "Then, it's time to talk about compensation." "Compensation? What compensation?" The teacher's heart skipped a beat. "Your man hurt my man. Are you planning to leave this place just like that?" The old man smiled. "I am a reasonable person, but the people above me are not as kind as me. You know, we are a complicated, big family. So, we must consider all of the aspects when doing things." The chemistry teacher was a little overwhelmed when he heard what the old man said. He stood there with his mind blank while holding the paper bag. At that moment, he began cursing in his heart on how Jongheng had overdone it. If only the young man hadn't kicked up a fuss unprovoked, they should have all returned to their cars safely by now. Jongheng, however, was utterly unfazed. He knew very well that if he had not hurt those thugs, the old man would have never them as politely as he did. Jongheng then asked the old man in front of him, "What do you want?" Unexpectedly, the old man's target wasn't the chemistry teacher but him. "As compensation, how about you work for me for a month?" The old man directly spoke in Jongheng's direction. "That's impossible," Jongheng refused without hesitation. "I have no interest in getting involved in trouble." "But you are already in trouble now." "Who can cause me trouble?" "You?" Just as Jongheng was done talking, the subordinates behind the old man pulled out their guns from their waists suddenly. What they did not expect was Jongheng reacted faster than them. Then, right before they could aim, a Beretta 92F was pointed at the old man. The crisis had caused the chemistry teacher's heart to sink to the bottom of the ocean. He did not expect that the crowd that acted so politely a second ago would go against them the next second. "It's useless. Like I said, we are one big family," the old man smirked. Looking as calm as a dove even with a gun pointed to his head, he went on, "A big family means everyone can be sacrificed. If you kill me, someone will soon take my place. Not only will you die, but your companions in the car won't escape us as well. Some of our stores happen to be short of staff recently. I believe she can help us to solve this problem." "Is that so?" "Then, I will kill him." Jongheng turned his gun to the stunned teacher. "If I kill the hen that lays golden eggs for your family, I'm not sure what the other members would think." Chapter 412. Of Midnight Chats and Black Tea. Thank you so much for helping me." The chemistry teacher wouldn't stop thanking the two under the bridge. As per the agreement, he took a wad of money from the leather bag and handed it to Jongheng. Obviously relieved and satisfied, he looked forward to another encounter in the future. "Any chance of employing your help again for the next transaction?" Jongheng looked toward Little Boy in the back row, raising his eyebrows as a gesture. Little Boy pondered for a while before speaking. "Call this number. Whether someone answers or not, hang up immediately after hearing the dialing tone. Call again in half an hour. Don't anything unnecessary. Don't reveal your identity. This spot will be our meeting place, and all you need to say is the time to meet. Okay, repeated the teacher. He then stuffed the leather bag into the innermost part of his jacket. Good luck to you, said Jonghang as he started up the car. The silhouette of the chemistry teacher grew smaller in the rearview mirror until he completely disappeared in the darkness. I'm in luck today. I just made €4,000 in one night, Jonghang said. He drew 10 €200 banknotes from the stack of cash and passed it to Little Boy. Little Boy frowned when she saw how much she'd been given. You don't owe me that much, she said. This is not what I owe you, but your share of the reward for the work we completed together. I don't want it. You did it all yourself. I didn't even get off the car, Little Boy said. The knowledge that you shared about using modern information systems to track someone down is definitely worth this much. But I'm starting to regret. Why? Because you don't seem like a good person, after all. Why were you so good at dealing with those Albanians? Is there no fear in your heart? How did you bring down for people all by yourself? Where did the gun come from? How did you know that they would let us go by threatening them with Jonathan? Have you done something similar before? Did you really lose your ID, or is it really because you are a wanted man? It seems that you have lots of questions about me. If I can't give you a satisfactory explanation, what would you do? Call the police, or just ask me to stay away from you. Little Boy snorted, if I make you stay away, you'd just join the Albanians and become a real criminal. Don't even think about it. I'd prefer to keep my eye on you. Yes. Jonghang took out another €1,000 from the €2,000 stack. This is for this month's rental and whatever I owe you. Little Boy willingly took the money this time. There are still food expenses, and I will come up with a number at the end of the month, she didn't forget to add. Okay. After returning the car at the parking lot, Jonghang rode the bus home with Little Boy. However, it started to rain halfway, and both of them did not have an umbrella. Cold and drenched, it was almost midnight when they finally returned home. They took turns to shower and changed into a clean set of clothes. The cold rain and warm shower seemed to have awakened the two, and since nobody was sleepy, Little Boy went ahead to prepare a pot of black tea. Want a cup of tea? She asked Jonghang. And how much would that cost me? Do I look that miserly to you? I don't know, are you? Little Boy rolled her eyes as she passed the cup of black tea to Jonghang. Sorry, the time I spent with you was not too long, I haven't had time to get to know you. As the tea cooled down a little, Jonghang took a sip. It was bland and unremarkable, where its sweetness after the bitterness wasn't very prominent. It tasted like something from the budget bin of the supermarket. Little Boy poured herself another cup of tea, took a cushion, and put it under the window. After that, she took her slippers off and sat down with her legs crossed, rubbing baby Krark with one hand while holding the teacup in the other. She let out a satisfied sigh after taking a sip of the warm brew. The rain pattered the glass with a pleasant ticking, and streams of rainwater flowed down the window, carving along with it a network of estuaries and arteries. The two didn't speak for a long while, sipping on their tea while enjoying the hypnotizing rain in silence. Jonghang's voice suddenly pierced the surroundings. You persuaded Jonathan to give up and accept reality. Why don't you accept it yourself? Who? You said that you're fighting an unwinnable battle. So, why fight? Little Boy squinted. Why should I answer your question? She asked. She shifted a little, changed her sitting position, and stretched her legs twice. Anyway, I'm always available. Huh? Don't try to extract information from me. The 01 has trained me well in this area. I got A+ for this skill. Why don't you answer me first? Why did you spy for Black Nest? Because they look more like the winners at the end of it all. Jonghang replied. Yeah, if you only work for the winner, you can never lose. Hence, that logic of smart people, Little Boy sneered, but do you know the problem with smart people? They are sometimes too smart for their own good. Forget it. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. You can try to make up for your parallel universe story. I almost forgot what the world was like 12 years ago. Come on, let's see how many memories you can bring back to me. It's actually not much different from the way it is now. You know, it's still a cesspool, and people are still incredibly selfish. Compared to real problems with politics and the economy, everyone cares more about their wallets than anything else. Some brave souls took to the internet to speak up for the weak and to uphold justice. That's all. On the contrary, you have changed a lot after 12 years. Really, what's changed? At that time, you lived up to your reputation as a tomboy. You were very uptight, and you couldn't stop trying to prove yourself. I simply can't imagine how you lived your life. HMPH, little boy grunted and took another sip of her tea. But I'm glad that you haven't changed much. You still hide your kindness and sense of justice under all that coldness. You do know that even if you say nice things about me, I won't lower your rent, right? Little boy said sternly. You brought me black tea. I had to do something nice for you too. Well, you didn't pass the test. Your story is filled with loopholes. I can't bear hearing any more of your high tales. Little boy paused, put her empty teacup on the window sill. She picked up baby Crack and laid it on her lap. I guess I can tell you that you had a lot of dreams as a kid, and you were ambitious. Then as a teenager, you felt like the master of the world. Whenever you saw something wrong, you would want to fix it, to fit all the blocks into their right places again. You were compelled to clean up the dust on the table. At that time, you really wanted to make the world a better place. When you got older, however, you found that it wasn't what you thought it was, and people really didn't care about right or wrong. The adult world only cared about benefits and profits. You could see the injustice and saw how badly everything needed to be corrected, but everyone remained silent. Nobody resisted, with everyone convincing themselves that this is what the world is like. They were like sheep, blindly following the rules, and enduring injustice just because the cost of change was simply too great. You thought I can't do it alone, and my voice is too small, and that's why at times, the world seems to be a whole big ball of a black comedy. I mean, I understand how the world works. I understand that everything is about profit, but it certainly doesn't mean that right and wrong do not exist outside it. What is right, and what is wrong will remain wrong. This is not philosophical relational dialectics. I think Black Nest made a mistake. I have to admit that they may be the winners in the end, but unfortunately, victory does not mean justice. I know what they're doing is wrong, and as long as I can, I will continue to fight. 01 will continue to fight, even if no one is on our side, little boy proclaimed with an unwavering and resolute tone. Chapter 413. I'm honored. In all fairness, life in this parallel quest was a relatively easy one for Jong-Hung, perhaps second only to that time he spent in Legoland. During the day, little boy would work at the pizza shop, while he would be at home cuddling the cat and learning theoretical knowledge independently. Whenever he came across something he did not understand, he would jot them down and ask little boy when she returned from work. Then, when evening came, it was his turn to work. The chemistry teacher and the Albanians had dealings about once every 2 weeks. On top of that, Jong-Hung would also ask Fox for other jobs. Despite Jong-Hung's efforts to keep a low profile, his fame grew in the underworld thanks to his perfect record of guiding successful transactions time and time again. It was also during this period that he participated in an underground drag race, winning himself a sports car. His opponent happened to be the rich kid who flirted with little boy the other time. His attempts at wooing girls had probably gone so well that he had never been rejected before. So, instead of giving up, he kept thinking about little boy despite being scolded by her. Then about a month and a half after that, he ran into little boy and Jong-Hung again. He challenged Jong-Hung to a race. Should he win, Jong-Hung would have to leave little boy, but if Jong-Hung won, he would obtain his car for the keeping. It was a very romantic and masculine thing to do, except for the part where he lost his sports car when the race was over. This act of love was one close to perfection. The rich kid did not understand how he could have possibly lost. he had one of the best performing cars, and he was also a celebrity in the underground racing circle. Even if he wasn't the best of the best street racer, he was definitely above an ordinary driver. Moreover, Jong-hung was driving a Talbot, a bread and butter everyday runner that could be seen everywhere on the street. He should have never have lost. If the race had been on the open road, the chances of Jong-hung beating the rich kid were slim, considering how different the specs of the cars were. Thanks to TOS, street racing teams were forced to compete in the parking lot to avoid being caught on surveillance cameras. The location was practically tailor-made for drifting. The rich boy's inferior driving skills weren't something that could be made up for with horsepower, which was why he did not only lose but was completely obliterated. As Jong-hung grew familiar with the positions of the surveillance cameras and communication tracking devices in the city, Little Boy wasn't going to waste time chaperoning Jong-hung at work. After being with him on several occasions, she finally understood that even if Jong-hung were to be locked up in a cage with a group of the worst criminals, the only person to survive in the end would be him. So, instead of worrying about his safety, it was simply better to be praying for his opponent. Because he lacked any identification whatsoever, Little Boy had no idea how old Jong-hung really was, but from his appearance, he was probably a few years younger than her. Yet, when he stood face to face with those gangsters, it was difficult to distinguish who was older based on their looks alone. And as his reputation grew, Jong-hung was even invited to act as an arbitrator to mediate conflicts that had broken out between several gangs. After about 3 months, however, the chemistry teacher suddenly stopped calling Little Boy's number. Worried that something might have happened to him, Little Boy searched the address of his daughter's hospital and found that the treatments had been paid 2 months in advance, and the teacher had just visited his daughter in the ward yesterday. "What do you think?" Little Boy asked Jong-hung, who messing with Lego bricks on the couch. "What do you mean by what do I think? Why did he stop hiring you as his bodyguard?" "Oh, that, after so many transactions, he probably feels that he has already established a stable partnership with the Albanians. On top of that, my fees happen to be very expensive, so, he kicked you out." "Most probably. But it doesn't matter. I have other jobs," Jong-hung answered, inserting the last brick onto the Empire State Building before removing his blindfold. He checked the time to see how much his Lego assembly skills had improved. What's going to happen next? There is a high probability that the Albanians will detain him, probably for a month. It won't be life-threatening, though. They will just make him churn wealth out for them day and night. But to let him work in ease, they wouldn't touch his daughter. In fact, they'll continue footing her medical bills. If he is smart enough, he best keep the manufacturing process close to the chest. What if he's not? "Only hens that lay eggs are valuable," Jong-hung answered. "I've warned him before, that the Albanians didn't touch him only because I was there. Unfortunately, it seems he didn't listen. He might have even believed that I said that so that I could continue sucking out easy money from him. Especially since he's become even more familiar with the Albanians, he probably thinks they regard him as a friend. But people like that don't have the word friend in their dictionaries. Can't you reduce your fee a little and continue to work with him?" Little Boy's brows furrowed. "You probably don't know the rate I'm charging him now," Jong-hung said. "I'm already giving him the friends and family rate." Little Boy took out 2 oranges from the fridge and threw one to Jong-hung. "I don't know why, but I keep feeling like you need a good beating," she lamented. Jong-hung caught the fruit. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices, especially those who live in the underworld. I'm not his babysitter. I can't protect him for the rest of my life. Initially, my job was only to chauffeur him to the business deal. Giving suggestions should be considered an additional service. Even so, ordinary people can't possibly learn so quickly. I beg to differ. I knew a girl. She learned the ropes so quickly she even surpassed my expectations. Jong-hung paused for a moment and thought about that black market merchant who came to the island empty-handed but eventually became the biggest trade leader in Nassau. He did play a role in providing guidance, but at the end of the day, Karina's achievements were due to her own efforts. That woman possessed a force that did not match her looks, and to others and herself, she was born for this kind of cruel and dark territory. For a brief moment, Jonghung was lost in thought. Everything that happened in the Black Sail quest was now but a distant memory. Although occasionally dreaming of the redhead, she seemed to always disappear along with the beach and seashells at the break of dawn. I decided, little boy said as she peeled the orange in her hand. Her voice snapped Jonghung back into reality. Decided what? To bring you to meet the other members of 01. Didn't you always say that you wanted to learn other internet skills and not just communication? Jonghung raised an eyebrow at her. Aren't you worried that I'm a spy for Black Nest? We need to remain vigilant, but at the same time, we must not lose the courage to trust. Who said that? I did. Why? Little boy asked. After 3 months of observation, I feel that despite your numerous shortcomings, you can be trusted, the little. So tonight, you and I will be joining Oi's routine meeting. What do you think? She continued. I'm honored. Chapter 14. Say hello to my 17-year-old self. 11 months was a long time in the game, but it passed very quickly in real life. In that tiny apartment that had a space of less than 60 square meters, Jonghung had experienced the 4 seasons. He was familiar with its every corner, knowing the position of each piece of furniture, knowing where to store the milk and eggs in the refrigerator, and knowing which cat food baby Krark liked the most. He also knew how the old TV in front of the sofa would shut off automatically when a football match was shown. Jonghung proposed to buy a new television since he made lots of money from Fox. Besides, it was not like he could take the money out of the quest anyway. As a person without identity, he could not spend the money that he earned as he wished. However, little boy rejected the suggestion without any hesitation. The reason was that the newly produced televisions had microcomputers that could connect to the internet. This meant that the KTOS could trace them. Speaking of which, this was the strangest quest that Jonghung had ever participated in. It was supposed to be the future. However, besides learning new skills, he rarely came into contact with electronic products in his daily life. Instead, little boy chose to go far away from her apartment to teach Jonghung how to make use of the new skill that he learned. Therefore, other than watching boring TV shows, old movies, and playing Tetris together, the usual entertainment for the two was the endless small talk. Little boy liked it a lot when it rained. Whenever the sky darkened, she'd prepare drinks. Occasionally, cookies would be baked as well if she had the time. She loved eating cookies while watching the rainfall outside the window. Jonghung had no idea how many cookies little boy had eaten in the same position and the same posture before he arrived. It was similar to the fact that only a handful of people knew how there was still a group of people in this city fighting for justice. Fewer and fewer 01 members remained in the team, where some chose to quit, unable to handle the enormous pressure that came along with it. Some had their enthusiasm erased since they had been fighting for a long time but still failed to glimpse the victory they longed for. People like them would quit silently in the end. Besides pursuing justice and axioms, there were still countless things in their lives that required their concern. Parents, partners, children, friends, these were people in their lives that they needed to spend time with to build better relationships. When dreams began to fade, everyone had to learn how to face reality. At this point, the Black Nest's victory was set in stone. The people around them had become more and more accustomed to the existence of KTOS to the point that they couldn't live without it. Not everyone was as obsessed as little boy in making things right again. With the departure of the original members, coupled with the lack of fresh blood, the demise of 01 now seemed only a matter of time. Perhaps when the veterans like Leah, little boy, and Semi-Prime became older, no one would remember that they ever fought for justice. During this period, Jonghung participated in OIS operations as foreign aid, but even with his abilities, there wasn't much he could do. After over 10 years of crazy expansion, Black Nest was now a behemoth. A complicated relationship of benefiting each other had been formed, where even CTOS creator lost control over it. It was no longer under the control of one or several people. In other words, no one would be able to stop it. However, Jonghung's information technology, internet intrusion and defense, modification of electronic equipment, and anti-tracking skills had all improved to a certain degree. The combination of all these skills turned him into a level 2 geek. It was also his most significant achievement in this parallel quest. There was 1 month left, and this parallel quest was about to come to an end. It was finally time to say goodbye to Little Boy. "Are you leaving?" Little Boy leaned against the kitchen counter, holding a cup of coffee. "Yes, thank you for taking me in and for teaching me so many things. It's almost time for me to return to my parallel universe," Jong-hung said. He had already bought a suitcase and everything he needed from the department store. "How long till you leave?" "In less than a month, but I have some things to do before I leave," Jong-hung said. He planned to spend his remaining time traveling to Grenoble, intending to explore the ski resort in advance and improve on the Leah rescue plan. On top of that, he would also sneak into Black Nest to learn more about them. Of course, considering the risks of infiltrating Black Nest, he allotted this operation to be done at the end of his trip. "You said Edward was still alive when you came, and Black Nest hadn't killed him yet. Although I still don't believe your parallel universe nonsense, if 01 hypothetically stopped TOS 13 years ago, what will happen to my world?" "I don't know," Jong-hung said. "I only traveled back to the past before this, but never to the future. This is my first time, but," Jong-hung paused, "but I guess, whether I succeed or not, we probably won't meet again." This parallel quest was based on a future unaffected by players from the real world. In other words, even after this round was over, Jong-hung had no right to play an extra round. It meant he would never see the future Little Boy again. Hence, Jong-hung wondered what the point of his 11-month stay was. Was it all an illusion? But he remembered everything clearly. The 29-year-old Little Boy standing before him at the moment was so real. Every frown and move from Little Girl told him that this was an authentic experience. "I understand," Little Boy took a sip of coffee, expressions unchanged. "Go to bed early after you are done packing. You will be on the road early tomorrow." "Okay." Little Boy seemed calmer than Jong-hung had imagined. She even calculated tomorrow's breakfast expenses in advance and settled the rent, water, and electricity with Jong-hung. The weather report on the TV forecasted heavy rain in the city after midnight, reminding the public to close the doors and windows. Leaving Jong-hung undisturbed, Little Boy did not sit under the window and listen to the rain as usual. After the two bid each other good night, Little Boy returned to her bedroom. The living room was filled with darkness once again. Jong-hung divided half of the money he had made during this period and placed it under Baby Krark's bed. After that, he got onto the couch and closed his eyes. As he slept, he vaguely felt something warm climbing on him, softly settling on his hips. He thought it was Baby Krark, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Little Boy's face. Her pajamas were undone, and she began riding him while covering his mouth with her hand. "Shush, say hello to my 17-year-old self," Little Boy whispered as she bent down. The torrential downpour came as promised. The wind made the leaves rustle, casting with it shadows of trees shaking in the gusts. The storm caused the signboard of the convenience store opposite of their apartment to be blown away, its blue light piercing the night and disappearing into the darkness. The whole world seemed as if it was about to be devoured by a massive flood. Chapter 15. You choose first. It was morning, and Jong-hung had breakfast at the hotel with the rest of the 01. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Little Boy asked as she picked up a plate. "Nothing," Jong-hung answered, averting his gaze. Despite having similar faces and precisely the same childhood, the little boy in front of him right now and the 12 years older little boy whom he had lived with for the past few months were not the same people. What determined a person's identity wasn't DNA or other biological characteristics, but experiences and memories. Up until now, Jong-hung was still uncertain as to what happened to Little Boy in the 12 years. Other than that same rockhead stubbornness, there was an unmistakable look of exhaustion in her eyes. Nevertheless, despite the same soul, Jong-hung knew that the woman who leaned against the window listening to the rain pattering had disappeared entirely from his world, just like the storm that night. The group of 6 parted ways in the parking lot, and Jong-hung stopped to buy a few bottles of black tea from the vending machine next door to drink on the road. 2 hours later, the remaining 3 drove a rented car to the ski resort. Philip parked in the open-air parking lot, opened the door, and took in a deep breath of the frigid but fresh mountain air of the Alps. On the other side of the car, Jong-Hung and Ponytail were already on the snow, their boots crunching loudly on the ice. Since it was the peak season, the ski resort was swarming with tourists. Most of them were residents from Grenoble and other neighboring towns. There were also a handful of foreigners, so Jong-Hung's presence did not attract too much attention. "Have you been here before?" Ponytail asked. Philip. "Nah, you know me, never one for physical sports. Esports is an exception, of course. What about you?" "My wife and I came to this place when we were on our honeymoon. We only stopped by a bar on the mountainside for a couple of beers, and we didn't ski." "Man, that was a long time ago." Ponytail sighed and looked up at the snow. "It looks like we have a lot of work to do." The ski resort southeast of Grenoble was built on a considerably vast area. The ski trails on the mountain alone were more than 300 kilometers long, ranging from simple to professional trails. On top of that, a never-ending stream of tourists continuously poured into the area. The good news was that if Black Nest followed Leah here, it would be virtually impossible for them to screen every single person. Also, in the case of an emergency, they would not respond as quickly as they did in an urban area. That was half of Jong-Hung's plan completed. On the other hand, it also meant long and tedious preparation work. "Should we ask the others to delay the operation?" Philip asked. "I'm afraid the situation might change for Edward. After all, most of Black Nest's resources have gone into locating him. I don't know how long he'll last. The faster we do what we need to do here, the better," said the Ponytail man. "Don't worry, I've already got a rough plan, and all it needs is a little refining. If all goes well, the preparation should be completed in 2 days. Best have little boy bring Leah to the ski resort as soon as possible," said Jong-Hung, "so that Black Nest won't have enough time to develop a complete surveillance plan." Ponytail and Philip looked at each other, stunned. "You took only one look at the mountain, and you already have a plan." "That's because this isn't my first time here." Jong-Hung took out his phone. "Now, we can start allocating the work." He dialed the number of the man with piercings. About 7 seconds later, Piercings answered in a hushed voice, "Hey, unless it's an emergency, I'll call you back in half an hour." Before Jong-Hung could reply, the man hung up. About 25 minutes later, he called again. This time, he spoke in a normal tone. "What is it? Are you busy?" Since that night, the police had been on a lookout for me. I can't go back to where I stayed. My bags and luggage are all there, and I now have less than €400 on me. On top of that, I don't speak French. When you called me earlier, I was spotted by some police officers on patrol. I've only just escaped," he complained. "What about you? Your face got captured by the surveillance camera that night when we were in the bar, right? I have some very talented technical support. They changed my identity in the database of the hotel I checked into," Jong-Hung grinned. Piercing started sobbing. If only his technical support hadn't died so soon, he wouldn't have had to suffer like this, doing everything solo with a serious language barrier to add. "If you can't stay in the city anymore, how about getting out of it?" "Get out? I still have to figure out how to get Leah away from those Black Nest goons." "Yes, as previously agreed, we will act separately. Each of us will be responsible for a part of the work. You can choose first. Tell me about your plan first. Give me a mailing address, and I'll send you an encrypted email." 15 minutes later, Piercings typed in the code, anxious and excited. He opened the email Jong-Hung sent him and scrolled to the bottom of the page. All of a sudden, he became overwhelmingly outraged. He dialed Jong-Hung's number and practically shouted, "You're setting me up. You want to use me as bait. Well, if that's how you feel about it, you can take the other job." "Leave the baiting to me then," Jong-Hung said calmly. "The other one needs a full team, and the core requirements are too ridiculous. No one can do it." "Oh, there is, and I can. Then you're not actually giving me a choice at all. Piercing snapped. Back in the bar, he thought that Jong-hung must be a kind person since he promised to let him make the first choice. I'm sorry. This is the most suitable plan I can think of. And frankly, my job is even more dangerous, said Jong-hung. That Piercings couldn't deny. Although he might have to play the role of bait in this plan, Jong-hung's job, which included coming face to face with Black Nest, was actually a lot riskier. So, after a moment of silence, Piercings asked, "Are you confident we'll be able to get Leah away from Black Nest?" 80% certain, Jong-hung answered. "If all fails, we'll go directly to Edward." "Oh, don't bullshit me. If we can't save Leah, we will never know where Edward is," Piercing sneered, "but since I don't have a better idea, we'll give your plan a try." Chapter 16. Decoy. Leah could vaguely recall the last time she went skiing. It was a good 8 years ago or so. She was still in junior high then. The whole family had gone to the ski resort together, and in the end, they almost left her behind in the bathroom. It was already dark, the staff had already gone home, and there was no one around. It surely wasn't a very happy memory at all. However, when Adele told her that she wanted to go skiing, Leah agreed right away. There was nothing she could do to stop herself from saying yes. It happened to be really difficult to refuse a real cute girl's request. Especially when she had just come out of the shower, with droplets of water still clinging on her wet skin. And that was how Leah ended up here in the reception hall of the ski resort with Adele. The two had already changed into their ski suits. Armed with thick gloves and sunglasses, they rented skis and poles and helped each other put on their helmets. What the couple did not know was that not far behind them, 2 teams were disguised as tourists. There were 12 in total, monitoring them from among the crowd. "Nothing unusual yet," reported one of them after looking around. Right now, Vincent and the 3rd team were disguised as a documentary filming team, camping out at the mountainside's observation point, and setting up high-powered telescopes. A female technician monitored Leah's mobile phone. Vincent responded, "Keep your eyes on the target. Keep her within 30 meters. Next to him, his assistant, a young man chewing gum, commented disapprovingly, "Is this even necessary? We've checked all the guests at the hotel and didn't find anyone suspicious. Also, we've been monitoring Leah, and no one has contacted her. It was entirely her decision to come to the ski resort. She and that little girlfriend of hers, what's her name? Adele, I've got to admit, she's pretty hot. Speaking of which, can you send me a copy of last night's video? I'd like to review it again." The young man rubbed his hands gleefully. Vincent stared at his assistant from the corner of his eye. "It's always better to be safe than sorry. This is the main reason why I've been able to survive so many battles. We've combed through the entire city but still couldn't find the 2 guys at the bar that night. They seem to have just vanished. They've either given up or are preparing something even more dangerous. Our focus has always been on the urban area, especially the places Leah frequents, but here, we've rarely been here. Due to limited workforce, and the fact that we still need to keep an eye on Leah, we weren't able to do much in terms of preparation though we had 2 days to prepare. Do you think they plan to grab Leah here? This would be their best chance. Then why did we still allow her to come here? Why didn't we just coin something up like a car crash or something to make her stay? Wouldn't that be less risky? Don't you know that mosquitoes, the pesky little things they are, can't actually cause you any real danger? That said, they constantly buzz in your ears, and it's very annoying. So the best way to deal with it is to find the best window of opportunity and kill it. This is their chance to act, but it is also ours as well." Vincent waved his hand, and an unassuming camera was brought to him. "You're a blabbermouth, yet I still put you in my team. Do you know why?" "Who?" "Give it a try." The young man put his eyes to the viewfinder, looking uncertain. After a while, he gasped, "Oh, military scopes. Your favorite TAC-50 sniper rifle is camouflaged as a camera so we won't frighten away the tourists. I remember your longest sniping range was 3 kilometers. 3,659 meters, to be precise, the young man grinned, flashing 2 rows of pearly whites. Unfortunately, it couldn't be made public. Otherwise, I would have been dubbed the world's #1 sniper. I hope you're half as good as you claim to be, Vincent said. Anyway, your assignment is simple. If the 2 men from the bar show up, kill them. Wow, simple and straightforward. I like it. Leah and Adele finally had all their equipment and protective gear ready and were now lining up for the cable car. From here, the cable car would take them directly to the mountainside or the peak of the mountain. The beginner and intermediate slopes were located halfway up, whereas the summit was reserved for the advanced and extreme ski trails. With the assistance of a resort employee, the couple got onto a cable car. Adele went first, followed by Leah, who needed some help from the staff. It was then that Leah noticed something strange. When the employee with the piercings helped her get into the capsule, he slipped a piece of paper into her palm and whispered something in her ear. When Leah turned to look at him, he winked. The technician monitoring Leah's phone took off his headset and ran to Vincent. Something happened. Someone's blocked the cell phone signal, he exclaimed urgently. At precisely the same moment, the person in charge of looking out for suspicious individuals shouted, "It's the guy who jumped off the bridge." Without any warning, the young man who was playing dead on the chair jumped out of his seat, tossed away the hot water bag in his hands, and exclaimed, "It's here! It's here! It's finally my turn!" He ran to the disguised TAC-50 camera, and as soon as his fingers found the trigger, his entire demeanor changed. He no longer looked weak and hungry but transformed into a formidable killing machine with a weapon to match. But almost immediately, his brows furrowed. How cunning! He keeps going to crowded places. Do we need to intercept the target? Someone asked through the radio. Vincent thought about it for a moment before answering. Let's split up, he said, the rest of you continue following Leah. Make sure at least 2 pairs of eyes on her at all times. Is this a decoy? The young man pushed another stick of gum into his mouth. In that case, let's swallow the bait. Piercings knew that his cover was blown the moment he used the shielding device to block the boy's mobile phone. After running for a while, he saw the people who had taken his bait tailing him. The plan was going well so far, and all he had to do now was to lure this group into a game of cat and mouse, shake them loose, and his task would be complete. Considering the current distance between him and his pursuers, it did not seem too difficult a task, but for some reason, he felt an ominous premonition deep down inside of him. Chapter 17. Off-track skiing path. Piercings was already very close to the vehicle's parking spot. However, fewer visitors available for cover at a time like this. Unfortunately, the enemies realized the consequences of shooting at a ski resort, which was why the enemies didn't draw their guns. Hence, Piercings became a little careless after running away from his enemies for a while. Seconds later, a bullet from nowhere whizzed past his scalp and hit a sign that not far away from him. He was so scared that cold sweat started pouring out of his forehead. Ah, I missed the target. The young man was disappointed by his aim. At the same time, he did not forget to find an excuse for the mistake that he made, complaining to Vincent. Your camera shell is kind of heavy. I won't miss my target again, he lamented. However, when he readjusted his sights, he could no longer find the target. Piercings had experience fighting in an open space. After knowing that he almost met the Grim Reaper, he immediately knew that a sniper was targeting him nearby. Without any hesitation, he quickly dropped on the ground and rolled behind a snowdrift next to him. However, the threat was still present. He knew that the sniper was still aiming at him from somewhere. Once he stood up, there would be no dodging the bullet the second time. The worst thing was, he suddenly remembered that there was a team of enemies pursuing him. Only around 200 meters separated Piercings and his enemies. One of them quickly flipped out a police ID to calm the nearby tourists who were still in shock, while the other 5 surrounded the snowdrifts. For Piercings, the situation had just become increasingly unfavorable for him. He was only less than 50 meters away from the vehicle. In a moment like this, however, 50 meters was like a ravine hidden with an insurmountable threat. Just when Piercings thought this was where he would meet his maker, the snowmobile quietly parked on the side of the road, suddenly started up its engine on its own, and rushed toward the snowdrift uncontrolled. Piercings was overjoyed when he saw it. "Thanks," he exclaimed under his breath. Jong Hung's voice came from the headset. "Don't thank me, but thank the magician if you really need to thank someone." He modified the snowmobile. The young man holding the TAC-50 was confused and puzzled when he saw the snowmobile with no one on it rushing out from behind the snowdrift. To avoid being shot by the sniper, Piercing stayed on the other side of the snowmobile. "This is so cunning, right?" "It's not fair," the young man scratched his head. Vincent frowned, but he also knew that it was impossible getting the young man to land an accurate shot from this distance. In fact, he had done all he could to force the target into a dead end. They did not expect that someone could remotely control the snowmobile. Seeing how Piercings was getting further and further away, Vincent finally made up his mind, tell the fourth group that they can attack as well. If they can't catch the guy, they have to kill him. Just as Piercings got away, Leah and Adele also hopped onto the cable car and were now at the mountainside. They were initially supposed to get off here. Without warning, Leah gave Adele's cheek a kiss and asked her to jump off the cable car first. "Sorry, I like sharing my secrets with you, but not this one. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be. If you are willing to trust me, go back by yourself after you have fun." "Don't worry about me," she told Adele. Leah buckled up her seatbelt again. She did not jump down from the cable car, determined to ascend to the peak of the mountain. Vincent realized what was going on. He knew that when his cell phone signal was blocked, Piercings must have said something to Leah, but he did not understand why she trusted him just like that without hesitation. Based on what they know about Leah, she wasn't the kind of person who trusted easily. However, Vincent was no longer willing to take any more risks. Immediately, he ordered the team who followed Leah to capture her when she reached the top of the mountain to avoid any unwanted surprises. In fact, not only Vincent but even Piercings himself and the members of the 01 couldn't figure out what was so special about those ordinary words. Why was Leah willing to believe them and so readily followed the instructions on the note to ascend the mountain? Waldo rummaged through the chat records of Leah and Gaspard, but he could not find the source of that sentence. It was why he expressed his doubts about the feasibility of this plan. However, Jong Hung insisted on using this sentence as proof of identity. The reason was straightforward. This sentence was given to her by herself. It was from Leah 12 years in the future, the person who knew her best in the world. As soon as the cable car arrived at the platform, Leah immediately unfastened her seatbelt and jumped off. She then threw away her mobile phone and other electronic devices as instructed in the note, then rushed out of the station. The enemies were also ready to pursue her. After a while, the cable car stopped in midair and then began to operate backward amidst the crowd that was left in shock. Some of them managed to react to the crisis quickly enough. When they saw that they weren't too high from the ground, they unfastened their seatbelts and jumped off the cable car as well. Unfortunately, those who were at the back didn't have such good luck. At this height, their legs would probably be broken if they jumped down. As they hesitated, the cable car had led them to slide back. Fortunately, 4 out of 6 people from the black nest managed to make a jump. Immediately, Leah ran across the advanced ski trail with her sled and ran toward the extreme ski trail. "That woman is crazy," the young man said while looking through the scope. She was now too far away for him to land a good shot. Even with his extraordinary marksmanship, he couldn't hit the target. So, he just stood still and watched her. No matter which trail she chose, Leah would have to go down the mountain eventually. After a while, what he saw shocked him so much that he forgot to chew the chewing gum in his mouth. Not only had Leah ran over the advanced ski trails, but she also ran past the extreme ski trails, heading directly to a spot where no trails were marked out. Off-track skiing was the most dangerous skiing method. Since there were no preset trails for one to follow, it meant that the terrain's difficulty and unpredictability would be significantly increased. At the same time, obstacles on such trails were way more than the regular routes. One small mistake, and the unsuspecting skier would suffer from fractures, become paralyzed, frostbitten, or even face certain death. This was especially true for beginners like Leah, where choosing to ski off-track between the mountains was equivalent to committing suicide. Leah took a quick look at the woods and the warning signs on the side of the road. She, too, knew the consequences of her dangerous option. She stopped and staggered for a while, but soon, Black Nest's goons had almost caught up to her, and she had no choice but to soldier on. The skis continued accelerating under the influence of gravity. Leah felt increasingly nervous as the wind whooshed by her ears. As she descended the mountain through the thick forest, she repeatedly avoided small shrubs and trees in her way, and barely missing a small tree. Before she had time to catch a breath, though, a big rock appeared in front of her suddenly. Leah desperately attempted to slow down, but it was too late. Seeing that she was about to clash with the rock, the familiar zing of a snowmobile's engine emerged from behind her, its rider picking her up as it zoomed beside the stricken girl. Chapter 18. Escaped. Jong Hung scooped Leah up in one hand, put her in the back seat, and used his other hand to ride the snowmobile. He managed to calmly avoid all the stones as he carved a path through the thick woods. At the same time, he said, "Snowboard." When he said that, Leah understood immediately. "Who are those people that are chasing me?" she asked. "They are from Black Nest. Your brother Edward has key evidence that Black Nest is using Cross to collect data and violate the privacy of citizens. Once the situation deteriorates to a certain extent, they will use you to blackmail your brother." Black Nest? That technology company. Many people around me are using their devices. According to what I heard, they come up with pretty high-quality products. Jong Hung swiftly maneuvered the snowmobile along the unmarked track, dodging trees along his way like he would bullets. Black Nest isn't your regular tech corporation. They have other motives hidden in the dark. In other words, we are in a perilous situation. They will use every means available to them to prevent the disclosure of their secrets. Dangerous? How dangerous? Just now, one of our people responsible for leading the pursuer away was almost sniped by their assassin. Here? At the ski resort? In broad daylight? Yes, and they have a dirty relationship with the police. It means they can get police support whenever they want. Does that mean we are on our own now? Hold on tight, Jong Heng replied, not answering Leah's question this time. He then turned abruptly, and the snowmobile drew an arc. Despite being reminded in advance, Leah was almost thrown off, and she subconsciously reached out to grab Jong Heng's waist. Why stop? Leah's question was automatically answered after a few seconds. The snowmobile had stopped on the edge of the cliff. Initial visual observation confirmed that they were a good 20 meters above the ground below. Jong Heng got off and took out the snowboard that he tucked behind the snowmobile, and quickly put it on the ground. This is as far as the snowmobile goes. There is a way around the cliff, but the forest is simply too dense for the snowmobile to pass through. We'll have to snowboard from now. But I just threw away my snowboard since you asked me to. It doesn't matter, just cling to my back and hug me tightly. Even if you have your board with you, you can't cross this path seeing how bad you are at skiing. That's true. Leah was not as hypocritical as other girls, not hesitating to jump on Jong Heng's back after she heard what he said. Jong Heng paused. You are too fast. I haven't even strapped on my snowboard properly. Oh. Sorry, should I get down then? No need. Jong Heng had properly clamped his ski shoes to the snowboard. Make sure you hold on to me tightly. I can't take care of you when we begin our descent, he said. Okay, Leah nodded. To lose all the extra weight on her, she took off the ski shoes on her feet. As the snowboard started moving, they steadily increased speed, and the sound of wind whooshing past their ears could be soon heard. Jong Heng wasn't too worried about the four enemies behind him. Even if they somehow managed to catch up to him, Jong Heng was confident that he could get rid of them. Hence, he raced against time and risked a safe descent to prevent Black Nest from using the same trail he had carved to get down the mountain. The good news was that piercings had not only led the enemies away from Leah but even the squad that Vincent had placed along the foot of the mountain. That way, even if Vincent realized what was going on, it would be difficult for him to go all the way to the other side of the mountain in the shortest time possible. In fact, Vincent wasn't really too happy right now. He had done everything that he could do, but the other party was always one step ahead of him. Whether it was Piercings who acted as bait or Leah who chose to ski off the beaten path, he had been caught off guard each time his enemies made a move. Such an elaborate plan couldn't have just materialized overnight. The other party had obviously done a great deal of preparation, and they were only waiting for Leah to show up at the ski resort. The two people involved in the operation were also extremely good at what they did, definitely not ordinary folk. This was the worst outcome for Black Nest. It meant an unknown force had interfered in Edward's business, undoubtedly a situation Black Nest hoped not to encounter. "What should I do now?" the young man asked with innocent eyes. "Notify the fourth team, ask them to give up pursuing the target, and intercept Leah instead. At the same time, we will head down the mountain as well," Vincent said. Still, he knew that this was just a temporary solution, and it wasn't going to help much with their plan. It appeared Piercings had led the fourth team to a random ravine. It was now impossible for them to catch up with Vincent. Besides, they were still at the mountainside, and even if they threw away all the equipment, it would still take a considerably long time before they could get to the foot. Vincent regretted the decision he made. The group of people Black Nest assigned to monitor Leah weren't too good at skiing. From the very beginning, he should have never allowed Leah to head to the ski resort and take the risk. It was now too late for any sort of remorse. Now, Vincent needed to think about how to deal with the aftermath of the whole situation. Sure enough, when they finally got to the other side of the mountain, they only saw discarded snowboards. Leah and the snowmobile rider were gone. Then, another piece of bad news came along right after this one. Piercings managed to ditch his pursuers behind him and disappeared in the snow. Not only did Black Nest lose Leah, but they also failed to capture anyone on their list. The mission was a complete failure. Vincent kicked a trash can next to him out of frustration. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, took out his newly purchased phone, and dialed a number. "We lost Leah, yes. We have no options left. Edward has lost control. It's time to implement the cleanup plan to stop him. I'm pretty sure they have professionals helping them. Otherwise, rescuing Leah wouldn't have been so easy. It appears that other parties may be interested in her as well. We need to speed up the plan." "Right, I understand. I won't let this happen again." The young man raised his eyebrows. "Did they call us trash?" he asked. Vincent hung up the call. "No, you have watched too many movies," he said, "but headquarters realized we must be short-staffed and they are sending new people to support us." "Oh, you mean the new people that are going to strip you off of your hold on the operation?" Vincent frowned. "This isn't the time for internal conflict. We must put our prejudice aside, work together, locate Edward as quickly as possible, and neutralize the threat once and for all." Has headquarters finally made up their mind? Vincent turned to look at the young man with sharp eyes. "You seem to share a good relationship with Edward. You are in charge of the safety of his area before. You've also apparently played chess with him before," he replied with a cold tone. "Do you have a problem with executing him? I have always had a clear distinction between work and life. I even killed my brother-in-law back then. He is just an ordinary friend to me. I have no problem with killing him," the young man shrugged, "not to mention that my rankings in chess will improve if I kill Edward. I don't see a reason why I should reject this job." Chapter 419. Joint Operation. "Then, should we introduce ourselves?" Waldo stammered, sounding much less confident he usually did on Facebook and Instagram. This was mainly due to Leah being extremely attractive, even more so than certain female celebrities and hosts whose pictures he used to browse on the internet. In fact, most of the photos the celebrities took in private weren't nearly as good as those posted on the internet. Some even looked like entirely different people. Leah was one of those hailing from the rarer breed. She looked even prettier in person. This was the first time Waldo had ever been in such proximity to such a beautiful girl. He was a nervous wreck. Stretching his hand, he spluttered, My name is Waldo. I'm 24 and single. I like Gundam and Dota too. Oh, and I'm Gasperid's friend too.
Oh?
The two of you know Gasperid. Leah looked at Waldo, eyes wide.
Who?
Waldo nearly choked at her response. He turned to look at Jonghung with a panicked look on his face. Didn't you use Gasperid's identity to get in touch with her? No, I told her we're Edward's friends, Jonghung answered. The whole 01 team was flabbergasted.
Who?
Little Boy cocked her head. Why did she believe you then? She asked. Rocky is a stray puppy that my brother and I picked up. At that time, my mother didn't allow us to keep any pets. So, we found a cardboard box and built a home for him in the yard and brought him food every day. But a week later, Rocky disappeared. We searched everywhere for him but to no avail. He just disappeared so suddenly. We haven't seen him since. This is a secret between my brother and me. No one else knows about it, Leah explained. It all suddenly dawned on Philip. No wonder you told Leo to write down Rocky will be back next week. Wait a minute, he looked at Jonghung. How did you know that? Leah suddenly turned wary. Didn't my brother send you guys?
Who are you?
We are Edward's friends, and he did send us to save you. As for Rocky, I will explain everything to you when this is all over, Jonghung said, not even flinching, although he made a promise that he knew would never be fulfilled. By the time everything ended, all the players, including him, would have to leave the quest. There was no need for him to explain anything. Ponytail had the digital video ready. He said to Leah, "Do you have anything you want to say to your brother? Is this some kind of prank show?" Leah raised her eyebrows. No, we have to send evidence to Edward to prove that we've saved you from Black Nest so that he will reveal the next phase of the operation to us. And what is the next phase of the operation? Leah inquired as she accepted the camcorder. Edward will leak the evidence the press exposing Black Nest's misdeeds by using COS to collect private data from citizens. Then the CTOS project will most probably die under public pressure, or its launching will be put on hold until they can protect the privacy of people effectively. I was asking about my brother.
I
don't know. Philip cast a helpless look at Jonghung. We will protect Edward from Black Nest until the whole thing is made public, Jonghung replied. And then? What happens after that? Leah asked, adamant about getting an answer. Then, there would be no reason for Black Nest to go after your brother. After all, this has nothing to do with personal grievances. Black Nest is only hunting Edward to prevent him from exposing evidence. Once it is out in the open, Black Nest probably wouldn't bother your brother anymore, because if something did happen to him, the public would view Black Nest in an even worse light than before, said Jonghung. Of course, anything can happen, but as long as I'm here, I will keep your brother safe. Leah did not know if she should believe him or not. One last question, if you have to choose between my brother's life and exposing Black Nest, which would you choose? Edward, Jonghung answered without hesitation. Even though exposing Black Nest seemed to be more important, his main mission was to help Edward escape. If Edward died, it would mean nothing to the players who chose this side even if he could expose Black Nest. Of course, Jonghung still supported the idea of exposing the tech company. As he said, once their secrets were leaked, Black Nest would have no reason to continue chasing Edward. After all, they were not a gang but an advocacy group. Advocacy groups were generally sensible and rarely worked themselves up over personal grievances. The 01 guerrillas had also chosen Edward, but their reasoning was simpler: they did not want anyone to sacrifice their lives. Leah rested her chin in her hands and contemplated their words. Waldo and the others waited nervously until she lifted her head. "Why are you all looking at me?" Leah asked. "We're waiting for you to make a decision." "What decision?" "I'm already in your car, and there are so many of you. I can't fight you. What else can I do besides going along with your plan?" Leah said. "What she says makes sense." Waldo shook his head. "No, we're not the bad guys. Whatever it is, we are helping your brother." You have to do this voluntarily. All right, I never said you guys are bad, Leah said. At least you won't be monitoring me 24/7 like those Black Nest people. It's what I loathe the most. When I think about how somebody is constantly scrutinizing every single thing I do or say, I get goosebumps all over. If what you're saying is true, I don't want Toss to go online either. After all of us have secrets we don't want anyone else to know, right? I think she thinks like us hackers. Waldo's eyes brightened. Can we recruit her into the 01 guerrillas? Dream on, buddy. You guys are galaxies apart, little boy answered. Just give up already. There's no hope for you. Ask her if you don't believe me. I'm sorry, but you're not my type. It might be hurtful to hear such harsh words, but I don't want to raise your hopes, then disappoint you later on, said Leah, but you are quite cute. I'm sure you'll have plenty of girls wanting you. Waldo's face turned pink. He did not expect his love to come and go quickly. The whole thing only lasted less than 3 minutes. Leah returned the video recording to Ponytail, and Jonghang handed his mobile phone to her. Take another one. I have a friend who prefers to work alone. He participated in this rescue, so he'll need the video to prove to Edward. So this is a joint operation. Chapter 20. Do you hate the rain? The 01 guerrillas went on a month-and-a-half-long vacation after rescuing Leah. Semiprime sent the video recording in an encrypted email to Edward, but eventually, it came to nothing. Edward never responded. To avoid Black Nest's hounding, the group came to a little town in southwestern France. Waldo had an uncle who lived here. With no heirs, he left the house to his nephew. Waldo had mentioned this before, but no one took him seriously. It all changed when they arrived at the place, amazed by just how massive the house really was. For the guest rooms alone, there were 6 of them. The fine palace could easily accommodate all of them and then some more. There was also a huge courtyard planted with a variety of flowers and plants, complemented by a small sparkling pond at the back. Philip pushed open the windows and admired the picturesque view. Why would you live in your mother's attic when you have a place like this? He asked. That's because there's no one here to cook for me, and there are no takeaway services either, Waldo answered candidly. That's true. I mean, the taxes for houses like this are over the top. I rent it out for half of the year during the peak seasons, but the money is barely enough to pay for the taxes and maintenance. It just makes me want to sell it, Waldo grumbled. Don't be in such a hurry to sell it. I've always wanted to own a place with a view like this, a little piece of heaven I can retire to when I'm old. After I've saved enough money and my daughter's gone to college, you can sell it to me, Ponytail said. I don't know if I can wait until then. There's a whole lot of games on Steam just waiting for me to buy, Waldo answered nonchalantly. Anyway, make yourself at home, but leave the room with the best Wi-Fi signal to me, Waldo said as he threw himself onto the couch and ripped into a bag of chips. This guy is hopeless. The 01 team did a quick cleaning around the house, then Semiprime drove to a supermarket at the town center to stock up on some food and daily necessities. They did not spend much of the money they earned from the casino, only using enough for their expenses and saving the rest for the operation. Initially, the group only planned to stay here for a few days, hoping that Edward would reply within that time. They would then hurry over to rescue him. Nobody would expect that they would be here a lot longer than initially planned. As was his habit, Jonghang did not waste whatever time he had learning electronic control systems from Ponytail. He even had Waldo and Philip teach him how to hack into an account and bypass the network's security defense systems. Jonghang didn't come into contact with either of the 3 men in the Parellel quest. At that time, Ponytail and Edward died, Philip emigrated to Hong Kong, whereas Waldo had taken refuge within Black Nest. It was actually difficult to blame the latter two. Aside from Philip, who had gotten tired of fighting, Waldo also sent 01 a great deal of secret information while working for Black Nest, greatly helping 01 avoid a ton of unwanted trouble. When Black Nest came to know about it, they let the matter slide, seeing how skilled he was and all. However, he was no longer allowed access to classified information and was only allowed to provide technical advice. Including Leah, there were a total of 6 people in the building. If the mission failed, it would be really hard to imagine how drastically different the direction each would take in 12 years. Leah found an old guitar lying about in the yard storage room. It had a missing string, though. She wiped the instrument clean and carried it in her arms. "Is there anything you'd like to hear?" she asked the lot. "I don't know. What about the La Marseillaise?" Waldo suggested. Philip frowned. "Why would anyone want to listen to the national anthem after dinner?" "Because I can't think of anything else, and everyone has heard it before. It's really popular, you know. So, she'll be playing the guitar, and we'll all have to stand upright and put on a solemn face. How about Joe Dassein's Les Champs-Élysées? I'm sure everyone's heard of it too." Leah plucked the strings twice. "It's one of my favorites, and there are only 5 strings left. Just enjoy the music." "All right, enough talk. Let's begin." She cleared her throat and began. "I was walking down the avenue, my heart open to strangers. I wanted to say hello to anyone at all, anyone, maybe you. Whatever it is we would talk about. It was enough just to speak to you, to be close to you, on the Champs-Élysées, on the Champs-Élysées. Whether in the sun or in the rain, at noon or midnight. Everything you could want is on the Champs-Élysées." Leah, having come from a professional music background, also happened to be a talented singer. Coupled with experience as the lead singer of Suffocated to Death, she actually sang a lot better than many famous singers. Her jazzy, melodic voice gave the classic French pop song a very different flavor. If it had not been for her brother's tragic death, she might have perhaps become a famous superstar 12 years later, taking into account her irresistible charm and how stunning she looked. When the song was over, Philip and the others erupted into applause as patrons at La Grenelle Vertwood. Leah did a little curtsy. Thank you, thank you. Your enthusiasm will only cause me to puff up. Ha ha ha. Encore. Encore. Waldo put down the device in his hand, putting his Legend of Zelda he'd been burying his head in for 15 months on hold, a rare occurrence for a guy who was that close to becoming one with the gaming device. All right, Leah accepted the request and began the second song. It, however, did not escape Little Boy's observant eyes that Jong-hung wasn't in the house with the rest of them. A while later, she found him by the lake. The skies had sprouted a drizzle, and it was cold. Little Boy pulled her coat tighter around herself. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Fishing," Jong-hung replied, waving a fishing rod. "Ooh? But it's raining. Do you hate the rain?" "I wouldn't say I hate it, but I don't particularly like it either. It gets so humid when it rains," said Little Boy, frowning at the thought. That's true." Suddenly, the boy that had been bobbing calmly on the water started moving. "Oh, you've baited a fish," Little Boy said. Jong-hung did not react immediately. He waited until the boy completely sank into the water before jerking the rod and reeling in the line. The large fish struggled as he hooked it out of the water. "Too bad it's a carp." "We can't eat that," commented Little Boy. "Who said carps can't be eaten? I'll cook it tomorrow, and you can give it a go." Jong-hung bent down and put the fish in the pail. "Shall we go back?" Little Boy nodded, and the two walked alongside each other on the slightly muddy path. Little Boy kept opening her mouth to speak, but no words would come out. "What is it you want to say? I feel like everyone's too laid back. It's like they're on vacation." Because Edward didn't reply, the whole team is directionless. "It doesn't seem good for us to just kick back like that," Little Boy confessed her worries. "Don't worry. It won't last long," Jong-hung assured her. "The real challenge is about to come." Chapter 21. Address. Little Boy did not expect Jong-hung's prediction to come true so soon. 2 weeks later, just when everyone was beginning to doubt if Edward would ever contact them again, they suddenly received an anonymous email. This email, with nothing written on it, came from a temporary mailbox. The only thing composed in it was an address. Immediately, 01 members gathered in front of the computer. Waldo scratched his head, not knowing what to make out of it. Who sent it, Edward? This is too easy. It might be a trap from Black Nest, Little Boy warned cautiously. Black Nest doesn't know who we are. We didn't expose ourselves except for Luke. Ponytail paused, then explained to Jonghung, on the night you were discovered, Waldo hacked into the airline's computer systems. He's changed our passenger details to prevent Black Nest from finding us. Moreover, this email address that we are using right now isn't the same one Edward used to communicate with us. This is my private email address. We used to correspond using this one, Philip added. So, you are the only two who know this email address? That's not the case. I have a few friends who know it, but they are not the kind to pull pranks. They won't just send me an email with nothing but an address on it without any reason, Philip said. Before Little Boy could say anything, Jonghung chipped in, there is no problem with the address. Well, how do you know the address is okay? Because one of my friends received this address too when I asked him about it. He used a temporary mailbox as well, Jonghung explained. But you cannot rule out that it could be a trap that Black Nest has laid for us. If Edward really sent this, why didn't he contact us with the email address he always used? Little Boy asked rhetorically. Waldo made a wild guess. Because his original mailbox has been exposed. Yes, if Edward's previous mailbox has fallen into the hands of Black Nest, they will know that we have contacted him, and they will likely use this opportunity to set a trap for us, Little Boy analyzed. From a logical point of view, her inference was indeed very reasonable, but for Jonghung, who had already seen the ending, the address on the email had to be the city where Edward was now hiding in. Jonghung thought for a moment. You are right, but this is the only clue we have in 2 months. We can either go to that address or just sit here and wait. What Jonghung said silenced the 01 team. It would be a perilous but exhilarating journey in helping Edward fight against the formidable and fearsome Black Nest. However, they had spent almost 2 months in a random hamlet, and other than sleeping and eating, they had nothing else to do. Philip was even in the mind to be depressed over a weight gain of 2 pounds. On the other hand, Waldo, who had been lying on the sofa slurping Coke and eating potato chips, hadn't gained an ounce of weight. Philip felt that life was unfair. However, no matter how comfortable it was to live in this town, everyone was getting tired after spending such a long time here. No one knew when or if any new clues would come in if they kept waiting, and even then, they still couldn't get rid of the traps Black Nest set for them. Luke is right. We can't just sit and wait here anymore, Ponytail said. Anyway, we need to investigate the place on the address. Of course, Little Boy's worries are justified. It is imperative that we remain vigilant at all times. We can take the train to Grenade first, and drive to Toulouse after that. If Black Nest has set up a trap for us in Toulouse, they won't be finding us at the airport or the train station. Great, I've always wanted to go to Toulouse, said Leah. Toulouse, the capital of Haute-Garonne in southern France Pyrenees, was the 4th largest city in France. It was known as the City of Roses, not because Toulouse produced a lot of roses but for its large number of pre-war buildings with its iconic brick structures. Toulouse was named after the color of the red bricks that resembled blooming roses. Walking under those red brick walls threw one back in time, giving one a sensation of walking through the tracks of history. Every brick and tile laid here was filled with stories and traces of a time long forgotten. Hence, 01 finally re-embarked on their journey after 2 months of rest. This time, Leah traveled with them as well. With a face caked in a thick layer of thick makeup, she hoped Black Nest's people wouldn't spot her. A wide-brimmed hat and oversized sunglasses that masked half of her face completed the disguise. Would I be mistaken as a celebrity? Leah asked with a chuckle. Jonghang glanced at Leah in the rearview mirror. Can't you buy a smaller pair of shades? I can't help it. I'm afraid the smaller sunglasses will unleash my ravenous beauty, sighed Leah as she stretched lazily, looking as helpless as a kitten. Jonghang understood why Leah would become the leader of 01 12 years later. This girl was friendly. It did not match her almost perfect appearance, but when the two were mixed, she radiated with a pleasant and easygoing warmth that instantly made those around her feel at home. Little Boy, on the other hand, was on the other side of the spectrum. Although she didn't have the typical poster girl gleam of Leah, the features on her face were beautiful. She wasn't one to care about dolling up, and would instead remain inconspicuous by having a pair of headphones on and keeping her head down all day. Besides, she was always dressed like a boy. In Waldo's own words, little boy is like a little boy. I have and will never develop any romantic feelings toward a little boy. Jonghang had seen her sitting alone by the window, munching on cookies on a rainy day. He didn't think little boy was that bad. As he reminisced life in the Parellel quest, little boy suddenly broke his thought. I just checked out the address, and I see nobody suspicious over there, she said. Okay, we will reach the place in about 5 minutes, replied Jonghang. Considering how weak the 01 were when it came to combat, he hoped they would focus on the mission's logistics instead of barging to the front lines and risk their lives. Eventually, Jonghang and Leah were the only ones who headed towards the address given in the email. Little boy paused for a moment. It's strange, she said, the nearby surveillance cameras couldn't find any signs of intrusion. It means nothing is wrong, right? Leah wondered. No, she meant that if it were Edward, he would have done something to the place with his skills, Jonghang explained. In the Parellel quest, 01 had failed to rescue Leah. Therefore, the subsequent plot development was different from the present. In this timeline, Jonghang was unable to figure out what Edward intended to do. Chapter 22. Garden. Jacobin's Abbey was the address on the anonymous email, a place about 10 minutes' walk from the town hall. This Gothic monastery was built by the Dominicans in 1215 and had a history spanning more than 800 years. The entire building was made out of red clay bricks and tiles and was divided into churches, the inner courtyard cloister, and the priest's dining hall. It was also the final resting place of Thomas Aquinas, Catholic's most famous theologian and philosopher. When Jonghang and Leah walked into the church, the first thing that caught their attention was the beams that rose to nearly 30 meters in height. These beams supported the roof of the church, and spreading out into a distinct palm tree at the top. The elongated windows, also supported by the beams, were made up of hand-painted stained glass. When the sun shone through the window and landed on the central bench, it made whoever sit there feel like they were being bathed in a holy and cleansing light. Jonghang looked around and noticed a group of tourists who were also visiting the chapel. He didn't see anybody suspicious, though. Edward did not like to take pictures, but during the Parellel quest, Jonghang managed to get a glance at a 16-year-old Edward from his driver's license. According to Leah, Edward had changed a lot in 10 years, so Jonghang decided to bring her along. Nonetheless, after a tiresome search, Leah failed to spot her brother in the church. The two were now disguised as lovers, where Leah clung to Jonghang's arm lovingly. They posed as tourists who were visiting the 13th century building. She had also given her hair a new coat of silver dye from the blue that it once was. I feel like a spy in a spy movie. Has my brother really become so cautious now? Little boy's worries are actually justifiable. Edward must have used a different email address to contact us because he knows his original email address isn't secure anymore. In other words, Black Nest is getting closer and closer to him, Jonghang said. Considering that his appearance was exposed when he met piercings at the bar, Jonghang had to put some effort into modifying his looks. He was inspired by Fox when they met for the first time, so, to make sure that no one would recognize him, he put on a suit, sprayed on some cologne, and slicked his hair back. Now, he looked more like an elite from the financial industry. In the Parellel quest, Black Nest had found Edward in a nursing home 3 weeks later. Edward replaced a volunteer there. This, however, wasn't his first hiding spot in Toulouse, where he had been constantly on the move to avoid detection. Nobody really knew where Edward's hideouts were before this, and if they failed to meet up with him today, Jonghang could only go to the nursing home in a week to try his luck. However, the plot of the quest had taken a different turn thanks to the participation of a player. This applied not only to the 01 guerrillas but also to Black Nest. It would also prove difficult for Jonghang to explain how he knew Edward's hiding spot, the reason why he was careful not to be rash during the 2 months. These 2 months in the small town was a precious gift granted by the system so players could learn as much as they could about the game. Speeding up this process may not yield any benefits. On the contrary, it had the potential to put the players at great risk. "Would you like to go elsewhere?" Leah asked. The two had been in the church for almost 20 minutes, but they saw nothing that sparked an interest. "Yeah," Zhongheng nodded. Behind the church was a beautiful cloister, a place for the priests to communicate and meditate. 2 sections of the cloister had been destroyed during the war, and it was rebuilt in 1964. In its center was a courtyard, planted with trees and other foliage. The two walked across the red stone pavement searching high and low, and despite their best efforts, they still couldn't find Edward there. In fact, they spent nearly 2 hours in the Jacobin monastery, exploring every single corner of the building. Yet, they failed to find any clues. Left with no other options, the two left the monastery empty-handed. Someone was handing out leaflets at the exit. Leah took one and returned to the car, taking off her hat and oversized sunglasses. "Maybe he's not around today." "It is highly unlikely," Zhongheng frowned. "There's always this one thing I've never been able to understand. Edward's email only stated the location but not the time. This means that we can come here any time we want. And he can't be in the monastery every day since it's guaranteed to attract a lot of unwanted attention. I think we must have missed something there. Let's do this again tomorrow and pay closer attention to our surroundings. Is it possible that whatever my brother left behind is outside the monastery?" Leah instantly asked. "Who? What have you discovered?" "When I was young, my brother and I would play a cryptography game. Texts are compiled and ciphered in Hebrew." "Do you speak Hebrew?" No, but these have very simple key words. We don't care about its meaning. All we did was to compare it with the corresponding French letters, then translate them to get the information we want," Leah explained as she waved the Catholic leaflet in her hand. She pointed to an inconspicuous spot on it. "Here, look," she said. Zhongheng looked closer and saw a sentence written in Hebrew. From the interpretation of typography and context, it seemed to be a passage from the Bible. Leah then attempted to translate it, and she got the word garden. Garden? Could it be the atrium's garden that we saw earlier? Did we overlook anything over there? Leah asked curiously. She grew excited knowing that the mystery was about to be unraveled, just like opening a clue from all those treasure hunts she played when she was a child. Little Boy spoke to them through the communicator again. "I searched the garden in Toulouse just now and found a restaurant, a training ground for boxing, and an elementary school. Is it possible that Edward is hiding in one of those places?" "Pick one," Zhongheng said to Leah. "Restaurant? I happen to be a bit hungry." "Good." Zhongheng pulled open the navigation app on his smartphone, searching for a restaurant named Garden. He knew that it was unlikely that Edward would be there. The restaurant was a popular hotspot, ushering in throngs of diners each day. Such a place was obviously not the ideal spot for a person desperately trying to stay hidden and to avoid getting tracked down. Fortunately, though, the foie gras and sausages were delicious. For Leah, who had been strolling in the monastery for the whole afternoon, it couldn't be better. The food rejuvenated her exhausted body and mind. The sky was turned darker as the two finished up their meal. "There are still the training grounds and elementary school. You can choose this time," said Leah. Chapter 23. Too quick, does it count? The boxing training ground called Garden was located in the old town at a corner that usually went unnoticed. Below it was a store that sold second-hand sporting goods. The shophouse was still in its original brick and tile structure like the other shops in the old town, and the mottled walls looked like it had been there since forever. The neon sign hanging in front of the window wasn't on. They were not sure if the owner turned it off to save electricity, or it was just broken. Fortunately, the lights from the window proved the training ground was still open for business. Zhongheng and Leah walked up the stairs to the second floor of the sports shop, where the unmistakable sound of punching bags got louder. 2 ripped men without shirts were drenched in sweat. There was someone skipping on a rope, and another man lifted dumbbells. On the side, a group of children sat on the ground, paying attention to a teacher of some sort. He was an old man with graying hair and looked like the person in charge of this training ground. The group of what seemed to be 8 or 9-year-olds focused intently on what they were doing, ignoring Jong-hung, who had just entered the grounds. However, Leah's beauty caused the man who was lifting the dumbbells to look at her twice. "My brother is not here," Leah whispered to Jong-hung. Jong-hung nodded. For now, he was not in a hurry. So, he stood there and waited patiently. Out 15 minutes. The grey-haired coach showed the kids a punching routine and let them practice on their own. He then walked towards Jong-hung and Leah. "Can I help you?" The old man gestured politely as he put his hands together. "We are looking for someone," Jong-hung said, "but it seems he's not here." "Then I'm afraid I can't help you." The old man turned around and returned to teach the group of children again. "Wait, are you Catholic?" Jong-hung took out the leaflet he received outside the monastery. The old man grabbed the leaflet and glanced at it. After a while, he returned it to Jong-hung. "Sorry, I don't believe in religion," he replied as he shook his head. "My apologies for the disturbance." Jong-hung put the leaflet back in his pocket and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, one of the muscular guys stopped hitting the punching bag. He pointed at Jong-hung, then pointed to the boxing ring beside him. "He wants to fight you," the old man frowned. "I'm sorry. I haven't done any boxing before," Jong-hung declined politely, then looked to Leah. "Let's go," he went on, wasting no time, and prepared to leave. The ripped man was displeased when he saw this. At that, the old man sighed and spoke again. "He may know where the person you've been looking for is." "Sorry, is he a mute?" "Can't he speak for himself?" said Jong-hung as he turned around to look directly at the ripped man. The ripped man seemed to understand the word mute. His expression changed immediately, and he appeared even more unhappy. He then thumped his chest with his gloved hand, before looking at Jong-hung with a provocative stare. Several other people in the training ground also noticed the tension in the air and stopped what they were doing. "I don't know the rules of boxing very well," Jong-hung said. "It doesn't matter, you can use whatever fighting skills you are good at, or you can even use weapons if you wish to." "Who can lend me a knife?" Jong-hung asked. The folding knife he always used couldn't be brought out of the Parellel quest. "Are you fine with a steak knife?" "Yeah." Jong-hung then borrowed some tape and wrapped it around the knife. After seeing what Jong-hung did, a scornful smile surfaced on the ripped man's face, laughing at the young man as if he was doing something useless. Even if Jong-hung was holding a tang dao, there was no way he would be able to hurt him, let alone a steak knife. "Wait, you will thank me for wrapping the knife with the tape," Jong-hung said. The old man tried to pass Jong-hung some protective gear, to which he only rejected. He took off his suit and handed it over to Leah. After that, he entered the ring with the muscular man. Jong-hung's opponent seemed amused by his sparsely he was equipped. Seeing how his opponent was dressed so lightly in only a shirt and a pair of trousers, the ripped man moved his limbs slightly, too lazy to even put up a proper defensive posture. The muscular man then taunted Jong-hung with a finger, signaling for him to start the fight. However, his pupils contracted in the next moment. He's still thinking about whether to use an uppercut or straight punch and how much strength needed to defeat Jong-hung without killing him when something didn't seem right. Before he managed to throw any punches, he saw Jong-hung move suddenly. The muscular man was in no way weak. He had been an amateur boxer for 3 years and participated in many boxing matches with opponents of varying experience. This was his first time encountering someone with such a swift reflex. While he was still putting up a hooking posture to provoke Jong-hung, the tip of the steak knife in Jong-hung's hand flashed before his eyes. It happened in a split second, and his eyes would have been sliced to oblivion if he had only moved 2 centimeters forward. Nobody expected the battle between Dragon and Tiger to come to an end in less than a second. Jong-hung had moved so quickly that those people around him didn't have the time to be surprised. "Did I move too fast? Does it count?" Jong-hung withdrew his hand. "Why not you try this time?" The muscular man wiped the sweat from the tip of his nose. After Jong-hung's strike, he finally lost his calm and disregard that he had before. He instantly mucked up, becoming more alert as he knew he wasn't dealing with an easy opponent. Despite the odds, he was also confident in his strength, and once he got serious, he knew he still had a good chance to defeat Zhongheng. As the thoughts coursed through his mind, the muscular man finally began to move around. To prevent Zhongheng from attacking him like before, he made sure a good distance separated them. He then carefully tested Zhongheng's rhythm by shaking his shoulders. It was what he would usually do when he faced a powerful enemy. On the other hand, Zhongheng did not respond to what he did. Instead, he just stood quietly in place. After the muscular man tested his opponent for a while, he became embarrassed after seeing Zhongheng's reaction. Every time he made a move, he would imagine a way Zhongheng would counter his attack. He would then come up with a defensive move based on the scenario in mind. As a result, he kept on freaking out like a silly goose for a long time. On the other hand, Zhongheng hadn't made a single move yet. The muscular man realized he could not go on like this. He had to attack. While thinking about this, the muscular man finally took his first step and threw his right fist at Zhongheng. At the same time, Zhongheng made a move as well. He leaned back a little to dodge the punch. Immediately, the muscular man pulled a second punch at Zhongheng. This time he chose to attack his opponent's chest, but Zhongheng still managed to dodge it easily. After the two calculated maneuvers, the muscular man threw away whatever strategies he had in his head and just started punching Zhongheng non-stop with his fists. However unbelievable it may sound, Zhongheng once again dodged the man's hurricane-like attacks.
Who?
A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the old man as he watched the battle. It was his first time witnessing a man with such quick reflexes. Even a professional boxer wouldn't perform on the same level. This was not something that could be achieved by theories alone. It required a lot of practical experience.
Are you done with your attack?
If you are done, I'll take a shot next, Zhongheng finally spoke up after avoiding countless strikes from the muscular man. Chapter 24. Iron Fist. Muscles finally understood what Zhongheng meant when he said he would be grateful for the extra tape. In just half a minute after Zhongheng turned from defense to attack, Muscles was cut so many times he lost count. Later on, he decided to give up attacking and focus on defending himself, but nonetheless, still suffered multiple stab wounds. In Zhongheng's hands, the steak knife was like an elusive ghost. There was no telling where it would land or go next. Though the knife drew no blood since it was covered in tape, there were still plenty of bruises, and boy, did they hurt like hell. In the end, the ripped man was down on one knee, gasping for dear breath. When he saw Zhongheng walking towards him, he quickly raised his arms and shouted in Mandarin, "Stop! I give up." Is. Zhongheng wasn't surprised, knowing who the muscle man really was since he had not spoken a word since the beginning. The fact that he spoke in Mandarin meant he admitted to being a player.
Do you know where Edward is?
Yes, I've been with him for the past 2 months, and I've been taking care of him, Muscles gasped, drawing in deep breaths as he struggled to stand, but that guy is very troublesome, always asking for this and that. He's really difficult.
What should I call you?
Zhongheng offered a hand. I'm called Torres in this quest, but you can call me Iron Fist. Iron Fist shook Zhongheng's hand, but the pain in his body only made him wince. Zhongheng did not ask Iron Fist why he wanted to challenge him. He did not need to since he knew exactly what Iron Fist was thinking. This was a rival faction quest. While players of the same faction would naturally work together, there was a Iron Fist hope to use his skills to win the right to have a say in the partnership later. Instead, he was given a handsome drubbing. Zhongheng compared his opponent to the man with piercings, and he came to a disappointing conclusion. In terms of combat skills, this amateur fighter was no match for the ex-police officer. While you were with Edward, have you ever seen other players? Iron first shook his head. It seems that players won't meet in the earlier stages of the quest. You are the first player to arrive after we sent the email. How many have you sent? Zhongheng asked. Only 2 emails were sent from the monastery's address. But because only Leah could decipher the keyword that Edward left there, he also contacted 3 other people: a reporter from Le Monde, a moderator of an online forum, and a well-known documentary director. Edward selected the last because he considers him the most trustworthy person to expose Black Nest. Iron Fist paused for a second before continuing, but recently our situation hasn't looked too good. Somehow, Black Nest found out that Edward was in Toulouse and sent many of their men after him. They even got a guy named Vincent to be their commander. We had to be very careful. Just 2 weeks ago, a group of unidentified militants raided Edward's residence, but fortunately, we evacuated 5 minutes before they broke in.
What are you guys talking about?
Leah asked. We got lucky. We finally found the one we've been looking for, Jong-Hung answered. An hour later, the whole 01, including Leah and Iron Fist, headed to the hardware store around the corner of the training hall. Jong-Hung had to act as the interpreter for both parties. This is also Mr. Gilm's shop. Oh, Mr. Gilm is the owner of the boxing hall. Back in the day, he was a very famous boxer. He made heaps of money in professional matches and took advantage of the cheap housing prices in Toulouse. He's bought some nice-looking properties, but the training hall remains his favorite.
What is Mr. Gilm's relationship with Edward?
Why would he take such a massive risk by helping you? Little boy asked. We are completely unrelated to Mr. Gilm, but he has a past with Black Nest. His son was a loyal fan of Black Nest and collected all their merchandise. Then, the family was involved in a car accident, where his son was tragically killed. Mr. Gilm believed that the autopilot system supplied by Black Nest was the cause of the unfortunate traffic accident. Then, he sued Black Nest. So, what happened? Black Nest obviously won the lawsuit. They provided piles of data and test results to prove that the autonomous driving system was safe and reliable. But later, Edward found the flaws in the system and sent it to the court anonymously. So, during the second trial, Mr. Gilm won and received handsome compensation. He still hates Black Nest, though, and thanks to that, he is skeptical of all high-tech products. He hopes someone can stop Black Nest from launching the TOS system.
Huh?
Philip smirked and looked at the surveillance camera above them. Don't worry. This model isn't connected to the internet. Edward uses it to monitor the movements out here, Iron Fist explained. The hardware store was already closed for the day, but Iron Fist had the key with him. He unlocked the door and spoke to the camera in English. Edward, we're coming in. After that, he pushed the door open and entered the shop. As he walked in, he turned to Leah. He really cares about you. He's mentioned your name many times before, and what worries him most is Black Nest doing something to you. So, yeah, it's great to see you arrive safely. Jong-Hung did not translate what Iron Fist said this time. His brows knitted together as he looked around the unlit hardware shop. Is there something wrong with Edward's body? He asked. Edward left Garden's address in the clue not only because it's Mr. Gilm's place, but so he can watch the training hall as well. In other words, he should have spotted his sister already. So why hasn't he come downstairs?
Are you suspicious of me?
Iron Fist asked and cocked an eyebrow at Jong-Hung. Instead of explaining further, he immediately walked up to the attic above the top floor and knocked on the door to prove his innocence. Curiously, no sound came from inside. Iron Fist looked taken aback. Could he be sleeping? Slowly, Iron Fist pushed the door open. However, the moment he did that, a red dot appeared on his forehead. Careful! Before Jong-Hung could finish his sentence, Iron Fist's head violently snapped backward, and he collapsed on the ground. A spatter of warm liquid landed on Jong-Hung's collar. Sniper! Take cover, Jong-Hung whispered as he scanned the room. There was a messy desk, a folding bed, and a telescope in front of the window pointed toward the training hall, but the room was empty. Chapter 25. Do me a favor. Fortunately, no one else had entered the attic except for Iron Fist. When Jong-Hung asked everyone to take cover, Leah and the 01 immediately retreated to the stairs. Thankfully, no one else was shot. Zhongheng spent half a minute looking around the house before withdrawing to a spot outside where the enemies couldn't see him from the window. The current situation had become very unfavorable for them. Black Nest had made a grand entrance by brutally pulling a hit on Iron Fist. Zhongheng wondered if this was the same sniper that ambushed them while they were skiing in Grenoble. Piercings once mentioned to Zhongheng that the enemy was uncannily sharp at long-range shots with his sniper rifle. Zhongheng had experienced the Soviet-Finnish War, and under a fair fight, he wasn't afraid of snipers even if the opponent had the terrain advantage. This time, however, time was against him. Now that the sniper was in place, Black Nest's mercenaries shouldn't be too far away. He faced a dilemma, where even if he could eliminate the sniper, there wasn't enough time to do so. As long as the sniper was still alive, he and 01 would never be able to step out of the hardware store. One outcome could result from such a stalemate. Black Nest would soon surround the hardware store and kill them while they were inside. Leah's body trembled slightly. She had just witnessed the death of a living person in front of her, and the shock and confusion in Iron Fist's eyes were fresh in her mind. Still, she was more concerned about her brother's safety, so once she calmed down a little, she approached Zhongheng to ask about the details.
"Where is my brother? Did they kill him?"
"No, if Black Nest killed Edward, they wouldn't be waiting for us here then," Zhongheng said. Taking his chances, he looked around the room for clues as to what condition Edward might be in. No signs of fighting or traces of breaking could be found, a good indication that Edward wasn't attacked. That could only mean one thing. Edward must have left first because he managed to detect the threat beforehand. Hence, it was the only piece of good news that Zhongheng got at this moment, and it also meant that the game didn't end here. Although Edward might have got away by the skin of his teeth, Zhongheng and the 01 weren't so lucky, coincidentally crossing paths with the team tasked to eliminate Edward.
"What should we do?"
Waldo asked nervously as he stuck to the wall like glue. "Is it too late to surrender now?" he asked in a trembling voice. "Judging by what just happened, I don't think they will accept our surrender," Philip smiled bitterly. The people in 01 were the elite of the elites in their respective fields. Of all the things, combat had never been their forte, and they had no way to deal with a group of armed thugs at this moment. Besides praying silently in their hearts, they could only sit and wait for their enemies to kill them. In fact, Black Nest came faster than they thought. A large SUV stopped outside the entrance of the hardware store, and 5 masked men with hoodies jumped out of the car. Without saying anything, they barged into the store, kicking the door down while at it. These people were armed with submachine guns, and weren't to be trifled with. The stance the group carried with them proved they were a special force of some sort, and it was only a matter of time before all hell broke loose. Cree. Nonetheless, when Black Nest's goon stepped into the hardware store, they were presented with the opportunity to enjoy the torture Iron Fist had gone through. Zhongheng pulled the trigger, killing 3 masked men as he charged toward them from the front of the store. One of them raised his weapon and aimed at Little Boy and was about to pull the trigger when Zhongheng sent him off to hell with his 2 other companions as well. The remaining 2 assailants did not expect such a skilled fighter to be concealed within the store. Seeing that the situation had gone south, they attempted to escape. Zhongheng, however, had no intention of allowing them to do so. He shot them from the back and extinguished their lives. The dust soon settled, and dead were strewn everywhere. Zhongheng's retaliation had caught 01 completely off guard and they were left in a stunned, petrified state. They all knew how good Zhongheng's combat abilities were, but they did not expect them to be this good. It was a 1-against-5 battle, and although bringing along many useless teammates, he still managed to kill all of them. The 01 team was speechless, forgetting to ask where Zhongheng even acquired the gun from. When Waldo looked at Zhongheng again, the man was no longer born but was now a Batman. In spite of the victory, Zhongheng's expression hadn't changed much. He knew that the advantage only lasted for now since it was just the first wave of enemies. When the second wave arrived, they would be more prepared. In other words, upcoming battles would only increase in difficulty. Ponytail finally recollected his thoughts after experiencing a massive assault on his senses. He quickly took out his mobile phone. When I was available earlier, I installed a smart remote function on our car. We can remotely start the engine and drive the car here. No, don't drive the car here. The sniper is very good. Once we are in his field of vision, he still can kill whoever is in the car, Jong-hung said, who has an electronic map. Me. Philip clicked into the navigation system. Jong-hung pointed at a place. Get the car there, he said. This place is 2 blocks away, right? Ponytail asked in surprise, how are we supposed to get there? You said the sniper would kill us even if we use the car as cover. If we walk out of here, he will kill us within seconds. Are you trying to tell us to split up and try our luck? It doesn't make sense to go our separate ways. He has the time and bullets to kill us all. Jong-hung paused. What I'm about to do next may defy common sense. So I was hoping you could all do me a favor and don't ask why afterward. Just don't ask how I did it. Who? Philip and others hadn't the slightest idea of what Jong-hung was talking about. At the same time, the sounds of other vehicles coming from the street outside could be heard. The second wave of enemies was about to arrive. This time, they were about to face more than just one carload of ambushers. Jong-hung took out the evil wall that he had been carrying with him. The next moment, everyone from 01 finally understood what defying common sense meant. The wall at the rear of the hardware store began to move like water. Thinking that he must be seeing things, Waldo rubbed them hard, and when he opened them again, he saw a door appearing on the wall's surface. Guys, did you see what I see? He turned and looked at Jong-hung in shock. How is this possible? How did you do it? The moment he blurted out those questions, Waldo instantly remembered something and hurriedly covered his mouth again. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. Jong-hung took the lead and went through the small door. Everyone follow me. Try to stick to the wall and don't let the sniper spot you. When Black Nest's goons finally rushed into the hardware store, 01 and the team were long gone. Chapter 26. 0. The 01 guerrillas were still in shock. Although Black Nest had dispatched snipers at the ski resort last time, they weren't under fire at that time, and so, the fear was simply surreal to them. When the sniper killed Iron Fist, his blood splattered all over Jong-hung's shirt. It made them realize that they had just crossed paths with Death himself. Everyone, including Leah, crouched under their seats, fearing that the flying bullets would claim their lives from nowhere. 2 minutes later, Jong-hung told them, okay, you can come out from the hiding. We are safe for now. Are you sure? I heard that he could snipe the farthest. How far did he shoot when he was being deployed at the ski resort? We are in a city now, not an open environment like a ski resort, Jong-hung explained patiently. The route I chose has a building as cover. The snipers can't shoot us from here. That's a relief. Waldo finally relaxed and returned to his seat. Although out of danger, Ponytail wasn't looking too good. Those people are not targeting us. Their target is Edward. Black Nest's patience is finally running out, and they do not intend to use peaceful means to resolve this matter. Edward is in a dangerous situation now. We must find him before they do. Semiprime said in a rare occurrence that he spoke up. But the only person who knew his whereabouts has just died in front of us. As soon as Little Boy said these words, everyone fell silent again. Although still less than 40, Ponytail was the oldest among the team, and he'd never faced a life and death situation before. Ever since he got himself involved in Black Nest's and Edward's matter, he had witnessed death twice. When Ponytail jumped down from the bridge, he survived miraculously somehow. However, Iron Fist was really dead this time. There was no way that he could survive that fatal shot. I've been thinking about a question along the way. How did Black Nest find us here? Philip, who had not spoken in a while, asked. Hey. No one knows Edward's abilities better than us, but the guy who died just a few minutes ago said that Black Nest raided their residence 2 weeks ago. Judging from Edward's character, he would only become more cautious. At the same time, he must have found out the reason behind it and took precautionary measures. But even so, Black Nest still managed to locate him 2 weeks later. Are you trying to say that someone betrayed Edward? Little Boy raised her eyebrows. At a time like this, there are not many Edward can trust. Iron Fist is definitely not the one that betrayed him. After all, he is already, that way. So only Mr. Gilm is left, but considering what happened to his son's family before, it is unlikely he's on Black Nest's side. I'm not saying that there is a traitor among us, but that there must be something that allowed Black Nest to locate Edward. Philip sighed. Unfortunately, we don't know what that thing is. It's Ktos. Jong-hung, who was driving, interrupted suddenly. Hey! Black Nest has connected Ktos to this city. 01 looked at each other when they heard that. It's impossible, isn't it? Ktos isn't even complete yet. And generally speaking, such a project needs to be approved by the House first. Certain parts of Ktos have yet to be completed, and the algorithms haven't been calibrated to their optimal level as well. However, the part of the system that collects personal data from the public was completed half a year ago. In theory, this toned-down version of Ktos is now online. As for its legal jargon, Black Nest didn't get authorization from the Parliament, but they are very powerful in Toulouse, and the City Council is theirs. They've obtained a signed document from the mayor, allowing them to carry out some preliminary experimental work in Toulouse. What preliminary experimental work? That's where the problem lies. The definition of the phrase isn't stated clearly in the document. That would mean Black Nest can do whatever they want at this point, including silently launching Ktos without the public knowing it. Leah's eyes widened. It seems like it. Before leaving the Parallel quest, Jong-hung wanted to figure out what exactly the number 0 meant in the main mission. He did not get the answer from 01, and Edward's murder didn't yield too much useful information either. Jong-hung spent half a month visiting people involved in the matter at that time, and he did not get anything useful from them. After that, he sneaked into Black Nest's headquarters on the last day and found a copy of CTOS's development records during its early days. According to the research and development records, Black Nest apparently launched an unfinished version of the Ktos system in secret to capture Edward. The name of this system 0. However, according to information Jong-hung collected, 0 was only supposed to be launched 2 weeks later. Jong-hung still had plenty of time to do the necessary preparations. 0 must have gone online earlier than scheduled because of the player's behavioral changes. 2 weeks ago, Black Nest people raided Edward's room, proving that 0 must have been online at least 1 month earlier. Okay, we now face a city under close surveillance of Black Nest. Philip took a deep breath. Let me think about what we can do at this time. Can you hack into the Ktos system? Ponytail asked Waldo. I don't know. Edward once talked about Ktos with me. He and several other talented guys developed their advanced AI security, a system which continuously improves itself through machine learning. He boasted that even he couldn't hack into it. But you know me, I never thought that there are places in this world I could never go. It will take time, maybe weeks, maybe months, but they will eventually track me down. No. I should say, with the help of Ktos, they will track us down inevitably. I can hack into Ktos, Jong-hung said, but of course, my skills are only good enough to hack into the incomplete Ktos. In the Parallel quest, a group of hackers led by 01 fought a long war with Black Nest. During this period, the hackers had managed to achieve some small gains. However, every time they found a loophole, Black Nest would upgrade CTOS security. In the end, the hackers had inadvertently made Ktos more perfect than before. It was nearly perfect, in fact, which was the group of hackers was in such a rut in the end. But this wasn't the future. 0 was the early version of Ktos, and it surely had loopholes. 2 months before they entered the small town, Jong-hung was already more prepared than everyone in the 01 guerrillas. Chapter 27. You want my coffee? It was probably because the team had experienced too many unimaginable things in one night that the 01 did not appear to be shocked, but rather desensitized when Jong-hung said that he could hack into Ktos. After seeing a solid wall melt before their eyes like warm chocolate, Waldo would have probably believed it if Jong-hung claimed to be Thanos who had come to Earth in search of the Infinity Gems. Amid the oblivion and confusion, Little Boy was the first to break the silence. Can you hack into CTOS and disable it? She asked. No, I'm not going to do that. Now that Iron Fist is dead, we need to find Edward as soon as possible, Jonghang answered calmly. Little boy looked unconvinced. Wait, don't tell me you're thinking of using CTOS to get to Edward. Since Black Nest can find Edward using CTOS, I don't think they would mind sharing their search results with us, said Jonghang, but first, I'll need to remove our mobile phones and equipment from CTOS's surveillance network. On the 27th floor of Black Nest Toulouse branch, Vincent's lips were tightly pursed as he watched the man in front of him sipping a cup of coffee. The man was very patient. He had not spoken since he walked into the room, even brewing his own coffee without asking. With a set of seemingly cumbersome tools, he carved a leaf on the latte, as if he hadn't noticed the presence of a guest. It was clearly not a very polite thing to do. But Vincent was way past the age where he would be irritated by something like this. And since the person had not spoken, Vincent remained silent too, patiently waiting on the sofa. While he was one that didn't mind waiting, someone else could not. A particular sniper who claimed to be the best in the world was very upset. Rubbing his nose, he lamented, I really can't figure it out. It's obvious that everyone works for someone, yet how is it that some think so highly of themselves that they feel superior to others? A slow smile spread across the face of the man enjoying his coffee. Perhaps it's because I haven't screwed up before, he scoffed and put the cup down. I've seen your resumes. Imposing, I must say, especially yours, Mr. Vincent. You've practically become a legend after what you did as a mercenary and all that dirty work for the 7th Division. And Mr. Abu, the teenager with an addiction to the internet, but discovered accidentally to have extraordinary reflexes and a dynamic vision, then molded and groomed to become the best sniper there ever was. Such a motivational story should have been made into a novel. Since you know how close we are, why didn't you at least offer us a cup of coffee during the entire time we are here? Abu answered, clearly miffed. Because I still couldn't wrap my head around one thing, the man leaned forward, smiling. Since the both of you are such outstanding individuals, even having groups of elite armed forces under your command, why then weren't you able to handle a weak technician? He went on. Edward is no ordinary technician. He is meticulous and methodical, and his cautiousness, close to paranoia. You can see how sly he is from how he plays chess, always thinking about how he could set up his opponent. He's very difficult to catch, Abu retorted, picking up an empty cup in front of him. Hey, my mouth is a bit dry, pour me a cup of coffee too, please. No foam, just more sugar. The man opposite him chuckled, actually picking up the coffee pot. He was about to pour the coffee over Abu's cup when he suddenly let go, and with his free hand, he grabbed Abu's arm. Caught off guard, Abu jumped out of the sofa, slipped, and fell into the coffee table. He screaming in pain as nose came in contact with glass. But it wasn't over yet. The man opposite him had gotten up as well, grabbing both of Abu's hands. He held them back in a handcuff position, before finally stomping his boot on the young man's face. A bout of rage flashed in Vincent's eyes. Although he never really liked Abu, the young man was still his subordinate. When the man stepped on Abu's face, it indirectly meant stepping on Vincent's face as well. Vincent reached for something at his waist, but the quiet and unmoving red figure standing by the window was much faster than he was. The next thing he knew, the woman's gun was up against his temple. You want my coffee? Sure, here, have all you want. Come, don't waste any of it, the man mocked in a chummy tone. He leaned in on the leg that was on Abu's face so that the young man's cheek was pinned against the table. The pot he had just let go shattered, spilling out with its steaming hot coffee that quickly moved towards Abu's mouth and nose. Did you people really think I had a good temper? The man growled, I've meant to say this, but what the heck is wrong with you French? So rude, yet you think so highly of yourselves. Oh, and you're always late. You can't even do a simple task properly. Slow-witted, yet hate accepting the leadership of others, not to mention your constant insecurities about getting your power snatched from you. Please, try counting the number of opportunities you must have wasted. There are so many of you in Grenoble, yet you couldn't watch over a little girl, letting her slip under your noses. You had even more in to lose, yet all but Edward's shadow is missing. Headquarters even used the unfinished toss to help you find those people. Weapons, personnel, you have everything you need, yet, is this how you repay me in the end? You let Edward slip away 2 weeks ago. Okay, let's just attribute that to your carelessness. But last night, you fell at the same spot over and over again. What are you? A goldfish? Does your memory last only 7 seconds? Please? Can't you be a little more ashamed of yourselves? If this happened in my neighboring country, you would have been disemboweled, one of the few things I admire about them. You, on the other hand, stroll into my office and demand for coffee. TSK, TSK, TSK. I should crush your head under my feet right now. At least you'd contribute to the world, reduce carbon emissions perhaps. As the man spoke, he put even more weight on his feet until Abu's face was completely contorted. Vincent couldn't hold it in anymore. Enough. You want the authority I have, I can give that to you. I would even follow your commands voluntarily. I plan to explain yesterday's failed operation to headquarters, to give up my position and let you take over. Are you satisfied now? Vincent said coldly. At that, the man loosened his grip on Abu's hands and removed his boot from Abu's face. The smile returned to his face. Great. If you'd said that earlier, I wouldn't have had to lose a coffee pot. I rather like that one. Too bad, I won't be able to use it for coffee anymore. Give me 1 hour. I will hand you the job, then the team, over to you. Vincent immediately got up from the sofa. Obviously, he did not want to stay in the room any longer. Abu clutched his bleeding nose and sheepishly followed Vincent from behind. Just as the two were about to walk out the door, the man said, just in case, I have a question to ask you. Are you going to do something stupid and irrational, such as asking your subordinates to pretend and obey our orders? Vincent kept walking. Relax. We both know how that would end, but you'd better kill Edward because you know that there are still many in the headquarters who don't trust you. If you fail, you will end up worse than us. Thank you for the reminder. After Vincent and Abu left, the woman in red asked in Mandarin, are you sure you want to use such brutal means to seize power? Trust me, I know how to build a good relationship. A harmonious and friendly partnership is the ideal picture, but unfortunately, we do not have the time. We all choose to be on their side because Black Nest is powerful, but who knew how complicated their internal structure was? The man frowned. Black Nest is like a clumsy giant, strong but stiff. I can't believe it took us more than 2 months just to gain some authority. Zero is the same. We were only able to register for it 3 weeks ago. We could have grabbed the players from the opposing side and ended the game before they even had a chance to react. We can't go on like this. It's too slow. We need to speed up this giant. Chapter 28. Don't waste your friend's Heartfelt sandwich. In the Parellel quest, 12 years in the future, the whole of Europe was under the control of Toss. Little Boy also taught Zhongheng how to survive in such an environment and keep a low profile. Little Boy had to admit that even extremely cautious individuals couldn't escape the eye of the obscenely invasive surveillance cameras and electronic systems. As the leader of 01, Leah spent most of her time wandering around the United States, China, and Russia. Although Edward was one of CTOS's designers, he wasn't part of the team responsible for developing the algorithms that collected personal data. However, his understanding of its system was better than most of his counterparts. That said, he was all alone now, and there was nobody around him he could trust. Getting discovered was only a matter of time now. This time it took only less than 4 days for Black Nest to locate Edward's new hiding spot. The coffee man was in a Hermes suit this time. He held a cup of freshly ground coffee and slowly entered the command car, where the woman in the red dress was waiting for him. As compared to the casual-looking man, she seemed to be better equipped. Wearing a bulletproof suit, she had a 9mm submachine gun in her left hand, a dagger was placed on her arm, and her favorite mini pistol was strapped to her thigh. The most eye-catching thing on her was the katana on her back with a blade over 80 centimeters in length. Wow, it looks like you are well prepared. And it looks like you are late, the woman in red scowled icily. Sorry. It took me a while to grind the coffee. The man sat down opposite the lady and yawned. Did you know that this time, we WLL likely encounter players from an opposing faction? Yes, I heard that the guy named Abu had killed a player before, the man replied and sipped a little coffee from his cup. Then, you should get serious too, the woman in red frowned. Relax, Scarlet, now that we have the power to command, we are not far from the end of the game, insisted the man, shifting his bottom to a more comfortable position. His appearance also triggered the dissatisfaction of Abu at the back of the car. Look at how arrogant this guy is. You sure piss me off real bad. Why did you stop me from shooting him the night before? I was confident that I could keep the whole thing low. After that, we could have just reported to headquarters that he was killed in action. No. Our priority now is to kill Edward. Your other matters have to be put on hold first. That includes your personal grievances between you and your target. Settle it after everything is over, Vincent said. Ah, it's the old-fashioned saying again. Abu stretched out his hand, touched his bruised cheek, and proclaimed in an affronted tone, I think we can handle the task of killing Edward. Really? How did we let those people escape the hardware store 4 days ago? Well, maybe they turned into ghosts and went straight through the wall. Abu smiled awkwardly. He felt discouraged as he approached the matter, being something that puzzled him for a very long time. He had surrounded the people in the hardware store, leaving them nowhere to escape. However, when the second team rushed in, they found no one inside. Those people vanished into thin air right under his nose. It wasn't out of pure spite that they got scolded for being worse than trash. However, anybody who was beaten up or stepped on the head would surely be extremely unhappy. I'm sorry. Let's watch them do what we couldn't, Abu sneered. Vincent's expression was as cold as ever. We will know soon, he answered. Edward's new hiding spot was in a natatorium. After the last attack, he had become more cautious. With the help of Mr. Gilm, there was now more than one hiding spot for him. One was the hardware store, and the other one was a newly opened natatorium. The natatorium was a very strategic hiding spot since it was one of the few places where surveillance cameras were non-existent. He worked as a cleaner and night watchman and was permitted to stay at the natatorium all day without going out. Of course, it was all a cover, and he had to abandon all electronic devices on him. Still, despite the overthought precautions, Zero managed to find him anyway. It was all because of the girl in charge of the cash register at the front desk. She had the habit of writing a diary on the internet. She recorded stories about this weird new colleague, and Zero subsequently retrieved it thanks to a keyword. Right now, Scarlet and the Coffeeman were rushing to the natatorium with the 0-1 team. Edward got up early to change the water for the 2 swimming pools. At the same time, a group of guests arrived one after another. Ignoring them, Edward had his back facing the swimming pool as he cleaned the tiles on the ground. After a while, Edward noticed something. He raised his head and saw a sweetly smiling girl beckoning him over. The natatorium provided staff meals, but only offered lunch and dinner, and not breakfast. This wasn't a big problem for Edward, where 2 meals were sufficient to keep him alive. However, the girl in charge of the cashier noticed that he hadn't been eating breakfast, thinking that he must be trying to save up. Feeling sorry for him, she prepared an extra set of breakfast in the morning and brought it to him. Edward told the girl that she did not need to do this, to which she nodded, but still insisted on bringing him breakfast every morning. To avert suspicion and appear as normal as possible, Edward accepted the kind gesture. The girl then mouthed to him, asking him to eat with her in the staff lounge. This had been going on every day for the past few days. Hence Edward did not suspect anything. He put down the mop in his hand and followed the girl to the lounge, but as soon as he opened the door, he was shocked. A stranger was sitting in the room, holding a coffee cup. Jared, he said that he's a friend, and he wants to surprise you, which is why I didn't tell you in advance. Goosebumps sprouted all over Edward's skin, and his heart started pounding like mad. He instantly felt threatened and wanted to flee the place as soon as he could. What the man said next, however, stopped him from running. The stranger put down the Starbucks cup in his hand and said, "You must be quite lucky. We found you before Black Nest did." The cash register girl was a little confused. "Black Nest? What kind of Black Nest?" she asked with her head cocked to one side. "Let's go, Black Nest will arrive in about 4 minutes. Anything you need to pack?" "I'm taking my backpack with me." It appeared that Edward had calmed down, and he did not doubt Jonghung's identity. Jonghung then stuffed the box of homemade sandwiches on the table into Edward's hands. "Okay, I'll see you in the parking lot in 60 seconds, Jonghung added, "Eat it on the road. Don't waste your friend's heartfelt sandwich." Chapter 29. I'll do it alone. Who wants to tell me whose fault this is? A few minutes ago, our lovely target was still working in this natatorium. When we got here, he is gone. The technicians were all extremely nervous right now, knowing all too well that the newly appointed boss wasn't someone easy to get along with. Abu's slightly swollen face was the best proof of that. He pretended to be serious, but everyone saw the creases between his eyebrows. They almost laughed out loud. Who else can you blame? If you didn't waste our time, we should have arrived here a few minutes ago, and Edward wouldn't have run. In the end, Scarlet turned out to be the one to give him an unceremonious scolding. Let Zero seek out individuals entering and exiting the natatorium in the past few minutes, and look for the most suspicious person. Immediately, the technicians started working, fingers furiously tapping away on their keyboards. The coffee mug man looked helpless. "Can't you see? There is a traitor among us. Someone leaked our plan to our enemies. If the traitor is not found, how are we supposed to carry out our plan?" he scowled. "It doesn't matter. You go ahead and look for whoever it is. I'll be here alone, doing whatever needs to be done," Scarlet replied with that chilly undertone. She walked to the last truck and asked the driver to open the door. At the same time, the technician chipped in, seeming slightly happy. "I found it. Just 3 minutes ago, Edward got on a blue Dacia Sandro, and they passed us," he said in excitement. "Very well, send me their location," Scarlet said, then got onto the truck. "Are you serious? They've been gone for a long time now. If they are smart enough, they'll abandon the car. How are you going to track them down and capture them then?" the coffee man frowned. The moment he finished his sentence, he saw a motorcycle jump out of the truck, doing a wheelie and rushing forward at an unimaginable speed. Dodge Tomahawk, the fastest bike-like vehicle produced by Chrysler Automobiles in the United States. Taking after a Batmobile, it came equipped with a Dodge Viper 8.3-liter V10 engine, churning out a healthy 500 horsepower. Coupled with its 4 wheels, it could reach a terrifying speed of 676 kilometers per hour. Since a bike was a lot smaller than a car, it was also nimbler and more maneuverable in the city. The rider, however, had to be skillful enough to dodge all the obstacles in its path. In the blink of an eye, Scarlet's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. He, did you see that? This is the ability to execute that I've always emphasized, the coffee man said. If all of you possess such zeal and enthusiasm, we could easily take out 10 Edwards. Okay, and next, those who know where Edward was before this, come to the natatorium with me. I want everyone to have a little swim and relaxation. A sneer appeared on Abu's face after he heard what the boss said. However, his smile froze at the corners of his mouth when he saw the demon-like figure turning and looked at him. "Abu, let's start with you." "Who are you?" Edward in the rear seat asked. Jonghung informed him at the natatorium that he wasn't from Black Nest. Edward too did not doubt it, since Black Nest didn't need to conceal their identity. It was also why Edward followed Jonghung into the car without asking a single question. Now that the two of them were finally safe, Edward went ahead and asked what was on his mind. Jonghung handed Edward a communicator, to which Edward frowned. "You may not know that Black Nest is constantly monitoring every corner of this city. They only found us because of this thing over here. They have erected a server in the area, and as long as the sensor detects the analog signals, they will be intercepted. We know that it's not limited to only cell phone signals, radios, and other electronic devices. An UL system will be analyzing all this information. It doesn't matter. The line has been encrypted, Jong-hung said. Edward took the communicator and listened to it. A familiar female voice could be heard from the other side of the communicator.
Brother, are you all right? Leah? Are you here too?
Yes, Luke and the 01 guerrillas rescued me from Black Nest. It was all rather thrilling, but fortunately, we are all fine. But the person who's been taking care of you got killed by Black Nest. Sorry for getting you involved in this dangerous matter, Edward apologized. No, you are just doing the right thing. The ones who should be sorry are those who make the world even worse than it already is, Leah said. Edward was silent for a moment. I made a mistake, he said. When they recruited me, they promised to use my technology and their capital to make the world a better place. I believed them, but the results are completely different from their original promise. This is my fault, and I must correct it myself. Don't worry, we'll fix it together. Jong-hang drove the Dacia Sandro into a parking lot. Once he received Edward's coordinates, he set off immediately to prevent the Black Nest from getting there before him. He did not have time to make too many plans, telling Semiprime that he would meet him on the second floor of the parking lot. Semiprime would drive a new car there to replace this one, and when all that was done, the three would leave together in the new car. Jong-hung received news that Semiprime had reached the designated location half a minute ago. Hence, he drove the car to the second floor below the basement. When he saw Semiprime waving at him from a distance, Jong-hung stopped the car, and Edward was about to open the door. Stay in the car, Jong-hang said sharply with a frown. After that, Jong-hang opened the door of the driver's seat, and he heard a rumbling sound coming from the entrance, like a giant steel beast roaring. The sound became louder and louder. Jong-hung then said to Semiprime on the other side, "Get down and hide." Out of nowhere, a hideous-looking bike-like vehicle appeared in front of the three of them, and the woman in red raised her submachine gun. Once she pulled the trigger, a rain of bullets started flying in all directions. The glass shattered, and Jong-hung rolled over to the concrete pillar next to him. The woman on the bike was fixated on shooting Jong-hang. Immediately, she directed her weapons to the back seat of Dacia Sandro. Her goals and intentions were obvious. As long as Edward was dead, the winner of this round would be decided. There was no need to fight with other players. The next moment, she detected a threat approaching her. She focused her strength at her waist and jumped off the Dodge Tomahawk. At the same time, she threw away the submachine gun in her hand and drew the katana to deflect the incoming arrow. Jong-hang did not stop there. He shot 3 arrows in one go, but Scarlet managed to dodge all of them with her incredible skills and inhuman reflexes. The expression on Jong-hang's face remained unchanged. He drew the Paris arrow from his quiver and put it on the bowstring. Chapter 430. Fierce Fight. The left arm? Scarlet managed to figure out where the arrow would land. Immediately, she tried to turn left to dodge the arrow, but the next moment, her pupils suddenly contracted. Jong-hang released the bowstring, and the Paris arrow curved along a weird trajectory that defied the laws of physics, catching Scarlet off guard. The 3 ordinary arrows shot before this were to confuse her. Jong-hang unleashed his Paris arrow, finally revealed his true color the moment he shot the Paris arrow. This was the arrow that would determine it all. However, this time, it was Jong-hang's turn to be shocked. Scarlet brandished her katana into the air, drawing an arc. She twitched her head a little and pushed the Paris arrow, knocking it slightly to the right before it actually hit her. It grazed her cheek, leaving a long wound that blood slowly oozed out from. Simultaneously, the Paris arrow's powerful trajectory correction function turned it around, and it was now flying towards the back of Scarlet's head. However, it had lost most of its kinetic energy, and Scarlet managed to catch it firmly with one hand. Before she could even catch her breath, a blade struck at her again. It was never Jong-hang's style to greet before a battle. The moment Scarlet attempted to kill Edward, she had indirectly told everyone who she was without saying a word. On the second floor of the parking lot, 2 people were locked in battle, giving their best to dodge each other's attacks. Scarlet panted with labored gasps, feeling the uncomfortable sting when sweat dripped into her eyes. However, what disturbed her even more was Jong-Hung's relentless attacks. Ever since she acquired the Mikazuki Munechika, she had shifted all her focus on mastering katana. Soon after that, she started delving into close-quarters combat, realizing her forte as she went on. Players killed by this katana had reached double digits, and the name Scarlet gradually spread among the player circle. This was the first time she encountered such a difficult opponent. Although Jong-Hung was using a blade to fight just like her, his close-quarters combat skills were far superior. At the same time, he exuded this faint domineering aura. She realized that such skills on the blade couldn't have been mastered in a few years. There was nothing fancy about his techniques, yet his every calculated strike carried the intention of killing her. They were crude, yet lethal. She would have lost the battle by now if it weren't for the Mikazuki Munechika. Deep down inside, Scarlet knew that if as her opponent was holding an ordinary saber instead of a dagger, she had no chance of winning. Even with such an unrefined weapon, he'd already managed to push her to the brink of defeat. Then, Jong-Hung stopped unexpectedly. It wasn't because he couldn't bear fighting with her anymore. He knew very well that the blade in his hand was almost at its limit. After clashing multiple times with Scarlet's hotshot weapon, it was riddled with cracks. Scarlet's katana, on the other hand, seemed to suffer virtually no damage. Such was the difference in quality between an off-the-shelf product and a finely crafted work of art. After fighting with Scarlet for a while, Jong-Hung figured out that her katana must be a game item. She must have dodged his Paris arrow, not out of sheer luck, but due to the katana. During the battle, he clearly outshone her techniques and skills, but every single time, she somehow managed to neutralize Jong-Hung's lethal blow. She only lasted until now, thanks to the magical sword. Semiprime and Edward, on the other side, were utterly dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone fight like this before. "You guys leave first, don't wait for me." Immediately, the two snapped out from their stupor. Edward got out of Dacia Sandro and got into Semiprime's car. There was no reaction on Scarlet's face. She knew that Jong-Hung was there. In other words, she couldn't capture or kill Edward. She then spoke into the headset, "I need support." It was all she said, turning it off and focusing entirely on the battle. She took a half step back, holding the katana with both hands in front of her chest as if facing her ultimate nemesis. Scarlet knew that as long as she dragged the battle on until the cavalry arrived, she would ultimately win. She had always disliked how Mr. Coffee dealt with the matters at hand. Initially, they had 5 players on their side, but he thought that they were too troublesome. In a shocking move, he killed them all, leaving Scarlet and him to be the only 2 players still alive in their faction. She had to admit that he was very powerful. Besides, he knew how to speak and read in French. These were the reasons why she was willing to give up the position of commander. Jong-Hung was the most powerful enemy that she had encountered so far, but if she joined forces with Mr. Coffee and coupled with Black Nest support, she was confident of eliminating the threat. Jong-Hung knew exactly what Scarlet was thinking. The natatorium where Edward was hiding wasn't too far away, probably around 10 minutes' drive from here. Jong-Hung did not know that Mr. Coffee was busy catching traitors in the military camp. Normally, since Scarlet arrived here first, her companion must not be far away. This was also why Jong-Hung let Semi-Prime and Edward go first, because there was not much time left for him. Scarlet might be only defending to drag the battle on. Combined with her formidable katana, it would prove difficult to transform his stellar swordsmanship into a desirable result. This also meant that the battle wouldn't be ending anytime soon. Suddenly, Jong-Hung tossed the blade at Scarlet. While she tilted her head to dodge the blade, Jong-Hung immediately rolled back to the Dacia Sandro that he parked nearby. Scarlet held the katana in one hand, and with the other, pulled out the mini pistol on her thigh. She then carefully aimed at the spot where Jong-Hung was hiding, taking special care not to get too close, knowing how terrifying her opponent's archery skills were. "Do you need our help?" Little Boy spoke through the communicator, a rare hint of tension in her voice. She could not see what was going on in the parking lot. All she heard was Jong-hung sending off Edward and the semi-prime first. On the other hand, he had been at the parking lot for some time now, and his allies were getting increasingly worried. No, just meet at the designated location. I'll go there now. As he spoke, Jong-hung dragged a big bag out from under the back seat, spending 20 minutes assembling whatever was in it. For the last step, Jong-hung inserted the infinite building block into the item. He then unveiled the freshly minted RPG, holding it in his arms. At the same time, Scarlet was uneasy. Jong-hung had been using the car as cover for some time. If she were to be in his shoes, she would have wanted to leave this parking lot as soon as possible. Although hiding in the car was a good exchange for short-term safety, it also gave her an opportunity to catch a breath and regain control of the situation. Once Jong-hung showed up again, she would shoot at him. For a combat expert like Jong-hung, he should not make such a low-level mistake. At the back of the car, Jong-hung adjusted the sights of the rocket launcher. At a time like this, he would not show up in Scarlet's field of vision. After all, a rocket grenade was slower than the speed of a bullet. Jong-hung held his breath and estimated Scarlet's position from the sound of her footsteps. He then aimed at the ceiling from where she stood and pulled the trigger. Chapter 31. Explosion. Pedestrians on the streets nearby could hear the deafening explosion from the second floor of the parking lot. Jong-hung went down on the ground immediately after he pulled the trigger. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it pinned him tightly on the floor. At the same time, Dacia Sandro beside him had moved by more than 10 centimeters. Seeing that the situation did not turn out well, Jong-hung had put up his arms to protect his head, but even so, he sustained some minor injuries. Thankfully, the good old Dacia Sandro had blocked most of the debris that would have otherwise caused serious harm. Earlier, only the car's rear window shattered, but now, every pane of glass on the car suffered the same fate. Sharp pieces of broken glass rained all over Jong-hung. The air was filled with dust and smoke, and there was debris everywhere. It looked like the aftermath of a war zone, as if the entire place had been hit by a missile. The explosion knocked Jong-hung out, causing him to experience short-term tinnitus. His mind went blank. After about 20 seconds, the ringing in his ears subsided, and his hearing gradually returned. Pushing himself off from the ground, he dusted off the concrete on his body. A giant crater could be seen at the spot where the rocket-propelled grenade hit. Steel rebar embedded within the concrete jutted out like jagged thorns, and what was left of a Porsche hung out of the hole with its wheels hanging outside. A pile of concrete and debris now covered the place where Scarlet was standing. Unless a miracle happened, it would be impossible for her to survive. This time, since Jong-hung's opponent was killed by the explosion, unlike how he killed his opponent with his bare hands during the Apollo training camp quest, he wasn't rewarded any game points. He stumbled a little, retrieving the Paris arrow from a distance of about 10 meters and walked to the rubble to make sure Scarlet was really dead. Only a few pieces of red cloth were seen dangling out of the giant concrete slab. However, Jong-hung managed to spot something else in the gap between the two cement slabs. As he picked the katana up, he heard a notification from the system. Game item found, katana, unidentified, broken. Jong-hung pulled out the katana without much effort. Unfortunately, like its previous owner, it did not survive the explosion. Its blade was broken, and its lower part was nowhere to be found. He knew it was special the moment he held it in his hands, and a glint of sadness emanated from the cracked blade, seeming like it knew it was broken and was mourning its destiny. This was the first time Jong-hung came into contact with a damaged game item, and he had no idea if the sword could be repaired. If only there were more time, he would have looked for its remaining pieces. However, 6 minutes had passed since the battle between him and Scarlet ended. Jong-hung was a little surprised that Black Nest hadn't arrived yet, since the explosion was loud enough to alert the police officers nearby. Not wanting to take any more risks, he picked up the Dodge Tomahawk and jumped on it. 40 seconds later, Jong-hung thundered out of the parking lot with the monstrous VIR-10 thumping between his legs. He chose to travel on a route with less surveillance, making it difficult for Zero to lock on to his position. The current COS system was launched in a hurry when it was still semi-finished. The cameras used to monitor the street were from the transportation department. Jong-hung took advantage of the many shopping malls and subway stations around him, and after changing transportation mode several times, he managed to rid himself of all the surveillance cameras on the street. He met up with the 01 on a trash cleaning boat on the Cannon River. We successfully escaped Zero surveillance. There are no cameras on the river, and I'm confident enough to say that we are safe, for now. Little boy paused and looked at Jong-hung. What the hell happened in that parking lot? I heard the explosion. Are you okay? Jong-hung had already changed 2 sets of clothes while escaping, but his hair still contained some traces of dust. I encountered a difficult opponent. It wasn't that hard to defeat her, actually. I was mainly worried that Black Nest would capture me if I was stuck fighting for too long. So I had to do something minor to get out of there. That's not something minor. You've got reporters rushing over there, and it's already on the news on a few channels. Some are even suspecting a terrorist attack, Waldo said while facing the computer. Jong-hung took a towel from Little Boy and wiped his face and hair. Let Black Nest worry about it. They'll find a way to settle the problem. After all, they still want to kill Edward. Things are starting to get more serious now. We should move Edward to a safe place as soon as possible, Ponytail said. Thank you, but I can't leave yet. I have to fulfill my promise and expose what Black Nest has done to the public. But now, these guys are starting to panic. They will do whatever it takes to kill you before you can speak to the public, Philip warned, sounding worried. Or you can pass the information to one of us, and we will announce it on your behalf, Ponytail suggested. No, it took me a long time to find 3 honest and selfless people I think I can trust. I took risks communicating with them, establishing a connection, and gaining their trust. The 3 of them represent traditional media, emerging online forums, and documentaries. I need to tell them the truth face to face. It has to be me, and it can only be me. Only via that can it be a credible matter. Black Nest has enormous power, but they can't cut off all 3 channels simultaneously. As long as these 3 channels work together, Black Nest will eventually meet their demise, Edward insisted. When? Jong-hung asked. The team will come to Toulouse in 2 days. Black Nest has already hacked your mailbox. So, they probably already knew about the meeting. No, I encrypted my mail this time, and it will be destroyed after I read it. Even if they hacked into my original mailbox, they wouldn't know who I am contacting. Even so, it's just too dangerous to risk it. Ponytail shook his head. How long will it take to complete the interview? I have a lot of things to tell them, and since they don't work in our field, I have to explain everything to them in layman terms. I estimated that it would take 3 days or 2.5 at the least to complete the interview. Did you know, that's long enough for Black Nest to kill you 100 times over? Waldo asked in disbelief. Yes, so I may need some help. Edward looked at everyone. Words cannot describe how grateful I am for everything that you've done for me. Really, I have known you people for so long now, but I have never been able to meet up with all of you. I wish that we could have met in a better place. There's nothing I can do about it since the matter has almost gotten out of my hand. Perhaps when everything is over, we can reintroduce ourselves in a nice cafe. But now, we'll have to complete what hasn't been completed. Chapter 432. This is reality. When Mr. Coffee arrived, reporters were already swarming the parking lot. Let the victim's family go in first, said Mr. Coffee as he lifted the cordon. At the same time, a blonde policewoman who was standing nearby suddenly walked over and stopped him. Sorry, no entry here. I didn't want to do this, since I've despised such people in the novels and movies. But one has to admit, it's pretty cool doing it once in a while. Mr. Coffee coughed lightly, before suddenly turning serious. Who is your chief? Ask him to come see me. The policewoman frowned. Sir, if you continue to cause trouble, I'll have to arrest you, she insisted sternly. I bet you won't do it, because, let me tell you what's going to happen. In exactly half a minute, your phone is going to ring, and your chief will ask you to let me go in. Mr. Coffee smiled. Just like me, you are the selected. We are special. These boring appetizers are about to end, and the main course will be served. The war is about to begin. When that happens, only the strong will live. Obviously, a lone wolf will not survive. Admit it, you need a companion, and I need a companion. We are like, well, a perfect match, should I say, just like soy milk and yochio. Just give up already. Even if I need a partner, I'll never choose you, Scarlet replied coldly. Why? I have achieved 18 consecutive victories. If you count this game, it will be my 19th time claiming the win. It is difficult to find someone as good as me, Mr. Coffee exclaimed wide-eyed. Careful of your overconfidence. Your 18-game winning streak may just end this round. Who? Mr. Coffee raised his eyebrows, interested in what Scarlet had to say. Come on, let's talk about who you fought against. How many people are there? And how strong were they? Scarlet closed her eyes as she leaned her head on the stretcher. I had only one opponent. I can't gauge his age, but that guy's skills on the sword are immaculate. It is safe to assume he's reached LV3 in swordplay. He's practiced for at least 10 years, and he has a lot of actual combat experience. I believe he's killed many people, but his attacks carried no hostility. No, the man has steady emotions, almost expressionless with no fluctuations. Mr. Coffee was a little taken aback as if he'd just discovered a panda. He won with pure skill, instead of relying on a game item like you, he asked in disbelief, "Ha? There still crazies like him who would spend more than 10 years practicing their swordsmanship? Marksmanship would be a lot better, don't you think?" Yeah, I thought so too before I met him, but it turns out I can't even defeat him with my Mikazuki Munichika, Scarlet grimaced. As soon as she stopped talking, somebody in charge of cleaning the scene ran happily towards her while holding a cutting blade. Found it! We have found what you want, he shouted excitedly. In his haste and excitement, he tripped over a piece of jutting steel, and his body leaned forward. The next thing he knew, his hand was bleeding. Careful! It's a sharp blade, Scarlet chipped in, taking the broken blade with her hand that could still move. A hint of sadness flashed through her eyes, and she carefully put the broken blade away. When you told me about your opponent, I felt excited, rejoiced Mr. Coffee. I always thought this was another ordinary game. I didn't expect to have this much fun. Scarlet was puzzled. Aren't you busy looking for an alliance for the future war? That guy is not weak. Why not make him your ally? You have to admit, having a teammate of the opposite sex is always more exciting, Mr. Coffee scoffed. Scarlet was too lazy to pay any attention. After a while, she spoke again. I will quit this round. You can complete the game yourself. I will use a mission failure exemption card to offset the punishment. Hey! Hang on, will you? I'm still here. Try to do nothing and enjoy the victory once in a while. Maybe you will like it, laughed Mr. Coffee. Chapter 433. She's also my landlady. Jong-hung was wrapping the broken blade in canvas when he heard footsteps approaching. We completed the plan according to your instructions. Want to take a look? Little boy asked. Good. I'll be there in a minute, Jong-hung answered, but he didn't budge from where he was standing. He pointed at a brightly lit arch bridge in front. Is that Pont Neuf*? Yes, it's also called Pont de Pierre Star. Built in the 16th century and repaired for almost 100 years, it is still used today. It's considered one of Toulouse's places of attraction. Little boy walked up next to Jong-hung. Under the moonlight, the reflection of the bridge on the river against the sea of burning city lights gave off a beauty few words could describe. It was simply magnificent. The two gazed in silence at the spectacular view. A moment later, little boy spoke up again. If everything goes as planned, we will meet those guys from the newspaper forum tomorrow. When Edward is finished with the interview, we'll transfer him to a safe place. How about you? Any plans after this? Will you return to your country? Oh, if everything goes well, most probably. My passport is about to expire soon anyway, said Jong-hung. As soon as the 90 days were over, all players would be sent back to the real world. Since he could not tell this to the 01 guerrillas, Jong-hung used his passport as an excuse. Coincidentally, his passport would also expire in 90 days, making for an acceptable explanation. I still have no idea why you're willing to get yourself involved in the entire thing. Unlike us, you're not from here, and you don't live here. But hey, whatever it is, I still want to thank you, little boy said. Don't need to thank me, replied Jong-hung. I've learned a lot from all of you throughout this time. Consider it helping each other out. Little boy nodded and was about to return to the cabin when Jong-hung suddenly said, make more friends and live a happier life. What? Little boy thought she must have heard wrong. Other than these people from 01, you probably don't have any other friends, right? Little boy was taken aback. How do you know that? She gasped. We're all geeks, and we don't really care what the public thinks of us. For me, 01 is enough. Perhaps you're right. I take back what I said. Will we meet again in the future? Little boy asked. Perhaps someday. I'd like to try the cookies you baked. Little boy frowned. Fine. I'll learn when I'm free, but I can't guarantee they'll taste good. Trust me, you may not be a genius in the kitchen, but when it comes to baking, you're practically a Michelin star chef. Jong-hung then returned the game console to little boy. The highest record on it was now his 999,999 points. Is it just me, or do we actually know each other? Little boy asked, looking puzzled. No, I just happen to know someone who's almost exactly like you. Is she your friend? MMHMM, and she's also my landlady, Jong-hung answered. Better get an early rest. We'll be busy again starting tomorrow. In the conference room, Vincent could clearly feel Mr. Coffee's excitement, and the woman who was assigned with him was now gone. After the explosion in the parking lot, she simply dressed her wounds, returned to her place, packed her bags, booked a flight, and took a taxi to the airport. 3 hours later, she was gone from Toulouse. Everyone in Black Nest was flabbergasted. And after Mr. Coffee's rectification movement, the whole team was even more saddened. Many had been complaining about the 2 people sent from headquarters, and some of them even hoped that Vincent would step forward and stop all this nonsense. However, they were all declined by Vincent. Since surrendering his position as leader, he had done his best to accommodate Mr. Coffee's every request like a good deputy would, and thanks to his almost omnipresent poker face, no one really knew what he was thinking. The technician wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and finished the report. We fixed the flaws in 0 so the enemy can no longer use it to collect information, he said. So, you're saying that the swimming pool incident happened because they used 0 to find Edward? Mr. Coffee put both his legs on the table, fiddling a spoon with his hand. Yes, that seems to be the case, the technician nervously stammered, growing even more nervous by the minute. Relax. I'm just asking you a few questions. Even if your answer's not satisfactory, I can't possibly use this little spoon to kill you. The joke was in no way funny, but the technician forced himself to smile. I just find it hard to accept that a toy that costs tens of billions of euros to build has such weak protective measures. Didn't you say that this thing is very secure, that even if someone did find a loophole, it would take more than 3 months to crack? But it hasn't even been 4 weeks since this thing went online, Mr. Coffee grumbled as he tapped the spoon on the table with a slow, menacing rhythm. The technician was on the verge of tears. I don't know either, he managed to croak. Only making that guarantee to Vincent and the others, he did not expect it to come back and bite him, and so soon too. Until today, the technical team still marveled at their adversary's ability to sniff out and exploit vulnerabilities in the system. It was hard to imagine that anyone at all would be able to pull that off in such a short amount of time. Who could it be? Edward? He knew TOS like the back of his hand, and is also a very skilled hacker, right? No, after doing some research, we agreed that this is not Edward's usual method of attack. Then who is it? I don't know, the technician answered awkwardly. Will there be other attacks on 0? By this point, the technician had lost all confidence. Probably not. I don't know either, he babbled.
Don't you have any other lines besides "I don't know"?
Mr. Coffee sighed. I could hire someone off the street for a couple of euros to replace you so he can tell me "I don't know" all day long. It was then that Vincent spoke up. We came across a very good technical team in Grenoble. It's possible they did it.
You see that?
Now that's professional. Mr. Coffee clapped his hands. From this point onward, we must consider the existence of this team of technicians whenever we make plans. Okay, the next question, why did Edward choose to hide in Toulouse? We've already looked it up. It's because he knows a man called Jimmy. Thanks to an accident that killed his son, he hates Black Nest, the technician quickly answered. No, he was waiting for someone, Vincent corrected. He wants to reveal all the information he has to the public, but since he's worried about his sister's safety, he hasn't done anything. He doesn't have to worry about that anymore, though. Mr. Coffee looked interested.
How does he plan to do that?
Based on his character, he won't just select one channel. Besides, he will make sure to choose the most lethal method, knowing how he's made up his mind. Very good. Monitor all the airports, train stations, and highways, find out which journalists, public figures, or influencers are coming to Toulouse. Whoever they are, they will definitely be meeting with Edward. And then, Mr. Coffee paused, we show up and kill everyone.
Translator's note.
Pont Neuf, New Bridge, also known as Pont de Pierre, Stone Bridge, is the oldest standing bridge across the River Seine in Paris, France. Chapter 34. Combat Proposal. Combat Proposal. Blagnac Airport, the 6th largest airport in France, is located next to the Airbus assembly plant. Less than a 20-minute drive from the city, it was also a few of the places monitored by Black Nest. Mr. Coffee got all the passengers' names before the plane landed. 3 names on the list aroused his interest. One was a news reporter, the other a documentary director, and the last a forum moderator. They were all famous individuals in their respective fields, and it was merely a coincidence that the 3 of them got on the same plane. It was impossible that nobody would notice it. The Black Nest technician who discovered the list immediately sent it to Mr. Coffee, anticipating his praise, grinning from ear to ear. However, Mr. Coffee only held the list for a long time. What do you think? He asked Vincent, completely ignoring the technician in front of him. It's a trap, Vincent said. With the skills of the technical team on the enemy's side, I believe they can hack into 0. I don't believe changing a few names in the airline's boarding system without anyone knowing would be a problem for them. The coffee man slapped his thigh. Well, what do you know? It's a damn obvious trap, isn't it?
Are they looking down on us? Are there even such idiots who would fall for such a trap?
The person in charge of the technical team looked embarrassed. Then, shall we resummon the team tasked to watch the enemy? No, Mr. Coffee smiled. Did you get anything from the tracking team you applied from headquarters? Not yet. Those people did not attack 0 again, and we have strengthened our guard for now. If our opponent makes a move again, we will know. This time, the head of the technical team was confident enough to make such a promise. Besides, the drone has also arrived, he went on. It allows us to monitor places that the surveillance cameras can't cover. We followed your orders and entered the information and faces of the potential suspects into the database in advance. The city surveillance cameras and drones can now scan every single person in the city. This time, we'll definitely find them in the shortest time possible. Mr. Coffee said nothing, turning to Vincent instead. Mr. Vincent, I heard that you were a mercenary and participated in several wars. I want to ask you a question. Please, ask away. What would you do if you're trapped in a dangerous situation, where you're completely surrounded by your enemies? Sitting and waiting is the most dangerous approach. The best way to get out of a sticky situation like this is to move around as much as possible, disrupt the situation, and devise a way to escape. It's the only way you can create an opportunity. Mr. Coffee rubbed his chin. It seems the enemies think the same thing as well. Rather than seeing this list as a botched trap, it is more like a war book, he said. War book? Little Boy was puzzled. Black Nest will take the bait, said Jong-Hung. It was difficult for him to explain the rationale behind it to Little Boy. Edward wanted to meet the three people he had been communicating with for a long time to expose CTOS's dirty secrets. This would seriously threaten Black Nest, and they would use everything at their disposal to stop it from happening. As long as Black Nest deployed its personnel at several transportation hubs, there was a high probability that they would lock on to their target. There is nothing wrong with the airport's power outage plan, but we have to draw Black Nest's people away, especially the sniper. He's just too dangerous. All we did was change the boarding information. Think it'll fool Black Nest? Oh yeah, it will, Jong-hung said affirmatively. The main objective of this round was to either help Edward escape or assist Zero in capturing Edward. On the surface, it seemed that this would result in only two endings for these players. There was, however, another possibility. When the quest's duration ran out, and if Edward neither escaped, nor did Black Nest kill him, players from all factions would lose the quest. No one wanted to see such results. Although an ending that benefited nobody was very much dreaded, it was still possible. After all, only 5 days remained for the quest, and it was too risky for Jong-hung to give up now. Be that as it may, he was confident that he could survive another 5 days. On the other hand, such a result was acceptable for Black Nest. As long as they managed to stop Edward from contacting the media, they could slowly play hide-and-seek with him in the city. But then again, it would surely be unacceptable for the players who chose Black Nest's side. In the eyes of Vincent and Little Boy, the name list wasn't even worth being called a trap, but in the eyes of players like Mr. Coffee and Jong-hung, that list served a larger purpose. Is this an invitation to start a duel in advance? This is unexpectedly refreshing. Oh, shit, the proposal is making me so excited, Mr. Coffee scratched his head. Vincent rarely spoke since he handed over command to Mr. Coffee. It was usually Mr. Coffee asking the questions, and Vincent answering them accordingly. This time, though, he couldn't hold himself back. We have the advantage now, and as long as we don't mess up, the enemy will not be able to defeat us, he proclaimed. You're right, but if we can use the opportunity to cut off their source, it will extinguish the threat once and for all, said Mr. Coffee. But what if this is just a distraction? I can understand your worries. This is my plan. It's 3 in the afternoon now. Whether I can kill the guy on the enemy's team or not, I'll bring our people back before dark. I'll leave the place to you for the time being, said Mr. Coffee, adding a reassuring pat on Vincent's shoulders. Vincent seemed a little helpless. How many people do you want? I don't need too many. Just get me a small team. I know, I need that guy as well. He'll be useful in the upcoming battle, said Mr. Coffee as he pointed at a man standing behind Vincent. He was Abu, and he was trying his hardest to pretend he did not exist. Since the night before yesterday, Abu stopped talking back or humiliating Mr. Coffee. Instead, there was a touch of fear in his eyes. It was Vincent's first time seeing Abu behaving in such a manner, and it only served to fuel his curiosity on what happened between the both of them. But since Abu never spoke about it, he had decided not to ask about it. Abu's face changed when he was named, but in the end, he had no choice and followed Mr. Coffee's order. Don't cry. It might be an opportunity for you to see something hard to see in life. You should be happy. Mr. Coffee then turned around to look at the technician on the other side. Watch the 3 baits. See where they are headed. Yes, sir. The leader of the technicians hurriedly left after receiving the order. Mr. Coffee clapped his hands. The party has already started. All right, pack up and get ready to move. Let's not let our hosts wait too long. Chapter 35. Pursuit. As the plane landed and the 3 targets on the list walked out of the airport, the drama between Edward and Black Nest finally kicked off. Black Nest's personnel quickly locked onto all 3 and hacked into their electronic devices. At the same time, Mr. Coffee and Abu sprung into action, with the 2 elite action squads closely following them from behind. Vincent was dissatisfied with Mr. Coffee's decision to act without authorization despite knowing all too well that it was a bait. Still, since what was done was already done, he could only try to control the damage as best he could and fix the consequences afterward. Now, he had to readjust the remaining manpower and layout. These were issues that Ponytail and Little Boy should have been worried about. Thus, the battle between the players began. In the beginning, more players chose Black Nest's side. Ironically, their only player left in the end was Mr. Coffee. Many fail to understand simple logic. No matter how much trash adds together, it just ends up a bigger pile of trash, said Mr. Coffee. Abu felt a little uncomfortable, especially when he and Mr. Coffee were the only two in the car. So, he poked his head out of the window, pretending to enjoy the scenery. Of course, I'm not talking about you, you are still useful, Mr. Coffee added leisurely. Those words finally ticked Abu off. If you want to kill me, just do it. Is it that fun to ridicule me every day? He lamented in an irritated tone. To be honest, it's exciting, Mr. Coffee said. Well, to make up for your unpleasant stay with me, I'll allow you to move freely from now on. Who? Abu was surprised. I've studied your resume. You are a talented sniper, lurking in the dark. Seizing the opportunity at the right time is your forte. It is a waste of talent letting you follow orders. So, this means you won't have to take any more orders from me, said Mr. Coffee. I hope you won't let me down. Aren't you afraid I would just leave? Abu raised his eyebrows. Mr. Coffee was resolute, brimming with conviction. You are a smart man. When I saw you for the first time, I knew that although you don't like me, you'd always choose to stand on the side of the winner, and I am born a winner, he said, tone filled with confidence. Abu fell silent, and after a while, he looked up. Did you deliberately give me a chance that night? He asked. What do you think? Mr. Coffee asked rhetorically without answering. I need a car. Then, this is your car from now on. 25 minutes later, Black Nest's convoy arrived in front of Toulouse Town Hall Square, one of the Toulouse's most central and visited attractions. The technician reported to Mr. Coffee, the 3 people have been here for a while, but no one left, and their cell phone signals disappeared as well. Oh. Interesting, were they worried that we might have brought a sniper with us? He deliberately chose the place with most people. Mr. Coffee took a look at all the people around him. Other than tourists, there were booths trading second-hand goods and street performers littering the way. Bring out the drones to scan the area. Okay, the technician paused, but getting the drones into the city hall won't be easy. It's okay. I'll bring some people with me to search the city hall, Mr. Coffee replied and ordered a group of people to follow him. All of them were asked to carry only a pistol that was strapped to their waists. After that, Mr. Coffee showed a special permit from the police to the guard at the door, and they were allowed into the city hall. Toulouse City Hall was built in 1190, but among the medieval parts of the building, only the gate and courtyard of Henry IV was preserved. Most of the structure was completed after 1750, with golden corridors and paintings hanging all over the place. Its interior was one that exuded magnificence. But Mr. Coffee wasn't here for sightseeing. All 11 of them scattered in different directions and started an intensive search of the place. The drones operating outside the city hall gave them a bird's-eye view of the situation. It did not take long for them to locate their targets in the crowd. Just as Mr. Coffee approached them, one of them suddenly yelled, stepped over the warning sign, and rushed to a painting next to him. The tourists were left in shock when they saw a lunatic splashing his drink on the treasured oil painting, while his 2 companions took off their pants. Before they could make any more disturbing antics, they were stopped by the security guards. Mr. Coffee looked on at the troublemakers with a smile. It's too naive. Are you planning to use this method to save your life? Call the chief, and we will arrest these people on behalf of the police. But as soon as his voice dropped, a group of reporters came out of nowhere and started taking pictures, attempting to cover the sensational piece. The moment Black Nest's operatives took a step forward, they were forced to stop again. They turned to look at Mr. Coffee in a frustrated manner, and at the same time, the voice of the technician could be heard over the communicator. I found the suspected Asian in the bar that night. Our goal is now on a bus, he reported. At the same time, the identities of the 3 people in front of them were also revealed. They were 3 new interns recruited by the newspaper. TSK.
Are they trying to force me to make a choice here?
Mr. Coffee's tone did not change, but his glare was terrifying. The captain of the squad did not want to get into trouble at a time like this. When he remembered what Vincent told him before they left, he had to muster up enough courage to speak up. "If we arrest those 3 men on behalf of the police, the reporters will definitely come after us," he said. Mr. Coffee didn't insist on the previous order to be carried out.
Do I look like someone who never thought about this possibility?
Follow that guy and don't let him get away. When the problem over there is resolved, we'll go to the police station to get someone. Mr. Coffee changed his mind.
Roger that.
The team leader breathed a sigh of relief and immediately commanded the team back to the car. The 2 drones had already caught up with the bus. Mr. Coffee quickly boarded it, followed closely by Black Nest's convoy. With the help of Zero, the Black Nest fleet picked the fastest route. Simultaneously, the traffic lights on the roadside were manipulated to ensure that the Black Nest could catch up to them. The distance between the 2 parties quickly shortened. However, as the bus stopped at the next stop, the people went into the subway entrance. Mr. Coffee was a step too late. Now that Zero was online, all cell phones in the city could be turned into monitoring devices. Soon, he managed to locate the target in the subway, and not long after that, the pursuit had led the 2 out of the city. Chapter 36. Reaper's Scythe. The blue Renault finally stopped outside an old manor on the outskirts of the city. According to the intel, the estate's former owner was a wholesale seed merchant. After going bankrupt, his wife left him, and the bank repossessed the land. In the end, having no place to go, he committed suicide in the living room. As a result, the bank failed to sell the property, and it had been left abandoned ever since. There was no one to take care of it, and the once beautiful courtyard was now overgrown with weeds. Strangely, the sweet iris planted by the merchant when he was still alive was thriving well. Mr. Coffee got out of the car and looked up at the sky. It was gloomy, and low, dark clouds foretold that heavy rain was around the corner. Closing the car door, he took a look around. "Is it here?" "It's a good place to send him to his maker," he said. Picking a bulletproof vest from the back seat, Mr. Coffee put it on, then collected his Remington M870 shotgun from the trunk, along with 3 grenades. "Let's give our friends a heartfelt welcome." The assault team dragged 2 heavy machine guns from the bed of the truck and set them up on the grass outside the manor. Once the weapons were hot, they began firing at whatever that came into their sight. Bullets poured out from the barrel, shattering glass, wooden doors. Everything unfortunate enough to be in the path of the flying shells were shredded mercilessly. The mindless shooting lasted for a full 5 minutes, stopping only after they had depleted their bullets. Mr. Coffee threw 2 grenades at the manor before taking off his earplugs. "Now, it looks better. Get ready to go in." The assault team behind him immediately picked up their assault rifles, crouched through the broken door, and charged into the house. It was a monumental, disheveled mess inside. Whatever valuable furniture had been moved a long time ago, leaving whatever that was left to be utterly decimated by the rain of lead. The blackened blotches on the once white walls were in no thanks to the grenades. The assault team searched room by room, but they found nothing. "It makes no sense. Our drone saw him get into this building, and he didn't leave after that," said the captain while frowning. Mr. Coffee carried the shotgun and walked to the end of the hallway. "That can only mean that there are rooms we haven't searched yet." When the captain heard that, his mood lightened slightly, and his face relaxed. The team had searched every corner of the manor above ground, and it was almost impossible for anybody to make a move without being noticed. Hence, the only place they hadn't searched was underground. Immediately, Mr. Coffee spread the team out, sweeping the place again from the start. True enough, after a more comprehensive search, they managed to find an entrance to a hidden tunnel behind the fireplace. However, an unfortunate event occurred whilst the secret door was being opened. It was a booby trap, where an arrow launched from a crossbow, and penetrating the chest of an unlucky one. The very untimely death of a Black Nest personnel instantly made the rest of the team very skittish. The team leader quickly sent in a second person to replace the dead man. With the help of a glow stick, he managed to take a look around. It was a small wine cellar built by the merchant before his business went bust. It stored countless bottles of wine from all corners of the world. The team member reported his findings to the captain, and unbeknownst to him, a dark figure suddenly emerged from behind the wine rack and fired several shots. Consequently, another Black Nest elite was killed. At the exact moment, the other Black Nest agents poured in and began firing back at the 01 guerrillas with everything they had. After emptying their magazines, they ceased fire and walked up to the wine rack in anticipation. Lo and behold, there was no one there. Mr. Coffee made a gesture, and 2 of his men entered the tunnel from the front. A small gunfight ensued as those in the tunnel retaliated. Then, once again, yet another Black Nest member was killed and the other severely wounded. In just a short period, Black Nest's elite assault squad was reduced to a mere 4 members. Yet, despite paying such a hefty price, they hadn't even seen the opponent's shadow. This sorely irked Mr. Coffee, but nonetheless, he remained indifferent, appearing unaffected by the massive casualties his team suffered. "Has the drone picked up on anything?" he asked as he tossed a glow stick into the tunnel. "No." "Then, take a look around and see if there are other buildings around the manor." "There is a warehouse." "The tunnel leads in that direction," answered the captain once he got confirmation. "Leave 2 men to guard the entrance." "The rest will come with me to the warehouse," Mr. Coffee replied. Vincent had trained the Black Nest team well. Upon hearing Mr. Coffee's command, he efficiently divided the assault team into 2 teams. Mr. Coffee took the 4 people behind him, left the manor, and walked towards the warehouse in the northwest direction. Before they could make any headway, though, they came under attack again. Instead of feeling surprised, Mr. Coffee lit up, since it meant they had been on the right track all along. And this time it was the enemy's last stand. He could feel it from the way they were attacking. The enemy fire felt extraordinarily aggressive, as if it was their last hurrah, and they had nothing to lose. Overwhelmed by the zealous 01, Mr. Coffee had no choice but to look for cover with his 4 men following closely behind. On the other side, the lone Abu walked through a small forest. He had arrived before Mr. Coffee and got to witness the battle that had just taken place, even hearing in the entire time on the communications channel. However, he chose to remain silent. Mr. Coffee's judgment on him was correct. Abu preferred to move unrestricted as compared to face-to-face combat, finding his own secluded nest to settle in. Besides, he wasn't a defensive sniper, constantly electing to go full offense, especially if he could land a one-shot kill. His prey often didn't know where the bullet came from until the very last moment of their lives. This was also the principle that Abu adhered to. The true Reaper would come when one expects it the least. No one would ever see the Reaper's face or hear his footsteps. Abu took a look at the warehouse, mapping out several suitable sniping points in his mind. When the 2 men began clashing, he ran to the warehouse, nesting up in one of those spots. After setting up his weapon, the warehouse's south window with the target beneath it came into his sights. The weather wasn't looking too good today. Due to the thick clouds hovering in the sky, it was darker than usual, and way more humid. For an elite sniper like him, this wasn't too much of a problem. 1.7 kilometers was no different than staring at his target in front of his eyes. The only troublesome thing was the incoming heavy downpour. Fortunately, raindrops falling from the sky were far slower than bullets flying through the air. Abu adjusted the scope, and now, there was nothing to stop the Reaper from swinging his sickle. "It's not your day today," Abu murmured, gently pulling the trigger. As the loud gunshot echoed in the air, the target in the warehouse unsurprisingly fell to the ground. Abu let out a sigh, all the frustration in his chest of Mr. Coffee finally lifted. What happened 3 days ago was like a nightmare. It had been haunting him, never expecting such a horrifying demon to exist in the world. "Anyway, there's no way for you to defeat that demon. I will do you a favor and send you to your maker." Abu kept away his gun and enabled the call function on his cell phone. "It's done." Mr. Coffee and the others walked out of the bunker after getting confirmation that the target was eliminated. "What? I thought he was a powerful and ruthless character." "Did he just die like that?" asked Mr. Coffee cynically. Suddenly, another gunshot thundered from inside the warehouse, catching Black Nest's team off guard. At least 3 members were shot, with Mr. Coffee taking one in the leg as well. He fell to the ground with a groan as bullet penetrated flesh with a sickening spatter. Abu was shocked to see the situation, quickly looking into the scope again. It was then that he witnessed something incredible. The corpse that lay on the ground had been resurrected, and now, he was shooting like a madman. Chapter 37. Sniper Duel. How could this be? Abu had always been very confident in his marksmanship, never expecting to miss his target twice in just 3 days. At this point, his confidence was greatly shaken. Soon, he managed to calm down and properly figure out the problem. Glass. Earlier, he faintly felt that there was something wrong. The glass on the warehouse was too clean. Obviously, it did not match the dilapidated warehouse, looking to have been replaced only recently. This glass had a higher refractive index than ordinary glass, the reason why his previous shot did not land on his target. Instead, the opponent feigned death and defeated an ambush. However, the guy's good luck ended here. Now that the problem had been discovered, a good sniper wouldn't fall for the same trap twice. Abu immediately laid on the ground again, calculating the glass's refractive index from the previous bullet hole and adjusting his sights to the new trajectory. A few seconds later, the sniper's sixth sense saved his life. Abu sensed something wasn't right, decisively giving up on shooting as he rolled to his side with the sniper rifle in hand. That very moment, a bullet landed on where he laid earlier, splashing mud on his face. If he had not moved, his brain matter would have splattered everywhere instead of mud. Abu knew the precariousness of the situation he was in. Estimating his opponent's position based on the shot, he rolled on the ground several times and ended up behind a small tree. It appeared that just like him, his opponent was an elite sniper as well. With only one shot, Abu managed to figure out where his opponent was hiding. Being the experienced sharpshooter that he was actually excited instead of panicking. As long as his opponent human and not a demon, there was no reason to fear. He was also grandly proud of his skills, especially in the field of sniping. Abu never thought there would be a rival to his talents. Many marveled at his talents when he played video games, where his lightning-fast reflexes and instant responses came naturally as drinking water. There was no need for any practice, he would get the highest kill count in the game. His only trouble was that he kept getting reported to the officials that he was a cheat, and the game's management frequently banned his account by mistake. Unceremonious as it may sound, it might be the only way ordinary players could beat him. Things were different now that he was holding the real sniper rifle. No one could ban him anymore since this was the real world. He had become unbridled, unfazed in the sights of another sniper that matched his unopposed skills. Abu closed his eyes and allowed himself to be one with his surroundings. He attempted to capture and filter out certain sounds that could point him in the right direction, hopefully gaining better insight into who he was fighting and eventually getting an advantage. Judging from the opponent's position, he was now in a safe spot. If the opponent wanted to attack again, he would need to change his position. And as long as he moved, he would make a sound. It might be no different from the wind blowing over grass or the rustling of fallen leaves to the ordinary person. Still, Abu was one who could distinguish insignificant details often ignored by everyone else. Judging by the previous shot, Abu could tell that he and the opponent weren't too far apart. All he needed was a little movement, and he would be able to pinpoint the enemy's exact position accurately. And Abu firmly believed that his opponent would make a move eventually. It wasn't because he was more patient than the enemy, but rather basing his judgments on what was happening beneath the manor right now. Although the warehouse guy succeeded in carrying out a surprise attack, eventually eliminating 3 Black Nest agents, another 2 members were still fighting back. Not to mention Mr. Coffee, who started cursing incessantly at everybody after getting shot in the calf. Besides, 2 powerful assault team members were still in the wine cellar. After hearing what had happened through the communicator, they had instantly rushed over to the scene. In other words, those in the warehouse were still at a disadvantage. As of now, they had unleashed their trump card, and if Black Nest got serious, they would be in some serious trouble. By this time, Abu had basically figured out the combat plan of the other party. While he was thinking about killing his target in the warehouse, his enemy was thinking about how to kill him as well. No one liked the fact that a sniper was lurking in the shadows somewhere, ready to extinguish the life of whoever that came across his sights. This only exacerbated the bad situation of those in the warehouse. The opponents didn't randomly choose this location for the final battle. The topography of the warehouse and the high refractive glass had been intentionally placed. It was a trick for him to expose his position first. Abu knew very well that he did not need to worry at all. His enemy should be the one to worry about the current situation. Just as he expected, his opponent took the first step after staying silent for half a minute. Abu instinctively picked up his rifle, rolled out from behind the tree, and fired a shot. It was a pity that the scope wasn't used, seeing how he failed to hit the target. Abu was in no hurry, though. He hid behind a large rock and waited for his enemy to act again. On the other hand, the storm had been brewing for a while, and it would soon hit landfall with a fury. A heavy downpour would severely inhibit vision, but the good news was that the rain would affect both sides. It was still fair play. In fact, Abu was confident that he would perform better than the other sniper in such unfavorable weather. The enemy must be anxious now, Abu thought. The enemy wouldn't have been expecting the sudden rain, and it would surely ruin whatever plan he had in mind. Right?
Did the heavy rain disrupt Jonghung's plan?
Well, Jonghung did not think so, since he too was expecting the heavy rain. To be precise, he was actually the one who summoned the downpour with his weather marbles. Abu had to be the most formidable sniper he'd met after Simon. Jonghung's shooting skills increased to LV2 in the Mannerheim dungeon. Being his teacher, Simon's shooting skills were obviously a tad higher, at LV.3, and possibly approaching LV.4. As for Abu, although not as skillful as Simon, there was a high probability he had LV.3 shooting skills. Of course, a duel between snipers wasn't entirely determined by skills alone, where factors such as strategy and environment would influence the outcome. Abu was right. Jonghung had always been a meticulous opponent, wanting to make sure that his enemy was completely decimated. Unfortunately, Abu had miraculously dodged Jonghung's most confident shot. Despite the miss, Jonghung didn't flinch, waiting patiently, waiting for the rain to fall. As the storm blurred the surroundings with an impenetrable mist of water, he took out the filter lens from his pocket. This meant the horrible weather would only affect one side in this battle. Chapter 438. You won, but I didn't lose. Name, filter lens. Grade, D. Function, preserves the user's field of vision up to 300 meters. User will be unaffected by factors including light and natural occurrences. Jonghung and Abu were about 270 meters apart, just within the filter lens range. Equipped with this D-class prop, the blur of the rainstorm within a 300-meter radius of Jonghung's field of vision magically vanished, and visible light had improved significantly. Abu, on the other hand, was struggling. Constantly harassed by the pouring rain, all he could at the moment was to keep his ears open and try his best to locate his target amid the roaring patter. As Abu was in deep concentration, his right ear twitched slightly. Then all of a sudden, he rolled out from behind the rock into a crouched position, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. Without checking to see if he had hit the target, he hurried over to the next bunker. This coherent set of actions took only less than 2 seconds, enough to put all the snipers in the world to shame. But just as he was about to stand up again, he felt a sharp, overwhelming pain stab his waist. Abu's eyes widened, and the searing pain was suddenly overcome by confusion and bewilderment as his knees gave way onto the muddy ground. Though his mind told him that he was in grave danger and should get to a safe place as quickly as possible, the harsh reality was that Abu had lost all sensation in his body. He couldn't even lift a finger. No one knew the power of a sniper rifle better than Abu, himself a sniper. He had once landed headshot on a target 2 kilometers away with a sniper rifle. The poor guy's head exploded like a watermelon. Abu didn't even have to look down to know how bad his injury was. That shot had not only blasted a fist-sized blood hole in his body but had also severely shattered his spine. He was on death's waiting list, and very near the top at that. Jong-hung took his time retrieving the backpack he had used as bait. Even though there wasn't much aiming involved, Abu's blind shot still managed to hit the backpack, and the Lego bricks inside it spilled all over the ground. It was a testament to the sniper he claimed to be, where such fine marksmanship could only be described as otherworldly. Even Jong-hung, an opponent, couldn't help but put him in the highest regard. So, after he finished tending to his backpack, he walked to Abu's body to bid him farewell for the last time. Abu was losing blood fast. All too soon, he was at death's door, falling in and out of consciousness. As Abu slipped further into the jaws of death, he gave a final look of reluctance, but there was nothing he could do in the last moments of his life. His mind replayed the scene of the fight, confirming again that he hadn't made any mistakes and had done everything he could. Alas, everything ended in such irony. Now he lay in the mud like a defeated dog. Though he couldn't speak, Jong-hung knew what Abu was dying to ask. So, he reached into his pocket and showed the dying man the filter lens. A sudden burst of energy snapped Abu's eyes open. Then, miraculously, as if regaining the confidence of the best sniper in the world, he croaked in a raspy voice, You won, but I didn't lose." Jong-hung nodded. When he finally got his answer, a look of content permanently plastered on Abu's ashen face. Jong-hung had taken the crown in this battle, gaining him 20 points. As the sniper duel concluded, the battle at the warehouse was about to reach its peak. Once the men from the wine cellar arrived, Black Nest had the upper hand in firepower, even flying in 2 drones through the window to act as their eyes. Those holding up the warehouse were further driven into a corner. There were no catching of breaths, as a hail of bullets showered on them from all directions to the point they could barely raise their heads an inch. When he saw the enemy outside about to barge in, Piercing screamed into the walkie-talkie, "IUF** King done. If you don't get your ass here soon, you'll be dragging my body out of this place." This time, to his great relief, he wasn't greeted by silence from the other end. In position, Jong-hung answered as he pulled the trigger. The enemy running in the front suddenly leaped into the air. His rifle was raised, and he was about to face Piercing's, but he did not even get the chance to fire. In fact, he'd never had the opportunity to fire ever again. Jong-hung, hiding in the forest, was in sniper mode. There were hardly any adjustments to be made, as he pivoted the barrel of his gun, and the next target was located almost immediately. As the second shell left the rifle's elongated barrel, the target's bone shattered to smithereens, and he fell to the ground, rolling and screaming in pain. Undoubtedly, it was a sight never to be witnessed by children. To Jong-hung, this shot was a dud. The filter lens was only effective up to 300 meters, and since the warehouse was way out of range, his shots weren't as accurate as they should. But they were sufficient. He fired 8 shots in total. 2 missed, and the remaining 6 hit their targets, Mr. Coffee included. Now, they were all but sprawling across the ground. While Piercing swore that he would never be bait again, the battle had come to an end. He stuck his head out, and other than faint groans and whines, the world was quiet again. Not to be missed, the 2 drones that were attempting an escape were also shot down by Jong-hung. Finally, he put away the rifle, got up, and walked down the slope. "Have you been notified by the system?" Piercings asked. "Who?" "I mean, any opposition players among these people?" Piercings walked out of the warehouse, armed with a pistol as he examined the bodies with his toes and putting the poor bastards who were hanging on by a thread out of their misery. "No," replied Jong-hung. It was one of those things he was intrigued by. In terms of sheer firepower, Black Nest had the upper hand, and since they accepted the battle, players had to be behind it. In theory, a player should be among the ones who fought this battle. Jong-hung had seen the woman in red from the rival team, but he wasn't sure if she was dead or alive after what happened at the parking lot. As for the rest of the players, he knew nothing about them. Mr. Coffee seemed to be the group commander, but there were no notifications from the system even after getting gunned down. Could the players from the rival team be so afraid they completely relied on Black Nest to eliminate us? Asked Piercings. He had already checked all the corpses on the ground, except for Coffee Man. The latter had performed relatively poorly in the battle, shouting orders to attack at his subordinates, while he pulled back. When Zhongheng shot the man running in the front, the coffee guy immediately turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, that only kept him alive for only half a minute longer. Chapter 39. Enough talking. Piercings had checked his surroundings thoroughly, but when he walked up to the last corpse, he stopped and became alert suddenly. There were bullet holes on his clothes, but there was no blood on it. Without hesitation, Piercings shot the dead body's head another 3 times. A few seconds later, he witnessed something unbelievable. The bullets had hit their target but left only a slight red mark. After that, deformed bullet shells ricocheted off the corpse and dropped to the ground. "Oh, are you done?" Mr. Coffee got up from the ground, tidied up his messy hair and said in Chinese, "You didn't even give me a chance to scare you." Piercings compensated for his panic, beguiling his heart as he witnessed something impossible. As a player, he'd seen all kinds of supernatural occurrences, especially players who had completed a few rounds of the game. They would have at least 1 or 2 life-saving items with them. Like how he jumped from the bridge into the river when danger befell him, Mr. Coffee was obviously in possession of some game item that protected him from harm. Piercings grunted, letting out 2 sharp breaths. With a decisive move, he entered the entire clip in one go. Items with such powerful effects generally had a limit on the number of times they could be used. The easiest way to defeat an opponent like this was to make him deplete his item's uses. By that time, the opponent would no longer be able to defend himself. The rain of bullets battered Mr. Coffee, and under the influence of Newton's law of motion, his body twitched and jerked like an electrocuted frog. Instead of falling to the floor, he grinned. "You sure are rude. Not even letting me have my turn." When Piercings finally stopped shooting, there was a wide grin on Mr. Coffee's face. Greeted by an empty pistol, Piercings tossed it away and immediately rolled over to pick up a corpse's rifle. He then pointed it at the seemingly immortal Mr. Coffee again. "It's useless, you can't kill me even if you shoot until your fingers cramp up," said Mr. Coffee leisurely, as if knowing what his opponent was thinking. Piercing's face changed drastically. Grade B game item, he thought. There was nothing else he could think of other than a game item that was at least grade B or higher, which also had an extraordinarily lengthy duration. Wrong answer. What a pity, but you can't be blamed. After all, there's only so much an ordinary player knows at this level. Mr. Coffee stood up from the ground and patted away the muddy water on his body. "Your skills are very average, and I am not interested in you. I'm actually here to look for the guy that beat Scarlet in the parking lot." Mr. Coffee paused. "He's also the one who ambushed us in the woods. He killed my sniper. I didn't expect him to be that good. Don't treat me like a fool. I have killed some of the most powerful players." Piercing snorted in disgust. "Is that so? I haven't killed players more powerful than me. It must be because the most powerful player I have ever met is myself," Mr. Coffee replied confidently. Seeing Piercing's gaze still following him, Mr. Coffee compounded on his conviction. "There's no need to look around, I have no companions. In fact, save for a future teammate who decided to quit this round, I was the one who sent the 3 remaining troublemakers to their makers," he thoughtfully added. Piercings was in shock. "You even killed the players from your faction? Is it because of game points, or you want to loot their items?" "Neither, I just don't like them," shrugged Mr. Coffee. "An antisocial? I caught quite a few of your types when I was working." "Oh, I promise you I'm better than them." Mr. Coffee snapped his fingers. "Well, the chat ends here. I will kill you first, then I shall see how good that guy really is." After he said that, Mr. Coffee moved toward Piercings. Piercings instantly pulled the trigger with no indisposition. The assault rifle was way more tenacious than the pistol, firing multiple large rounds each second, but as Mr. Coffee had foretold, the shells did little effect to him, except for shredding his clothes into tiny rags. He even took off his bulletproof vest to prove his point. F*CK. Seeing that the impossible Mr. Coffee was still standing before him, Piercings threw the assault rifle in his hand and punched him. Astonishingly, or rather, at this point, Mr. Coffee didn't even flinch. Piercings had given everything he got into that punch, socking his right cheek firmly, and this time, not even the slightest of marks could be seen. Piercings, on the other hand, felt as if he'd just hit an armored car with his fist. His fingers hurt badly, and it seemed the bones might have cracked as well. Mr. Coffee's head tilted a little as it absorbed the punch's impact but soon returned to normal. He blinked and smiled slyly. "Is it my turn yet?" he asked with palms in the air. The moment he said that, Mr. Coffee grabbed Piercing's collar and rammed his forehead with his own. Piercing staggered, and his forehead started to bleed. Stumbling a little, he almost lost his balance. "Don't die on me just yet. I'm just getting started." Mr. Coffee continued his savage assault with a left uppercut. Since Piercings was stumbling about anyway, he miraculously managed to dodge the attack. After this blow, he stretched out his arms and hugged the coffee man firmly, and then the two fell to the ground together. As they fell, Piercings changed tactics again, grabbing Mr. Coffee's arm with one hand, and with the other, he twisted his wrist, performing a Jujitsu Kimura lock. This is interesting. Chapter 40. Invincible Body. It seems that you have a good item on you. Is water the condition that triggers it? But how did you manage to predict that the storm would hit us today? The weather forecast says today is supposed to be sunny. Mr. Coffee got off the ground and shook his wrist. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to answer me. I am not that interested in the answer anyway. As long as I get rid of you, these questions are no longer important. However, before he could do anything, the water giant struck first. Thus, two indestructible monsters started a savage and primitive fight. Both sides chose not to use any weapons, electing to fight each other with their bare fists. At the same time, they also couldn't be injured or fatigued. This even fight, however, lasted less than 60 seconds before the water giant began to fluctuate. "Oh, it seems you need to top up your item. Mine's still going strong. You may not believe it, but I can do this all day long," said Mr. Coffee. Before he finished talking, the water giant had already separated from Piercings. He then quickly retreated 5 meters. As he stood there, the water around Piercings started to flow away. Standing there, the water around the man with earrings began to flow out. He panted in exhaustion, horrified by how powerful the coffee man was. How could this be? Mr. Coffee's powers went beyond his comprehension, and it was then that he knew defeating him was impossible. Piercings now believed what Mr. Coffee said, that he had never crossed paths with anybody more powerful than him. With his terrifying defensive power and incredible strength, it was no wonder he managed to complete so many quests. Like an apex predator, he stood at the top of the food chain without natural enemies to dethrone him. Piercings couldn't imagine what else could kill him. Did he have to resort to a nuclear weapon? If one were dropped here, Toulouse would be gone as well. "I like the look on your face now," sneered Mr. Coffee. "Although I have seen it on a lot of people, I have to admit that this is still very fascinating to me. Thank you for warming up to me, but we should end it now." Mr. Coffee took another step toward Piercings. Piercings were left terrified, but there was nothing he could do. The bizarre creature he faced was a monster that couldn't be killed by bullets, nor did Kimura's lock work on him as well. His strength was abnormal, and he would never tire. Besides, his trump card had also been used. Piercings glanced at the pearl in his hand. It had lost all its luster, which meant this grade C game item had exhausted all its uses. He still had another game item with him, but it was useless in combat. And the worst part was that his stamina had depleted, his body sustaining injuries as well. It looked like this is going to the end for him. "Don't get too frustrated. You considered one of the better opponents I've met. I think I can rank you in my top 10, said Mr. Coffee. "You're out of luck. It was a pure misfortune that you met me as your opponent." He stretched out his hand as he spoke, about to strangle Piercing's neck. A few seconds later, a bullet that came from the sniper rifle hit his eyeball accurately. Mr. Coffee only managed to mouth the word "Bef***ck" before he was sent flying away. "You only rescue me at the last minute, brother, said Piercings. He almost burst into tears when he turned around as he looked at the figure walking in the rain. I couldn't help it. We were too far apart. Trust me, I came as soon as I could, Jonghang replied. You are so toxic. The combined danger of working undercover for 8 years was a lot lesser than working as bait for you, complained Piercings as he stood in the heavy rain with tears in his eyes. As they talked, the corpse on the ground started to move again. What the hell? Is he still not dead? Screamed Piercings as if he was about to lose his mind. Damn, I was scared. I thought I was about to die. Mr. Coffee frisked the dust off his chest and sat on the ground with a frightened look. He. I have used my head to catch bullets, and I have even tried to use my butthole, but this is the first time I'm using my corneas to catch bullets. Are you still human? Are you sure you're not a monster in human skin? Stammered Piercings. He tried to speak, but the words just wouldn't come out. Mr. Coffee grinned. Well, I am actually quite curious myself, he said, and shifted his gaze to Jonghang. Ah, so you're the one who defeated Scarlet. MT main purpose of coming here is to see you and kill you. Jonghang stood silently in the veil of heavy rain. Sorry, I've got nothing personal against you. I was wooing that woman indeed, and I promised to carry her through this round. I am also obsessed with competing against all manner of players, especially the more powerful ones, said Mr. Coffee, then reached out to point at Jonghang. I want to see the same expression on your face. Next, I will need you to struggle as much as you can, and slowly witness my invincibility in despair. After listening to Mr. Coffee's, Jonghang finally spoke. STYX, he asked. When Mr. Coffee heard the name, his pupils contracted. After a while, though, he laughed again. Ah, yes. It appears I didn't target the wrong guy. You are no ordinary player, but unfortunately, you are not destined for the proxy war. Piercings was confused. STYX? What is STYX? He asked in bewilderment. Styx is an ancient Greek goddess that lives in the underworld and is in charge of the river Styx. Some call her the goddess of oath and hatred. Previously, Jonghang studied the god of time, Chronos, and he'd read up quite a bit about ancient Greek mythology. Mr. Coffee's state made him think of a distinct possibility, and now, his reaction confirmed his conjecture. In ancient Greek mythology, if mortals stepped into river Styx that ruled by Styx, they would be able to enter the underworld. Gods would lose their divinity if they crossed this river, and as for demigods, they would become invulnerable if they soaked themselves. However, it would leave a fatal weakness on their body. Wait, why does the story sound familiar to me? Was someone soaked in this river? Frowned Piercings. Achilles, the son of the sea goddess Thetis and the hero Peleus, and legendary hero of the Trojan War. His mother dipped him into the river Styx when he was a baby, Jonghang replied, throwing the sniper rifle away and taking the longbow with him. You are right. I am Styx's agent. In a sense, I'm to be considered a demigod, Mr. Coffee admitted. Styx took me to the river Styx, and I soaked in it for a while. So, I am now invincible. As for the weaknesses recorded in the myths, trust me, you won't be able to locate them even if I give you a day. However, he did not expect Jonghang to put on a strange look on his face. I have always been reluctant to believe in the existence of destiny, but I am afraid I'll have to make an exception. We've met today, said Jonghang, drawing his Paris arrow from the quiver. Chapter 41. Similar fate. Achilles wasn't only the Greeks' champion and the most powerful hero of the entire Trojan War. He was invincible on the battlefield, unstoppable even. And he managed to kill Hector, the bravest warrior of Troy, causing the long stalemate war to lean towards Greece's side. He was known as a demigod hero powerful enough to change the tide of battle. Unfortunately, he blasphemed against Apollo, son of Zeus, and killed by Hector's younger brother, Paris. Under Apollo's guidance, Paris' arrow accurately hit the only weakness on Achilles' body, his ankle. This arrow was now in Jonghang's hand. Paris arrow? Grade D. Effect: once the arrow leaves the bow, it automatically heads for the target's weakness. Although Zhongheng had used this arrow in the previous games, he didn't find it very useful. The arrow only proved its worth when he went up against a vulture, and considering that it was one of the most inconvenient game items to carry, he was thinking of leaving it behind in the real world. He was grateful, though, that he did not make such a decision. Zhongheng began to pull his bowstring. Mr. Coffee laughed when he saw this. "Are you trying to reproduce the results of the battle 3,000 years ago? Unfortunately, I am not Achilles, and you are not Paris. Do you want to shoot my heel? How about I show you my heel and let you shoot it?" Mr. Coffee lowered his head and rolled up his trousers. "This guy is too arrogant, right? The thought of me dying in the hands of such an arrogant guy makes my mood even worse." Piercings smiled bitterly. He too wasn't inclined to believe that Zhongheng was capable of hitting Mr. Coffee's weakness. Now that he was unbeatable, Piercings figured out their death was inevitable. If Zhongheng was right about Mr. Coffee becoming invincible after soaking in the STYX, it meant that there was no way to kill or hurt him. Such buffs would last permanently without the help of any game items. It was as if he wore 27 layers of steel armor, but all without the heft. Piercings even suspected an atomic bomb might not kill this monster. Was it okay to let such a powerful man exist in the game? Mr. Coffee stretched out his hands and raised them to the sky. He was confident that Zhongheng would not be able to hurt him. "Come on. You have 3 chances to attack me." However, before he finished, Zhongheng had unleashed the arrow at him. The Paris arrow shot out with an unexpected gust of wind. However, it only flew past Mr. Coffee's ear. Piercings opened his eyes wide. "Did you miss your target?" he asked. He did not expect Zhongheng's arrow to really hit a target's weakness. He was disappointed that Zhongheng missed him completely. After all, they weren't very far apart, and there was no reason for him to miss his target. Just as was wondering what was going on, he saw that the arrow had suddenly changed trajectory without any external interference. It did a 180-degree turn. Mr. Coffee's grin only got wider and wider. Since Zhongheng had made such an amateur mistake, his mind must be confused, and he was gradually losing his fighting spirit. A few seconds later, the smile on his face froze. Behind his head, the returning Paris arrow accurately hit the fingernail of his left thumb. As always, no one could stop destiny. "I don't need 3 chances. 1 arrow is enough," said Zhongheng nonchalantly. Mr. Coffee trembled. As compared to the attacks he received before, Zhongheng's arrow was supposed to leave him unscathed. After all, a large sniper round landed on his cornea earlier, and since he was okay, it was only logical to think that such a minute injury wouldn't do anything to his body. Such damages wouldn't even maim an ordinary person, let alone an almost invincible monster. When the little fingernail shattered, Mr. Coffee instantly stopped breathing, as if a clock's battery was pulled out, or a wind-up toy getting stuck. Maintained the same posture he was in, he fell headfirst on the muddy ground. "What the hell? Trying to fake your death again?" Since Mr. Coffee pulled a prank on him earlier, Piercings was undoubtedly suspicious of his death. After a while, he saw Zhongheng putting away the longbow in his hand as he walked to the corpse. "Hey, be careful, this guy likes to pretend he's dead." "Don't worry, I can assure you that he is dead this time," replied Zhongheng. He knelt and turned over Mr. Coffee's lifeless body. "How are you so sure about this?" Piercing stared nervously at the corpse, not too far away from him. "Because I received a notification from the system." Zhongheng was a little surprised. According to Mr. Coffee, he had killed 3 players from his side. It was reasonable to think that those players' game items should be with him now. But for some reason, Zhongheng only found a pair of bronze rings on him. The effect of these wouldn't be known until he identified them. "Wait, are you saying that he is dead?" Piercings thought he heard wrong, unable to believe that Mr. Coffee was still alive and kicking just a few minutes ago. The monster that beat him to a pulp was now dead. "I told you he's dead, and he can no longer get back up." After checking the corpse, Zhongheng picked up the Paris arrow as the finishing move to win this round. Piercings couldn't help but feel a little mad. So, his weakness lies in his fingernail. That's F*King cheating. All he needed to do was to make a fist to hide his thumb. No, he could punch me up when I fought him earlier, even raising his hand arrogantly when he asked you to shoot him with 3 arrows. He did all that to keep the fingernails behind him. But then again, how did you know his weakness? And how did the arrow U-turn just now? You know the rules. Did I ask you how your water giant works? It's okay to let you know, I guess. My water giant is a grade C item. Its trigger condition is a considerable volume of water. River water or rain will work. However, I just finished up its last use. Piercings went silent, sighing as he looked at the dying pearl in his hand. How are your injuries? Can you still get up? Zhongheng asked. I will live, but I can't fight anymore. So I won't be much help from now on. You can look for a place to hide me. Anyway, we have 4 days before this quest is over. If I can complete this, I owe you once. Well, take your time to recover, and leave the rest to me, said Zhongheng as he nodded. Chapter 42. Are you in a hurry? It had been 15 minutes since Vincent lost contact with Mr. Coffee. The last footage that the drone sent back showed Mr. Coffee's people viciously getting gunned down by a mysterious sniper who had also eventually shot down the last 2 drone units. The Black Nest technicians looked at each other, and for a long time, no one said anything. Vincent was as expressionless as a statue. In the end, Vincent broke the silence. Do your job. Don't make me repeat myself. Black Nest staff breathed a sigh of relief. Before Mr. Coffee took over, Vincent had been in charge of the operation. Vincent was their linchpin, and now, they could get their act together and delve into their work again. The shock and panic that had befallen the crew quickly dissipated as well. Vincent, on the other hand, was not as calm as he appeared to be. In fact, he was on the verge of exploding into an uncontrollable rage. Though he had disapproved Mr. Coffee's neurotic decision to step into the trap deliberately, he did not stop him when he made the decision. Instead, he sent his strongest combat team to assist Mr. Coffee and even assigned him his best sniper, Abu. Much to his disappointment, Mr. Coffee performed dismally. Even with such a luxurious lineup, he still managed to fail in such a miserable fashion. Vincent even started to presume that Mr. Coffee must have been deliberately pitting against him. The arrogant sod's blunder ruined all of Vincent's plans. The technicians were fine, but they were getting a little stretched out in the field. Should push come to shove, he would have to put on his battle armor and take out his favorite 17. Black Nest had the absolute upper hand in firepower, but being on the defensive had its own disadvantages too. Having no idea what mode of transport Edward and his people would use to get to Toulouse, Vincent had to scatter his men at various locations, including the airport, train station, and highway. At the same time, he mediated and directed the team, all in anticipation of making a move. At least they had Zero's powerful monitoring capabilities, hopefully enabling them to find the target among the sea of people. Louis was the star reporter of Le Monde, known for his incredible ability to dig up scandals in the government and business world. He had exposed Strauss-Kahn, former president of the International Monetary Fund, for a sex scandal, eventually forcing him to resign. The wife of former Prime Minister François was also exposed for embezzlement, in no thanks to him, and not too long ago, he was busy following the paper trail of a large welfare agency's funds. Louis received a secret tip that the welfare agency was allegedly involved in high-priced purchases and financial fraud. A large part of the agency's donations were said to have gone to the chairman and vice-chairman's own pockets. However, in the middle of the debacle, Louis received a strange email. The sender said that he had headline-worthy information in his hands, but refused to disclose the content. At first, Louis did not take the message seriously since he received emails like this almost daily, with his reputation and all. Still, most of these so-called big scoops were actually the senders getting themselves into trouble. Louis would reply by expressing his sympathy for them, but he weren't Batman, and neither could he bring justice to everyone. Instead of drowning within these personal dilemmas, Louis wanted to focus his attention on the big scoop, something he knew would have a far-reaching influence. Upon receiving the email, he quickly managed to sniff out something unusual from it. This mysterious sender seemed to know what he was thinking and sent him a second email. This time, it wasn't sent to the public email address on his website, but to the secret inbox he used to communicate with special informants. That caught Louis' attention, his reporter's instincts telling him that there was big fish to catch. After an exchange of keys, they began to establish a line of communication through encrypted emails. Louis' hunch proved to be true. The more he knew, the more he was gobsmacked. At the same time, he also realized the insurmountable danger that surrounded the matter. Black Nest was not just some multinational group made up of a bunch of consortia. Their tentacles were far-reaching, coiling all the way among the inner workings of political and business circles. Once CTOS was launched, gaining control over entire Europe would be all too easy for them. Louis immediately set his work aside and set up a place and time to meet Edward. He managed to put together a small team, and along with him was a videographer, a moderator of a large online forum, and a well-known documentary director. There was a total of 6 people, and together they departed from Paris to Toulouse. The team was nervous and on edge as they landed. Before they took off, they were briefed about the status of the newspaper's advance team. The 3 interns who played bait had done well in completing their part of the mission. The next part was up to them now. Louis looked at Pierre in the next seat. Pierre had been his photographer for a long time, and no matter how precarious the situation got, he was the one always to capture the footage Louis needed. "Are you ready, Pierre?" The lights on the airport runway lit up brightly through the plane's windows. Pierre did not answer. He nodded and gave Louis an OK sign. Before Louis' big break, he was a war correspondent in Iraq for a period of time, where he had also met Pierre. They survived the Gulf War together, so there was no reason they wouldn't survive this investigation. "Well, let's begin, then." When the plane came to a halt, the flight attendant's routine reminder to the passengers to check all their luggage, the 6-person cruise adventure began. Airports generally got their electricity from 2 separate power supplies and were also often equipped with more than one backup power set, so power outages were sporadic. But tonight, Blagnac Airport's terminal was plunged into total darkness. The airport evacuated tourists and tried to find the cause of the power outage. It was chaos where people were running and stepping onto each other. Upon receiving the news, Vincent acted immediately, barking out instructions as he commanded the driver to start the lead vehicle. Still, as that was happening, an unfamiliar voice came over his handheld communicator. "Mr. Vincent, are you in a hurry?" Vincent's brows furrowed. "Are you the people who killed Abu and the others?" "Yes, that's right. To avoid a reoccurrence of that unpleasant incident, I strongly recommend you stay where you are," the voice said. "And what if I refuse?" He was replied with the sound of a sharp Scythe, and a bullet punctured one of the PV's tires. "This one's just a warning. If you insist on doing things your way, then the next bullet will be for you," replied the voice calmly. Chapter 43. Whistleblower, End. "Nice to meet you. Where should we start?" Edward faced the camera and adjusted his hairstyle and collar. "Should I talk about CTOS first, or Black Nest?" "Why don't you start with self-introduction," said Louis, who was sitting on the opposite side. "Okay, sorry. It's my first time doing an interview like this, and I don't know how it works." Edward paused. "My name is Benjamin Reynolds. I am a core developer of Black Nest's CTOS system. Before that, I went to college for a year, but I quickly dropped out. I have a dog, and it is called Pudding. Not too long after that, I developed 2 programs with my friends, and I made a fortune selling them. The tech company that bought my software was a Black Nest subsidiary. After that, they wanted to hire me, and it was at that time I was told about the CTOS project. What they told me when they recruited me is completely different from what is happening right now." When Edward was being interviewed, Little Boy walked onto the balcony and saw Jong-hung watching the night scene. "Zed contacted me earlier. He has almost completed everything he needs to do in Hong Kong. After Edward finishes the interview, he can fly to Hong Kong right away. He will be safe until the incident is exposed.
Zhong nodded.
I will send him to Hong Kong. This part had everything to do with the success or failure of the quest. At a time like this, Zhong had no intention to let his guard down, and it necessary that he went on this trip. After all, he'd overcome countless threats this round, and if something went wrong during the last phase of the plan, all the effort he had put in would be wasted. Although, in theory, Black Nest didn't need to kill Edward anymore after Louis sent the interview to the press in an encrypted mail, being cautious was always Zhong way of doing things. Besides, Scarlett was still missing. According to Mr. Coffee, she decided to quit the game halfway. Little Boy wanted to say something, but in the end, all she had to say was, "I wish you all the best."
You too, Zhong replied.
After Little Boy left, Leah came to the balcony this time. "We have thanked you so many times so that I won't thank you again." Leah took out a USB flash drive from her pocket. "Hey, my brother asked me to give it to you.
But I don't know what's inside," she went on.
Zhong took the USB flash drive and raised his eyebrows, because he heard the system's notification the next moment. Game item, U-Disk found, unidentified. Between Scarlett's half-broken katana and Mr. Coffee's copper ring, he had obtained 2.5 game items when, and combined with the extra 300 points he earned from finding the Easter egg, it was a considerably good yield overall. Other than that, Zhong also noticed the proxy war mentioned by Mr. Coffee before his death. Previously, Zhong encountered a junkie in the Apollo dungeon. He could bypass machines and tests without assistance of game items, and although his ability didn't affect the ordinary person, it was still considered a supernatural force. Theoretically, those strange but otherworldly abilities were no different from Zhong extra 24 hours. This also meant that he wasn't the only agent. The old man in the tang suit reminded him to be careful of other agents when they met for the first time, and with the sporadic information that Zhong had gathered, he probably figured out the purpose of this game, or at least the goal of the first half of the game. This peculiar game had been going on until now to allow people like the old man in the tang suit to choose agents. Encountering players like him in the game, skill level, abilities, game items, and the character panel's evaluation on his performance in each round tournament further confirmed Zhong line of thought. The so-called players were like merchandise displayed on shelves, waiting for the next customer to choose them. Zhong was also more concerned about what would happen next. After every gambler at the table had selected their cards, how would the next game be carried out, and how would the proxy war unfold? For days later, in Hong Kong, Zhong received a notification to complete the main quest. He had also officially confirmed that Scarlett had given up this round. So, he spent the remainder of his time strolling around Temple Street in Yau Ma Te, getting a temple attendant outside the southern wall of Tin Hau Temple to look into his face. The temple attendant was very well dressed. He had his long hair neatly tied into a bun, wore a long-sleeved attire paired with cloth shoes, and from head to toe, exuded a divine aura. Of course, he carried about with him a transcendental temperament. The reality for many business people was a cruel one, where they had a hard time keeping their business going throughout rain or shine. The temple attendant had spoken Cantonese for 50 years, but for the sake of serving a wider variety of customers, he now had to learn Mandarin. He spoke about Zhong career and marriage in an authentic Hong Kong accent, and although he looked calm on the surface, his heart told a different story. Failing to detect any micro-expressions on Zhong face caused him a great deal of frustration. His tried and tested method wasn't working, and left with no other options, he tried striking up a small conversation. After a while, he finally got to the highlight. Zhong was apparently about to face a catastrophic event in 2 months. Zhong smiled when he heard those words, not responding in any way to it. When the temple attendant thought that he could only earn a basic service fee, Zhong took out his wallet from his pocket. The temple attendant immediately put on a serious look. "If you don't have enough cash, Alipay will do," he said, going straight to the point. "Aren't there only a handful in Hong Kong who use Alipay?" Zhong asked. "Oh, in the service industry, the customer comes first. Customers from the mainland like electronic payments, and ever since they introduced Alipay, my customers have increased by half," the temple attendant sighed. Next month, I'm planning on using WeChat to help with my business. By the way, do you play online games? Occasionally. Why? I can predict your chances of getting SSR characters. It's cheap. It's just $200. Instead of opening his wallet, Zhongheng gave the entire thing to the temple attendant. The temple attendant looked hesitant. I said you would face a great catastrophe in 2 months, but you don't have to give up on life just yet. Listen to me, young man. When there's a will, there's a way. Am I not still here to help you change your destiny? You misunderstood me. This wallet has no use to me anymore. There's not much money left in it, but I brought this back from France. Keep it if you like it, said Zhongheng. This doesn't sound right, the temple attendant said cautiously. However, he reached out anyway and took the wallet. Genuine leather. When he raised his head a few seconds later, Zhongheng had been long gone. Chapter 44. Crossroads for Youths. Zhongheng was growing accustomed to his current lifestyle. He would go to the sex and the city bar every other month to complete a game, then return to school life. Except for his roommates who could detect the change in his temperament, no one else could tell that he was different than he was yesterday. After completing so many games, Zhongheng was getting better at controlling his mood. Whatever happened after he returned from Black Sail would never happen again. Like this Whistleblower quest, Zhongheng spent most of his time living with Little Boy, and thus, hadn't experienced any significant emotional changes and high-intensity mental pressure. It was why the changes within him weren't noticeable. In the afternoon, while Ma Wei prepared lessons in the library, Wei Jiangyang invited Zhongheng and Chen Huadong to the court for a game of basketball. After throwing a couple of hoops, a group of senior students came, and they were then divided into 2 groups of 3. Everyone was just playing for fun initially, but they soon got bored, so someone suggested that the losers do 20 push-ups. The game naturally became more aggressive after that, and at the same time, more conflict arose among the team as well. Fortunately, both sides managed to control their emotions well enough. When someone fell, the opposing team would immediately help them get off the ground and pat down their backs. It wasn't until one thin, tall guy got defeated by Wei Jiangyang 3 times. Deeply embarrassed, he started to shove Wei Jiangyang around. Then, all of a sudden, the atmosphere around the basketball court tensed up significantly. It was then that the group's attention was caught by a red Lexus approaching from the distance. The school typically forbade vehicles from outside the school to enter this place. Even the faculty staff could only park their vehicles in the parking lot. Generally, security would only lower the 2 iron barriers when freshmen enrolled in the school or when seniors graduated. Citing those reasons, the appearance of the Lexus quickly captured a lot of attention. It seemed the car was heading for the office building that wasn't too far away. However, as it passed the basketball court, it suddenly stopped and reversed. The driver lowered the window, revealing the person on the wheel. It turned out to be a stunning woman in a white shirt and a pair of jeans. There was light makeup on her face, and she was adorned with lustrous ornaments and jewelry. Her appearance told of a woman with a powerful and confident aura. Chen Huadong looked at her once, and he got excited immediately. This has to be the best MILF ever. He had just said out what every boy was thinking right now. Logically speaking, as long as the students weren't in engineering, they should come across plenty of girls on campus. The guys had seen all manner of beautiful women, but this time, everyone had to admit that this was probably the gorgeous woman they'd ever laid eyes upon. Especially when the lady turned to look at them, everyone's heart started racing. They were all very nervous. Why didn't you answer my call? Who? Chen Huadong was completely confused by what was going on. He then heard Zhongheng's voice behind him. Sorry, I didn't hear my phone ringing. I was playing basketball just now. Why are you here, Sister Han? Han Lu removed her sunglasses. The Dean of Economics and Management knows me. Hence, he asked me here to give a lecture. Initially, I wanted you to be my guide. Han Lu actually knew the Dean, also knowing that the field of finance wasn't popular around here. Over the years, she made a name for herself in the financial world, to the point the average entrepreneur would beg to meet her, and she would usually charge by the minute. Somebody like her was expected to have connections with the dean in this university. Something must be wrong since she was willing to give lectures for free. No university would reject such a fantastic opportunity. Her significance could be seen from the way the school welcomed her, where not only was her lectures given special permission to be driven on campus, but several high-ranking officers from the Department of Economics and Management even dined with her before the lecture started.
Have you had lunch?
Shall we? Hanlu asked. Jonghang shook his head. I don't attend events like that. You are right, Hanlu said. I didn't like my uni's leaders when I was studying as well. Academic Affairs Office was the second one I hated. Carry on with your game then.
When I finish the lecture, let's go somewhere nice for dinner.
You should be familiar with the area. You haven't contacted me since the last time we met.
I promised your mother I'd take good care of you, she lamented.
Jonghang smiled. I was just afraid I'd be interrupting your work. Haven't you been very busy lately? No, my job is to listen to different people bragging about their achievements to me. I might just live a few years longer if I don't listen to all that twaddle, replied Hanlu as she returned the smile. I will see you tonight. After that, she raised her window and sped towards the office building. The rest of the boys on the basketball court were left open-mouthed and astounded. Master Zhong, you got that woman to be your sugar mama. Chen Huadong exclaimed in envy. That has to be the perfect life I've always dreamed of. Jonghang threw the ball at Chen Huadong. Cut that crap. She's my mom's best friend. Chen Huadong, however, was no longer in the mood to play any basketball. Why doesn't my mother have a friend like her? Wei Jiangyong, on the other side, seemed a little worried. Old Zhong, is it because of Shen 1111's affair? She went for a rich old man, so you hooed up with an older woman as revenge. Mind your words, old Wei. Listen to what you just said. How can a MILF queen like her be called an old woman? Grunted Chen Huadong in great dissatisfaction. I have explained many times. Shen 1111 and I are just friends, and she doesn't go for older men, nor is she in a relationship with one. Instead of helping curb the rumor from spreading, it seems you've been flaming it. Wei Jiangyang scratched his head. Everyone is saying the same thing about her. Don't worry. If someone dares to spread rumors about you, we will do everything we can to stop it. Anyway, are you really not in a relationship with that woman? He chuckled. 2:11. Suddenly, a senior that has hesitating to speak said something. That was Hanlu, President Han? I saw her picture on a listed company that I applied for. She was the company's first investor. She didn't just invest in just one company. Many companies have her picture on their walls. She is often on the news, and she seems to have been awarded the title of Asian female leader, said the tall, thin man. You're one lucky guy, brother. You don't need to worry about work at all after you graduate. Undoubtedly, the other seniors thought the same as well. They were about to finish their studies, and having less than one semester left, they would soon enter society and join the brutal rat race. People of different creeds faced different situations, where some would land their desired careers, and some still unsettled. Some struggled which path they should choose, if they should be a civil servant or engage an unstable job they had been longing to do. Countless young graduates would face the intense emotional pressure of heading into the unknown. Hence graduation season was also breakup season. The stresses of moving into a different city, the intense competition, and the harsh realities of making it on their own had left many feeling utterly helpless. The culture shock that hit graduates as they officially took the reins and started their new jobs usually caused them to make sudden and drastic decisions. Some chose to break up with their loved ones, some split up and got back together again, and some broke up and regretted it all after a few years. Only a small number of lucky people chose to protect their relationships until it became mature. Happiness was something that one had to work hard to acquire. Behind every sweet smile in wedding photos were heartbreaking quarrels and bitter conflict others never saw. Enormous sacrifices and compromises from both sides were also essential. These would all eventually come together, forming into what we know as marriage. Chapter 45. Come closer. The food alley near the school was a lively place every night. After all, sustenance was the reason mankind was alive. The restaurant Zhongheng chose served some of the best grilled fish around the area. Hence, the establishment was doing very well, with an almost perpetual queue waiting outside the restaurant every night. As Han Lu looked around for parking, Zhongheng headed to the usher to get the number. More than 30 people were in line in front of him. Should we change restaurants? Zhongheng asked Han Lu. It's fine. Let's eat here, Han Lu said. I'm not in a hurry, anyway. It was a shame that those in the finance line didn't hear what she said, or they would have probably died of shock. It was hard to imagine that the Han Lu, who always went, "My time is precious." Make your long story short. Don't say anything unnecessary, would even think of waiting in a 30-person queue. She had always been like this, firmly believing that everything could be quantified in value. For her, work was an ongoing struggle, and as soon as she opened her eyes each morning, she would sort out the day's business based on priority. Time would then be allocated to each task according to its value. In other words, there could only be one possibility on why she was willing to sit and wait outside a small restaurant. She must have computed that the waiting was worthwhile and the time spent valuable. I haven't stepped into school for a long time. Coming back here, it makes me feel a lot younger. It made me think back on my school days as well, sighed Han Lu. Truth be told, she had long forgotten the name of her class monitor, and neither did she care if her old classmates were dead or alive. Apart from meeting Mother Zhong when she studied abroad, she had literally no other friends she could confide in. For influential people like Han Lu, getting benefits out of a new friendship was priority. To her, it was more about the exchange of interests and creating a win-win scenario. Friendship still mattered, but it didn't matter much. Han Lu wasn't one to whine like little girls in romance dramas. She knew it was a fair world. There were gains and losses, and since she gained far more than she lost anyway, there was really nothing for her to complain about. Of course, she would be happier if she could procure more than what she bargained for. Han Lu took out her mobile phone. Come closer, let's take a photo, she told Zhongheng. I want to prove to your mother that I've lived up to her trust. Zhongheng had to lean against Han Lu again when he heard this. No matter what age the woman came in or what their occupation was, they had always been skillful at taking selfies. All too soon, Han Lu managed to find a perfect angle and captured the photo. At that very moment, a text message came in on the phone. It came from an unknown number. The first sentence displayed on the message was, "Boss Han, it's about the project supplementary information you mentioned." Han Lu clicked on the text message, but when it was open, she could no longer read the text. Instead, only an inexplicable picture was displayed. In the dim and dark photo, a shadow of a human seemed to lurk in the darkness. The shadow looked to have a pair of black wings as well. Zhongheng was quick to react. The moment he saw what it was, he instantly blocked the phone screen with his hand. However, it was too late. What the hell is that? Han Lu frowned. Is it a prank? What time did you sleep last night? Zhongheng solemnly asked. Han Lu was a little surprised. This was her first time seeing Zhongheng being so severe. He gave her a calm and mature impression. I usually hit the hay before midnight, but a pharmaceutical company I invested in will initiate their first round of financial meetings next week. We still can't agree on the valuation, which is why I worked late last night. I slept at about 2 in the morning, and I woke up at 7:15. Why ask? Because you might not be getting some shut-eye for a while, replied Zhongheng. Who? Han Lu raised her eyebrows, obviously having no idea what Zhongheng meant. This is kind of complicated to explain. It doesn't matter. We have lots of time on our hands. Zhongheng took out a lens from his pocket and handed it to Han Lu. Place it in front of your eyes. Han Lu was puzzled by the item. She had been venturing the field of business for many years and met all kinds of men. They would all use all manner of methods to win her over, and she thought that Jong-hung was probably pulling some tricks. That inexplicable photo might have something to do with him, after all. Yes, she was interested in Jong-hung, but it surely didn't mean she would lose her mind when she was with him. Han-lu had always believed that even the most perfect man would eventually make a mistake. However, she undeniably enjoyed what was going on right now, and even if this wasn't what she expected, she wished it would last longer. When Han-lu put the lens in front of her eyes, however, jaw fell open in shock. Is this some black market technology? This is incredible. Apart from clearer vision, the brightness is adjusted as well. If I can mass-produce this, the profits will be unimaginable. This could find many applications in countless fields. What you need right now is a professional team to help you promote this item. I can provide you with such a team, as long as you make me your top investor. Oh, sorry, occupational hazards, Han-lu laughed at herself. I feel the urge to invest when I see a good item. Considering the good relationship between your mom and me, I don't mind if you reject my proposal. I'll still help you with it. Unfortunately, this item cannot be mass-produced, Jong-hung said. Jong-hung was cautious with the words that he used. Han-lu was the overly practical and logical kind of woman, and it wasn't easy to change the way she viewed this world. At the same time, he also needed to abide by the rule of not revealing his player's identity to others. It wasn't easy to just explain things as it is. Han-lu lost most of her enthusiasm the moment she discovered that she would yield no benefits from the item no matter how valuable it was. As quickly as her business intuition struck her, she suddenly realized something and quietly waited for Jong-hung's explanation. Below the surface of this ordinary world are some supernatural things. Well, is this part of your mom's research? When we were studying together, I knew your mother majored in theology. As far as I know, she doesn't really believe in these things. It is all fairy tales to her, said Han-lu. This has nothing to do with my mother, and she doesn't know the existence of those things. I know it can't be easy to accept new truths, but what I'm going to say next is very important. From now on, you have to make sure that you don't close your eyes. Don't sleep, or take a nap, not until I find a solution. Chapter 46. Do you have any enemies? Dreamland of Death. It was the most frightening game item known to the players. It killed the former leader of Silver Wings, one of the 3 major guilds, where he was an owner of Grade A game items. After that, the original owner of Dreamland of Death was killed by the guild's combined effort. Since they could not decide on a new owner, the 3 major guilds eventually came up with the fairest method, putting it on auction. The guild that acquired the item would compensate the other 2 guilds with a handsome amount of game points. With that, everyone benefited from the deal. None of them would expect a mysterious woman to so rudely mess up their plan. The woman in sunglasses managed to acquire the item, using the game points she squandered off from the Chamber of Commerce. As a result, the Dreamland of Death, an item the 3 major guilds fought so hard for, disappeared once again before their eyes. In the following months, players searched high and low for the whereabouts of the mysterious woman and the coveted item, but no matter how hard they looked, she seemed to have vanished from the surface of the earth. It was all quiet until a year ago, when Jong-hung took the train home and ran into a middle-aged man who wouldn't wake up from his sleep. He learned afterward on the forum that the Dreamland of Death had reappeared. This time, there were more victims, and worse, they were no longer limited to players. Many were ordinary people who were scattered all over the country, and none of them were even related to each other. The issue had quickly caught the attention of many, and the forum began to pile up with posts regarding the dreaded item's re-emergence. After investigations conducted by the 3 major guilds, the murderers were found. The bad news was that they all turned out ordinary people, and the Dreamland of Death they purchased actually came from an online shop called Murder Without Risk. It didn't cross the minds of most people that the purchase would genuinely kill the person they hated. All they wanted to do was vent their disgust and dissatisfaction, and after learning that those they targeted were actually dead, many descended into insanity. That said, compared to the mental health of the culprits, the player base was more concerned about other things. These were all questionable killings. The players demanded answers to a few key questions. Who was the shop owner of Murder Without Risk? Why had so many Dreamland of Death copies appeared in the real world? How did the person do it? The fourth question, however, was the issue that most players were concerned about: how to survive a Dreamland of Death attack. The entire Silver Wings Guild found it hard to carry on after the death of their former leader. The fear among the players had also reached its peak at that time. To make matters worse, copies of the Dreamland of Death were now widely distributed in the real world. Although the Murder Without Risk shop had disappeared, no one really knew how many copies had been sold, used, or how many were left. No one knew when or where it would appear again. No one could guarantee for sure that they wouldn't be the next victim. Although posts on the forum were rife with speculations on how to deal with the problem, none were verified. There was a silver lining. After multiple arrests of the murderers, the players soon had a clearer picture on the trigger conditions for the item. The Dreamland of Death came in the form of a black feather. The user needed to ignite a piece of paper with the target's name on it along with the feather. The ashes of the two were then required to be soaked in water. For the last step, the target would have to be shown the photo that Hanlu received. Not limited to solely text messages, the picture could be shown on billboards, videos, or even including it in PowerPoint slides. As long as the target looked at it, it was fine, even if they didn't realize that they actually saw it. So, you are trying to say that I'm under a curse, and from now on, if I close my eyes, I will die in my dreams. Even after witnessing the filter lens magical effect, Hanlu still found Jonghung's words to be utterly unbelievable. Yes, that's one way to put it. It's not too difficult to prove what I'm saying. Jonghung realized that it was unrealistic to make Hanlu realize these problems' gravity by just giving her an explanation. Do you have any enemies? It depends on how you define enemy, Hanlu said. In our field, it is difficult to stay pure and clean. It can be all fine and dandy with your client today, and the relationship could cease to exist tomorrow. Emotion should never get between investments, and as long as I see fit to plug the losses, I will decisively withdraw all the remaining funds. I don't care if your company survives tomorrow. Sometimes entrepreneurs will band up with investors and find a way to kick me out of the game. And if I happen to encounter a project I can't handle myself, I may join forces with the very ones who tried to kick me out. It's very complicated. Personally, I don't mix feelings or grudges in my work. This is my way of doing things. I have seen too many entrepreneurs losing everything. If you play with fire, you'll have to expect that your investments can be burned forever too. Perhaps only 1 out of a dozen projects you invest in will survive. That one project might compensate me just enough to cover my losses. There's a thin line between gambling and investing, and being rational is my way of living. There are all kinds of people in this field. Some are very emotional. I don't know how many hate or dislike me. I can't even remember their names. Let's narrow it down. Who hates you to the point of killing you? Wow, what a question. Don't need to think too long. Just give me the first name that appears in your mind, and we'll start there, said Jonghang. Xu Jianjun. Hanlu spread her hands. We have no previous grievances. He is a retired soldier, and a friend introduced me to him about 2 years ago. He took on a project, coming to me and telling me that he wanted to specialize in producing furniture. I read his proposal and thought it was okay. If it worked out, he stood to make $1 million or $2 million a year. But that's probably the limit. There isn't much room for expansion, and I'm generally not interested in small projects like this. For the sake of my friend, though, I invested about 700,000 yuan. I must admit, I made the contract sound rather demanding, but that's reality. I need to protect my interests. No one besides me was willing to invest in his project. So, he signed the contract after thinking about it for 3 days. What happened then? Asked Jonghung. Chapter 47. The past. Later, a disagreement broke out between us. He found a small textile factory, hoping to come up with his own brand after purchasing it. This isn't we agreed initially, and it was obvious he wanted me to keep investing more money into his business. I told him that it was impossible. At that time, he was very emotional, and so, I gave him a warning, Hanlu said. What's next? A week later, I contacted the textile factory behind my back. I immediately activated the terms and conditions on the agreement and froze the company's account. I surrendered and left the investment. I think I lost about 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. I treated it as an investment for friends. Later, the friend who introduced him to me also apologized. After that, he even recommended a few reliable projects for me. I thought this incident would come to a pass, but I didn't expect Xu Jianjun had no intention to let it slide. Hanlu rubbed her head and gave a big sigh, seeming to have a headache when talking about this. Under such circumstances, the entrepreneurs would either look for a new investor or dissolve the company, but Xu Jianjun was very stubborn. I discovered that after Textile Factory's acquisition plan was aborted, he was there for another year and a half. However, he couldn't find a new investor, and in the end, he sold his birthplace home and slept in the company lobby every day, eating pickles and porridge. Unfortunately, working hard might not help with starting a business sometimes. His company was bleeding money, and capable employees started leaving one after another. That was when he entered into a vicious cycle. In the end, he was brought to court for failing to pay their wages. That was the last straw. The company went completely bankrupt after that. He suffered a terrible loss and blamed me for everything instead of reflecting on himself. After the company went bankrupt, Xu Jianjun initially planned to sue me. So, he looked for several lawyers, but they told him I didn't violate the agreement and he had no right to sue me. Out of options, he stood in protest with a banner at my company's entrance every day to demand his rights. He even went as far as blocking me at the parking lot several times. Once, he even got so upset that he shoved me. I was afraid since it was late and I was alone, so I called the police. The police station is just right across the street, by the way. The cops soon came, and after I told them what happened, they took him away. That was the last I saw of him. He returned to his birthplace. No, he committed suicide. He laid on the tracks and let a train run over him. It is said that the corpse was, mangled and mutilated. He also left a suicide note saying that he had been an upright person, which was his first time getting arrested by the police. He said he'd haunt me for eternity. Think his spirit's taking revenge, it's on me. Hanlu became slightly uncomfortable at the thought, instinctively hugging herself and looking around. As far as I know, it's not possible, Zhongheng said. A dead person will remain dead. Maybe his family member hates you. He has no family, his parents passed away very early, his wife divorced him 4 years ago, and he has no children. I heard he has a distant cousin or something, but they rarely keep in touch. Oh, and I was the one who ended up paying for his funeral. What about his friends? I have no idea. I don't know much about him. I only found out about these things after his death. Hanlu shook her head. Okay, I think I understand what is going on right now. Would you like to go home and wait, or can I investigate with you? Hanlu asked. You said you wanted to prove supernatural entities exist in the normal world we live in. If I can witness the process, I'll definitely be convinced. Besides, I need things to do to keep me awake. Okay, replied Zhongheng. Let's first determine if you're cursed or not. How did you deal with Xu Jianjun's stuff? They were cremated with his corpse. In fact, he left nothing behind, only 2 sets of clothes and a few books on business management. I've got to admit, apart from being a little extreme and, that stubbornness of his, he's a really nice guy, really. At least he's better than the vast majority of entrepreneurs that only know how to talk. When my friend introduced him to me, I thought he was nice. I saw that he was trustworthy and honest, so I invested some money in his business, but I sure didn't expect him to end up like this. Hanlu sighed. Well, did he have any social media accounts? His very old-fashioned, no Weibo or blogs whatsoever. The only social media account he had was to promote his company on the forum. It was to save costs. He often went to the forum to promote his products. How about his WeChat friends? I deleted his contact after the whole thing went south. And I haven't added him back since. How about the friend who introduced him to you? I can ask him. Han Lu dialed a number, got up, and walked to the side of a nearby acacia tree. A moment later, she came back. He deleted Xu Jianjun's contact after his death too. He says saving a dead person's WeChat contact on the phone brings bad luck. How about the phone number? He wrote it on the original agreement. I can ask my assistant to send it over. But will it be useful? It depends. An account would usually be cancelled after 90 days of late payments, said Zhongheng. I need a place with internet access. There is an internet cafe nearby, but I've got to have some steamed buns to fill out my stomach first. I'm sorry, I guess we won't be having the grilled fish tonight. Understood. After all, staying alive is more important, right? Chuckled Han Lu. It appeared she was still in a good mental state, seeing how she could still crack jokes. In addition to her not fully believing Zhongheng's explanation, the years of hustling in the world of finance also made her calmer than the ordinary Joe. The two bought some buns from a small stall, quickly gobbling it up even before they left the roadside. They then proceeded to the internet cafe to book a private room, and after a while, Han Lu's assistant sent Xu Jianjun's number to her. Fortunately, the number was still registered to him, and for good measure, the assistant sent a copy of his ID card as well. Middle-aged people like Xu Jianjun generally did not care about passwords, security, and that sort of thing. All his accounts used the same password. Hence, it was not difficult to hack into his WeChat account. Zhongheng first used Xu Jianjun's ID card to retrieve passwords from registered marketing accounts. After entering the WeChat login interface, everything went smoothly after that. Since they were using a new mobile phone, all his chat history was gone. The posts for his friends to view did not disappear, though. These were mostly useless ramblings, ranging from inspirational articles to junk, which used exaggerated headlines. Zhongheng, however, soon managed to find whatever he was looking for. Chapter 48. Count to 10. Guo Miaoshu Zhenju's comrade in arms, joined the army the same year as Xu Jianjun. After that, the both of them returned to their hometown, where one was discharged, and the other found another profession. Among his circle of friends, Guo Miao was the one Xu Jianjun interacted with the most. At nearly every event of the latter's life, Guo Miao would leave supportive messages, encouraging his friend to courageously brave through the storms as they would pass and dawn was just on the horizon. He's done more harm than good to himself. Starting a business is a perilous thing, especially for those who have no experience. You actually pay a tuition fee when you first start a business. The key lies in how much you learn from that experience. Everyone falls sometimes, but the difference between winners and losers is that the former always finds a way to get up, said Han Lu. Instead of staying on the bumpy path until the end, you need to learn from your past failures. Is this a lesson on entrepreneurship? No, it's small talk between friends. I don't know why, but I always forget how young you actually are. Are you proficient in basic computer operations? How is that possible? You're so young. Why do I feel like there's nothing you don't know? Is this some kind of supernatural phenomenon, like the prophets in the Bible? Han Lu's shoulder almost brushed Zhongheng. I just happen to know a little more, Zhongheng answered. Zhongheng swiftly retrieved Guo Miao's current address from the internet. It wasn't too far from where they were, about 400 kilometers away. It would take around 4 hours if they used the motorway. If it's all right with you, let's go now. Guo Miao was also a soldier like Xu Jianjun. It would be better if we bring more people with us, or even hire a bodyguard or two. There's no need for that. I can manage that part. Zhongheng got up from his seat. Whoa, that sounds very reassuring, but to be on the safe side, Han Lu pointed to a message in the group chat on Zhongheng's phone. Would you like me to find some of our old friends to intimidate that woman, show her who's boss? She then spread her hands in surrender. Hey, I don't want to deliver myself to their doorstep only to be bushwhacked. As I said, you can still choose to stay at home. I can always record a video for you, said Zhongheng. The fewer people know about this, the better. When this is all over, I hope you'll keep it a secret too. Why? Are you in danger as well? Do you need my help? Han Lu was quick to read between the lines of Zhongheng's request. I know many people. If I ever need it, I won't hesitate to ask, said Zhongheng. But right now, let's focus on how we can solve your problem. All right. Han Lu did not mention the bodyguard idea anymore after that. The red Lexus subsequently took off, speeding in the direction of the location pointed by the navigation app. For hours later, they exited the highway and entered a small county town where Guo Miao worked as the head of security in a plastic processing factory. Zhongheng spoke to the old man at the gate and learned that Guo Miao was also on duty at the factory tonight. Should we come back tomorrow morning instead? The security guards in the factory are all his subordinates, Han Lu suggested. Or we can wait until he gets off work tomorrow morning and intercept him on his way home. Determining if you are a target of the dreamland of death is just the first step. I don't want to spend too much time on this part. The real problem is figuring out how to lift the curse, said Zhongheng. Stepping out of the vehicle, he looked at the time on his watch. Drive another 300 meters, and remember to keep the engine running. Then, close your eyes, count to 10, then open your eyes again. After that, don't speak, just listen carefully. Ooh? Is this some sort of game? Han Lu asked. You can treat it like a game, answered Zhongheng as he pulled his hoodie over his head. Han Lu did as she was told and parked the Lexus 300 meters ahead of them. She saw Zhongheng's silhouette from the rearview mirror. He stood under a street lamp, staring at the factory building, his face expressionless, like a statue. Han Lu shrugged. All right. She let her eyelids fall and counted to 10 in her head. When she reached 8, she could hear the heavy breathing of a man coming from the back seat. When she finished counting to 10, he spoke up. Who are you? The stranger asked, still gasping. Han Lu's quickly opened her eyes. Zhongheng, who was still standing under the streetlight 10 seconds ago, was now seated at the car's back with a man. His head was covered with a sack, and his limbs were bound. Don't panic. We're just doing an after-sales visit, Zhongheng said. What after-sales visit? Did you get the wrong person? Asked the bound man. He sure was a brave one. Most would have wet their pants at this stage, but while his breathing had quickened, there wasn't the slightest tremor in his voice. He really was a soldier. You're Guo Miao, right? Zhongheng asked. Yes, that's me, Guo Miao answered candidly. His wallet was still at the back of his pants, so he did not see the point in lying. Then we didn't get the wrong person. You spent 10 yuan on a murder democide order on a website called Murder Without Risk. Who are you? Are you the police? And no, just having the intention to kill is not illegal, Guo Miao snarled. He still didn't understand the situation he was put in. Just a second ago, he was enjoying a late-night hot pot with his colleagues, and the next moment, his hands and feet were bound, and there was a sack over his head. Though he couldn't see where he was, Guo Miao surmised that he was probably in a car from the shape of the seat he was sitting on. He had even deliberately raised his voice to see if anyone else could hear him. Suddenly, he received a punch in the lower abdomen, and a hard object was placed against his crotch. Save that thought. We're not asking for money, nor do we want your life. We just have a few questions to ask. All you have to do is to answer them nicely, and we will let you go. Once he heard that, Guo Miao immediately became compliant. What do you want to know? Have you ever browsed our online store? Guo Miao kept quiet. Just like you said, thinking about killing someone is not against the law, and no, we're not the police either. Yes, Guo Miao finally admitted. Then what was in the package you received? A black feather, something like an instruction manual, and a strange photo. They asked me to follow the steps in the guide, and the target will die unexpectedly. Hanlu gripped the steering wheel hard, trembling slightly. Did you follow the instructions, then? Gua Miao nodded. I wrote down a name and burned it with the feather. Then, I poured the ashes into some water and sent the picture to the target in a message. One last question, and please be sure to tell us the truth. Your answer will determine if you'll get out of the car with everything intact, or in pieces which will be eventually discovered in the trash. Zhong Heng paused for a minute. Whose name did you write? Gua Miao gulped. Hanlu. That woman killed my best comrade in arms, and I have to make sure he gets the justice he deserves. Congratulations, you're free to go, Mr. Gua Miao. Zhong Heng opened the door on Gua Miao's side. Chapter 49. I think I'm starting to like her. Before letting Gua Miao out of the car, Zhong Heng took a look at Hanlu. She shook her head, and before anyone could say anything, Zhong Heng kicked him out of the car. Hanlu then stepped on the gas, and the car disappeared into the night. Gua Miao's loud cries for help soon attracted the factory security guards, and half a minute later, the bag on his head was taken off. Gua Miao was still puzzled until now. He had no idea what happened to him earlier. How did he get into a stranger's car all of a sudden? What was the purpose of kidnapping him? What happened tonight was like a bizarre nightmare. Gua Miao shook his head in disbelief. This is creepy, he murmured to himself. At the same time, in the Lexus, neither Zhong Heng nor Hanlu spoke. After a while, Zhong Heng broke the silence. I didn't expect you to be so calm. What should I have done? Kill Gua Miao? Are you going to kill him for me? And is there any point in killing him other than us getting tangled in a lawsuit? Or should have we beaten him up? According to you, the curse is in effect now, so killing him won't change anything anyway, retorted Hanlu. Zhong Heng decided to remain as frank as he could. About that, it's hard to answer. Some think that killing the Dreamland of Death's holder is part of the solution to lifting the curse. A case study, however, had proven that killing its holder will not lift the curse. If killing the item's owner works, I'm willing to take the risk, Hanlu said calmly. However, I don't see the point of killing him to vent my anger. Yes, I'm hated by many, but Gua Miao happened to receive an opportunity to get rid of me. I bet he didn't even know what he was doing. And he didn't dare to confront me, avenging his brother, and all. So, he can only rely on unscrupulous methods. Hanlu paused. Let's not talk about him. I believe everything you say now. There are things in this world that science can't explain. Will you help me lift the curse? I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee results, Zhong Heng said. Shouldn't you try to comfort me at a time like this? It's like you go to the hospital for an examination, and you're diagnosed with a fatal disease, but the doctor still says you're fine. Sorry, I thought people like you would rather hear the truth. Theoretically, you are right, but it turns out that women still like listening to lies, said Hanlu. The Lexus entered the motorway again. Where shall we go next? I'll need to go back to meet a friend first. Considering that time was of the essence, Hanlu ignored the speed limit. 12 demerits on her driving records were nothing when compared to her life. In the end, Hanlu made it to the destination in less than 3 hours. She parked her Lexus outside a KTV. After a while, Fan Mainan, in a flight attendant attire, came out. Hey, brought your new girlfriend to brag. What about that Japanese girl? Cruelly abandoned after you took advantage of her? Zhong Heng ignored the jeering and looked at Fan Mainan's outfit. Who is in luck today? He. A young man who runs a film company and likes to lay hands on female students in the name of helping them become a model. I found out that he likes to come here and sing, so I've been waiting for him to give him a gift. Fan Mainan adjusted the flight hat on her head. Let's get down to business. Have you contacted the person that I asked? Yes, Fan Mainan nodded. But let me warn you, I can't guarantee she'll show up. The 3 major guilds have been looking everywhere for her. I was affected by her, and I have not seen her for a long time. I'm a little afraid of her, actually. She is not easy to get along with. No matter what, we'll have to go to the place first. Jong-Hung's strategy was straightforward. Since there were huge speculations on the forums on how to lift the curse of the Dreamland of Death, it indicated that the three powerful guilds must have had insider information that ordinary players didn't know of. The only ones who knew how to use the Dreamland of Death were limited to those who had used it before. Among them, the first owner of the item was dead, and the second was supposed to be the mysterious woman at the auction. According to Fan Mainan's statement, the Dreamland of Death was no longer with the woman. Despite that, she was now the only person that Jong-Hung was likely to look for. Do you need a change of clothes? Jong-Hung asked Fan Mainan. I don't think so. Aren't you good at fighting? No matter how good I am at fighting, it still doesn't mean I like to get in unnecessary trouble. Are you trying to say that with the way I'm dressed, I'm tempting others to commit a crime against me? Fan Mainan looked at Han Lu, who was in the driver's seat. Han Lu, on the other hand, was very calm. Fine. I will stay put and play the ugly duckling that no one loves. Give me 2 minutes. Fan Mainan turned around and ran back to KTV. Don't take it to heart, Jong-Hung said. She's always been like that. It's fine. She is a fascinating child. Han Lu smiled. Is she also from your world? Who? That, the supernatural world below the ordinary world. Well, she's a lot tougher than you think. It won't be easy to take advantage of her just like that. There was a thoughtful look on Han Lu's face. Is there any way to enter your world? Trust me, you don't want to enter that world. Fan Mainan had returned with a set of loose and rather dull-looking set of clothes. She then got into the car. A luxury car that costs over 1 million yuan. This is my first time getting into such an expensive car. I don't know where to put my butt. If you like it, I can give this car to you, Han Lu said. We can sign the agreement first, then wait until you get your driver's license. Fan Mainan was a little surprised when she heard that. Who? Why? Was it my sarcasm that irked you? Planning to use money to get me under your thumb, ho? Of course not. It's because Jong-Hung told me that you know someone who can save me, and there's nothing wrong showing generosity to the person who saved my life. I can't guarantee that I will be able to save you. Fan Mainan opened a bag of pistachios in the back seat. It's too early to thank me. It's not early. If I die, this car is meaningless to me anyway, Han Lu said lightly. Oh, what should I do? I think I like her now, Fan Mainan said to Jong-Hung. Chapter 50. She'd always been the one I envied most. Before departing, Han Lu bought a 15-bottle carton of Nescafe at a 7-Eleven on the roadside. She sipped on the cold coffee, and it freshened her up a great deal. It was now was 4 in the morning, and Han Lu still seemed to be doing fine. After all, there was one too many times when urgent work needed to be dealt with overnight. Hence staying up late was not unfamiliar to her. Although she was aging, she had always maintained healthy habits, resulting in a figure way better than women way younger than her. It also meant she would have more time to figure out a way to save her life. Soon, the three returned to Jong-Hung's school, collecting the recurve bow, Lego bricks, and other gadgets before going to the agreed place. It was a small park outside the 5th Ring Road. Considering it was close to a nearby community, it was a favorite exercising spot for elderly folk. Han Lu parked the car outside the park. She doesn't trust anyone, said Fan Mainan. So, I'll go in alone and tell her about the situation. If everything is good, I'll call you guys in. There is no danger, right? How do I put it? She doesn't like me that much, or should I say, she sneers at me whenever she sees me. But it's all right. Rest assured, she won't beat me up. Fan Mainan took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked out of the car. Now, only Jong-Hung and Han Lu were left in the Lexus. Han Lu turned on the radio. Any songs you want to listen to? You choose, Jong-hung said. Play whatever song that lifts your spirits. Is this the privilege of a dying woman? Han-Lu shrugged as she took out her mobile phone and connected it to the car's stereo via Bluetooth. After rummaging through her playlist, she hesitated and sighed. Forget it. I'm not in the mood for any songs. After that, neither of them spoke another word. Han-Lu broke the silence after a long while. How does it feel to have a child? Who? Your mom and I are best friends. When we were studying abroad, I never got tired of sticking close to her. I thought I knew her well, including her habit of secretly picking out raisins from her cereal. However, I had never seen that expression on her face when she held the little you in her arms. Her eyes were shining, and she became so gentle. Han-Lu paused. We also talked about marriage and having children. Little Shia told me she watched a documentary about a mother going into labor before, and she felt that childbirth hurt too much. At that time, she said she would never have children in the future. I told her if that was the case, then no one would marry her. She even said that if no men wanted her, she would live together with me. I would be the one who makes the money, and she would be the one to spend it. That sure sounds like her, chuckled Jong-hung. Not too long after that, she found herself the right man and married him. Han-Lu tapped the steering wheel. That traitor, she'd always been the one I was most jealous of. She lives like she's deranged, takes all problems for granted, and shoves them to her people to bear instead. That said, that woman has a compelling intuition. She always makes the right choices at the most critical time. Whether it was marriage or having a child, it's hard not to admire her. For once, I thought I finally won her over with my career taking off, but she didn't seem to care much about that sort of thing. That retard must probably think she is doing as well as me, but her monthly wages can't even cover my hairdo. You have done well, Jong-hung said. It's just that people are always reluctant to cherish what they already have, or once they get something else better, the value of whatever they used to have seemingly depreciates. Instead, your desire to obtain what you can't get would only grow. Like getting married, or starting a career, these are just personal choices at different stages of life, and there are no good or bad in this matter. You're simply enduring a very depressing phase. Your normal life will resume when this is all over. Is it some illusion, or it sounds like advice from somebody much older than me? Han-Lu was about to elaborate but was stopped by Jong-hung's finger. Han-Lu fell shush. What's wrong? She whispered after a while. She's been gone for a long time. Jong-hung lowered the window. The park was eerily silent this late at night, and only the rustling of leaves could be heard echoing in the air. I thought we are supposed to wait for her signal, asked Han-Lu. Yes, but it might be better for us to do something in such a situation. Jong-hung got out of the car and grabbed his recurve bow from the trunk. Taking a ski mask from the backpack, he then put over on his face. Wait for me in the car and lock the door. Follow the old rules. Keep the engine running, ignore us, and drive away immediately if you notice something not right. Then, Jong-hung turned around and walked into the park. He strode quickly, but at the same time, paid close attention to his surroundings. To avoid any misunderstanding, he did not pull the bowstring. It did not take long for him to reach the center of the park. There was nothing there. On the other side was an artificial pond with no water in it, and behind him was a wall. There was no place for anyone to hide. Suddenly, something alerted Jong-hung, and he stopped in his tracks. He stretched his right hand to retrieve a quiver, but two hands suddenly grabbed his waist. The space in front of him started to distort, and several figures appeared from the dark. Fan Mainan's mouth was covered, restrained by two people, while another one held her hands behind her. The last person appeared right in front of Jong-hung. After the surprise attack, the assailant was about to punch Jong-hung's groin. Thankfully, Jong-hung's reactions were swift, and he managed to block the punch with his recurve bow. He moved his head back, hitting the nose of the attacker that was behind him. While the enemy suffered immense pain, Jong-hung took the opportunity to free himself. He took 2 steps to the right, looking at the four unfriendless in front of him. A person who was apparently their leader spoke up. Very well, catch her accomplice as well. The 3 major guilds will definitely offer a good price for them. Zhong Heng raised his eyebrows.
Who are you?
He asked. You can call us the enthusiastic bunch. During this period, the players have worked very hard to look for this woman and her accomplices. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. I'm afraid that you have been misled into capturing the wrong person, Zhong Heng replied.
How is it possible?
Her face may be devious, but this plasticine game item is definitely real. The leader put his hand into his pocket and took out a piece of plasticine, smiling casually.